The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Welcome everybody to day one of the 2022 US Chess Championships and US Women's Chess Championships held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's going to be a fantastic 3 weeks of exciting chess. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Yasser and Anastasiya.
Welcome to St. Louis, the capital of US chess and the host of US Chess Open and Women's Championships. From the famous St. Louis Chess Club, we are ready to call all the action. I'm Women Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovych, and I'm with my brilliant co-host, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Brilliant indeed. Anastasiya, welcome back. It's lovely to have you in studio. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Yasser. It's an honor to be here with you always.
Oh, wonderful. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our show. Thank you for sharing your day and joining us. This year's U.S. Championship is a kind of a catch-up for the whole pandemic. So the fields have been expanded. There are 14 players in both events, the women's and the open. Let's take a look at our competitors in the women's event because it is very strong indeed. Anastasiya, we have a lot of U.S. champions at the top. Irina Krush, 8 times? Is that
yes,
right? Wow.
8 times.
Anna Zatonskih, Ashritha Eswaran,
yes.
Naji Paikidze, and Begum. I'm going to leave it there. Begum are our favorites. But as you look all the way down, another U.S. champion, Jennifer Yu.
Yes, exactly. She became the champion in 2020, if I'm not mistaken.
And Sabina Foisor, 13th seed, also a U.S. champion. And in the Open, we don't have that many old U.S. champions, but we've got a lot of 2700s. Wesley So, our defending champion. Yes. Levon Aronian, a debut for Levon. Welcome, welcome. Fabi Lanier, Sam Shankland, Ray Robson, Jeffrey Xiong are our top half. Hans Niemann, Sam Sevian, some incredible mix of veterans and juniors. And there he is, our defending champion. Has arrived, Wesley So.
Actually, yes, the current world U.S. champion. And Yasser, if I can mention this, we have
Please.
3 U.S. champions playing in the tournament, and we also have the 4th one sitting next to me. Yasser, let's not forget you were the U.S. champion too.
I won 4 of the titles. Steinitz
Not
wasn't
bad.
eligible. And let's take a look at our format for these 2 events.
Yeah, we have 14-player round-robin event. 90 minutes they have for the first 40 moves.
Right.
And then 30 minutes for the rest of the game. 30 seconds increment from move 1. And of course, no draw offers. Everybody fights until the end.
Absolutely. And our schedule.
Let's check the schedule as well. So we have 13 rounds starting from today, October 5th. And then actually we have the 2 rest days,
Very
October
nice.
10th and also a second one on 16th of October. And we have playoffs if we need them.
Outstanding. And as always, we're very fortunate to have in studio our dear friend Cristian. Good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you guys. Great to be back and see Anastasiya and Yasser in the casting booth as well. We have 28 of the best chess players here on American soil battling out for who's going to be the next U.S. champion and U.S. woman champion. And let's take a look at players that I have my eyes on in this event. And we're going to start with the ladies section. One player in particular that I'm definitely going to follow, it's woman grandmaster Jennifer Yu, only 20 years of age, a sophomore right now in college, invitational rating 2297. She's very accustomed to winning big events. She won in 2019 the US Women's a championship with a dominating performance, 10 out of 11 possible points, just an incredible performance. Also, she is the reigning, undisputed US Girls Junior Champion, and I'm definitely going to be following her lead in this one. And let's take a look at the open section as well. We have one Jeffrey Xiong. This is the player that, in my opinion, is a potential dark horse to win this event. Only 21 years of age, but he's been around the elite level players for a very long time. We've seen him in the US Chess Championships for so many years. I think this will be his year. Invitational rating 2690. He is the 2016 US Junior Chess Champion and the 2016 World Junior Champion. Just an incredible player, and I'm definitely looking forward to see what he's going to be bringing to the table. But I mean, we have 28 of the best chess players in the United States battling for who will be the best for the next 3 weeks. It's just incredible.
And there we see, Christian, as the players are gathering in the playing hall, they get wanded. We have taken some extra security measures, including a delay of our broadcast as we see Begum getting wanded. And do the honors, set the table for us. What are the pairings for the ladies for this round one as we get set to get underway?
Yes, let's check. Let's check round one pairing. So we have Anna Zatonskih playing against Jennifer Yu. Tati Abrahamyan plays against Irina Krush.
I gotta stop you right there. Those two, that's a great start. Those are two amazing matchups for the ladies. Sorry, please do continue.
Yes, exactly. And then Sabina for sure plays against Nazi Paikidze, who was also the US women's champion 2 times, if I'm not mistaken. Right. Then we have Megan Lee, who plays against Rochelle. And then Ashrita, who plays against Alice, right? And then Begum, who we just saw at the screen, she plays against Sophia.
Right.
Yes.
Talia versus Liang. And in the open sections?
And the open section also we have really nice pairings right from today.
Right.
Alexander Lenderman plays against Levon Aronian. And then also I paid attention to Fabiano, who plays against Linear Dominguez. This is gonna be a really big fight, I guess.
And marquee matchups for sure. Sam playing against Elshan. Elshan, of course, qualified as the US Open winner.
Yes, and then Evander Liang plays against the current champion Wesley So. Christopher Yu plays against Hans Niemann, Jeffrey Xiong against Dariusz Swiercz.
Yes.
And then also one of the US champions, Sam Shankland, plays against Ray Robson, 2 great grandmasters.
Olympians, in fact, yes. And what will they be fighting for over these next 3 weeks? In terms of money, tell us about the ladies' money.
Very, very impressive prize fund for ladies event, $160,500. Every dollar counts.
Right.
And then let's say first place is 40,000. Very impressive. And even those who will be the last have really decent prices.
13,500 and 3,000 for players 13 to 14. And in the open section, what is the prize fund there?
And also another impressive fund, $262,000.
Wow.
Yes, and now I think it's time to get back to the playing hall.
Absolutely. Tony Rich will give the final instructions as the round one is getting ready to get underway. Waiting for that switch, by the way.
Yes, I think
I'm going to go wake up the production team.
Hi, we're here in the playing hall with all... Am I going? Sorry, we're here in the playing hall with everyone. They're settling in as they're going through their security checks, filling in their score sheets and shaking hands with their opponents. Everybody's serious and ready to play chess today, and I'm sure we'll see all the excitement across the board. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Tony, for that. I understand that the players have to check in all of their electronics, then they get wanded, and the procedure for 28 people can be a little bit of a jam. You get in line, right, Christian?
No, absolutely. And again, we have 28 players, guys. So if you come with only 10 minutes before the round and you have like a 10-player potential line waiting to be wanded, and every single time you get wanded is probably going to take at least 1 minute We see how thorough Chris Bird, the arbiter of this event, is with that new and improved one. So definitely you have to be careful as a player. You also get penalized. If you are late to your game, you will be fined.
500, it's not
$500.
small money.
Exactly. So it's something like when I was playing, if you were late, 1 hour late, you lost the game. But if you were 50 minutes late, well, there was no penalties or anything like that. Then the FIDE went the other way, 0 tolerance. You weren't at the board when they hit the gong, you were forfeited. Here, we're a little bit more, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, as you see Jennifer, you there. Boy, Chris is being very...
It's very thorough. Very thorough.
Only with... And that is an interesting scanner. I got to ask him about it. Looks like it's got all kinds of impressive settings.
Yes, and we also can see now on our screens Hans Niemann. Everybody is checked carefully. But
Right.
what was interesting, the arbiter said yesterday during the technical meeting that no matter what, the time will start, yes, of the clock.
We will start at
Yes.
1, said Frank
Yes.
Guadalupe. Yes, our chief arbiter, Chris Bird, is the chief arbiter for the ladies.
women.
Yes.
Section.
Right. And
Arena
Arena is like, come on, come on, let's get going.
And you see
This-
there's somebody else being wanted in the back as well. So there's a couple of sections that you need to pass to be able to participate in this event. There's one, the first one, and then there's Chris Bird, the final boss.
Oh, guys, is that a pomegranate or an apple?
That's an apple.
How can you be so sure?
How can you eat a
tested the
pomegranate
apple?
at the
Look
board?
at Chris. He wants a bite. He wants a bite of the apple.
You know how difficult it is to peel off a pomegranate? It
Yes.
gets so messy.
Actually, I mean, the playing hall is the same one which was used for Sinkfeld Cup, for St.
Yes.
Louis Rapid and Blitz portion. So we know this playing hall really well. You can see some snacks for players right there.
And there's the gong. Even though there were a number of players still to be wanted their way through, game's underway as we have a Wonder Liang opening with 1e4 against Wesley So, our defending champion. Well, I'm just so happy that this 2022 U.S. Championship is underway. I think for a lot of the players here, this is their premier event. This is their opportunity to shine and to play with the best of the best.
Yes, and it's a mixture, yes, of experienced players and young generation. I mean, it's very interesting to see them fighting
Absolutely.
against top players. It's such a great opportunity for them as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
And help me out on this one, Christian. I believe a Wonder Liang is the wild card.
He
that
is
was
the
chosen?
wild card in this event. So for both events, the open as well as the women's section, the organizers have a wild card. For the open section, it is indeed a Wonder Liang who received the wild card. Deservedly so, because he's been up and coming in the chess world for so many years. And right now he's actually a sophomore at the University of Chicago, so he's definitely balancing both an academic career as well as his chess career. And he's an over 2,600 level player, so definitely not one to dust off your shoulders easily.
Absolutely. A little bit surprising for me that after 1e2, e4, Wesley's just going through his repertoire of what he wanted to choose. He, much like Levon Aronian, has been defending e7, e5 incredibly well for, wow,
I think we see something
last
else. I think
6
it's
years or so.
C5. No,
And
never
e5.
mind. It's
And,
E5.
okay. I don't want to say it was a squandered period of time. You know, you want to settle in, get the zen of the tournament hall, you know, feel yourself focused. But those extra minutes pondering move one, I'd rather see you just be ready to go. Like, let's go.
I've seen it. We've seen it recently. Yes, on 9LX.
Yes,
when
well, that's
Garry
different.
Kasparov was thinking, but maybe just a bad habit after that.
Right.
Yes, to think on the first move for a second.
Exactly.
The
And
thing
we have knight
about
F3,
this
knight
game
C6.
and the thing about the options that Wesley had at the beginning of it, choosing between e5, maybe something a bit more aggressive, such as choosing a Sicilian, for example, is that a wonder, if I'm not mistaken, has in recent times mostly relied on one d4 and things of that nature. So perhaps Wesley, in his preparation before the game, did not consider as much. Of course, he considered it. You have to be ready for both e4, d4, and all the main moves, knight f3, c4, and so on. But maybe he did not put as much emphasis on the first move being one e4, and then he was just trying to figure out his strategy. Am I going to use my usual repertoire, which perhaps doesn't give me as many options and chances to win this game against one of the lower-rated players in the event? Am I going to take any extra chances, any extra risks as well, or am I going to go e5 and just try to follow up my usual?
I just like the way you said the lower rated players, the 2650 lower rated players. Let's start with the ladies. Let's just kind of go around a little bit as we have this very big matchup in my eyes. Anna Zatonskih, many-time champion, up against the youthful Jennifer Yu, who's also former champion. Nimzo Indian, bishop b4. Anna thinking over her queen c2, the
main move,
the
yes,
classical, I want to say. We'll keep an eye on that one. Another huge matchup for me. These ladies, wow, have they played against each other a lot of games. Of course, I refer to Tatev versus Arena Krush. This is this Khan Sicilian. I've never understood it, Anastasiya. If you've got some insights on why the bishop is so good on a7.
I don't know, but it looks really nice. I mean, you know, the idea maybe to hide it, and in case at one point it can do something, you forgot about this bishop.
Right.
You play with white and you don't remember it's so far
that
away.
it exists.
Yes.
But on the other hand, I'm always thinking, my goodness, this is a massive hole that's not protected, the square on d6 with. So I always start thinking to myself, well, if I could go like knight here, probably I have to preface knight c4 with a4 and put my bishop on f4, I'm doing great. Again, I know that this is all theory and a lot of moves to go still, but this move, well, this bishop on a7,
Bothers you a little bit.
yeah,
Yes.
what I don't understand makes me unhappy, right? Okay.
But actually, I mean, it's nice to mention that Tatev played so many events, also U.S. championships, and she came so close to become the winner. Yes, many times, but never happened, let's say, until this moment.
Was it 20? Did she win one in 2011? I'm not 100% sure.
I don't think so.
We
I think,
will-
I think
okay.
actually
Always the
she was
bridesmaid?
nearby, you know, like she's
Never the
always,
bride.
of course, she's one of the best players in this championship,
Clear.
and she's a fighter. So it's really interesting to see this game with Arena, who is 8-time U.S. champion.
A matchup of former world champions, Sabina versus Nagy. This system, oh my gosh, for white, it's the slow system. It's so confounding. But if you ever want to see some great attacking games, Artur Yusupov plays this very, very slow system where, yes, he bores you. He goes bishop b2, goes knight d2, goes castles, and somehow he mates you on the king side, knight e5, and very, very dangerous. Keep our eye on this one. Let's continue.
Actually, Nazi Paikidze doesn't play that often. I think she plays only U.S. Women Championships, and it's really nice to see her back.
Yes, but how does she overcome the rust factor?
I don't know. I mean, but
My goodness, my goodness. Megan Lee versus Rochelle. Let me just bring this one up. And this one, Open Sicilian. The players, again, we saw it. The players were going through the security checks. So games are developing a little bit slowly. By the way, when I was playing, like, this was considered a great setup for black. But the Paul Keres, or the Keres attack with g4, really scared everybody off. And so now they're playing knight c6 and delaying the move d6 to maybe play for bishop b4. Again, we'll keep an eye on this one. Shritha? Ooh, this is like what Nepo and Shakhriyar Mamidarov do. They don't commit their pawn to d4 because in their heart of hearts, they're preparing g2, g4, and sacking the king. This is going to be an interesting one. And lastly, hold on, no, I've got two more to go through. Ooh, an old line with a2, a4. This is the open, well, this is a Sicilian.
Sicilian with bishop b5, yes, and a4.
a4.
I haven't seen it for a long time.
I know,
Yes.
exactly. Me either. I thought, okay, when was the last time I saw this? Kamran Shirazi, great player from the 80s, open player, won a lot of open tournaments, loved to play like this. And then finally, Talia Cervantes, oh, a7, a6, this Magnus Carlsen approach to the Queen's Gambit declined with a6. Hold on, how did she do it in which move order? a6 here. Whoa, that's definitely, I'm going to have to get
Check it.
Christian to check that one for me.
But we can maybe
Christian,
play.
in the game between Talia and Ru Yangyan, after the move knight f3, we're all familiar with bishop b4 check, c5, d5, gosh knows, b6, tons of moves, a7, a6. That's really off the beaten track. Is that the latest and greatest?
It has been played a few times, actually 567 times. It reminds me of this idea in d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, and now a6. And it leads to very typical positions after c takes d5, take, bishop to f4. You're waiting for white to commit the placement of the dark square bishop, because with a knight on f6, you also have the option of playing the move bishop to g5. Now, if you try to waste the tempo with, let's say, knight to f3, the problem is later on you don't have the option as white to play the move e3, bishop to d3. Imagine this position with the knight on g1 and then jump with the knight to e2, follow it up with f3 and the typical break in the center with e4. So it's just passing the move and saying that you don't have any useful moves as white without committing one of your pieces, either the bishop on c1 or the knight on g1, to one of the squares after f4, either f4 or the square f3 for the knight. So a very cagey approach by black, and this is what that position in the game that we have reminds me of. c4, e6, knight to f3, of course, you can go d5, and then we will have this type of structures, potentially the Carlsbad structures after c takes d5, e takes d5 coming in the position as well. But she played the move a6, knight to c3, and by the way, once again, follow it up with d5. This pretty much transposes to the positions that we just discussed, and the knight is on f3. So you no longer have the option of keeping the knight on g1 and getting ready to put the knight on e2. This is the victory, let's say, moral victory that black achieved in this position with the move a6. And after c takes d5, e takes d5, bishop to g5, bishop to e6, e3, knight b d7. This position actually has been played so many times. In fact, in 2020, in June 2020, we see the game between Carlsen and Caruana in this position. So definitely this was tested at the elite of the elite levels in chess. So definitely quite an interesting approach by Young, Ru Yang, as well as Talia Cervantes coming up with an interesting approach. Knight to f3, bishop g5, e3, very typical position. Now, we're going to have to wait and see how the middle game is going to develop in this one. I'm expecting something along the lines of queen to c2, bishop to d3, the typical approach in the position, and then the big question will arise. Are you going to go with short castle, which I think is going to come on the board, or are you going to try to become a bit more adventurous and play potentially long castle and try to launch an attack on the king side? I'm expecting white to try with short castle, but this one is going to be a long strategical middle game ahead of ourselves.
Thank you, Christian. Me personally, I've always been for the heroic approach. I mean, somehow it really fits very, very, very well. Let's jump to the open and check right in on the game between Alexander Lenderman and Levon Aronian, where you just saw this last move. And I love this last move, by the way. Bishop d3, c2. I absolutely adore this position for both sides. What this is an isolated queen pawn. And When I was a teen, I just stopped and I studied isolated queen pawn positions because they come from so many openings. I'm not interested in the move order and exactly how we got here or there. No, 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 no. I'm just interested in the isolated queen pawn and the typical attacking patterns. With the bishop already developed, obviously, on this on this long diagonal, what I really want to do as white is make a battery against the pawn on h7. So this move, bishop c2, this withdrawing move, bishop c2, it looks like some passive approach. No, 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 no. It actually is threatening queen d3, which creates the battery, and I'm trying to provoke the move g6. If I can provoke the move g6, then I can go bishop to h6, followed by h4, and I'll get a very, very powerful attack. Levon's answer is to play knight to a5, intimating that what he really wants to do is just capture this knight and capture this pawn. And, well, as we say, gift me the pawn. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
For example, queen d3 immediately, bishop f3. Right?
Exactly, exactly. Queen d3.
Yes, you don't have time for that, right?
Normally when the knight goes away, it really is kind of like, would you like to occupy the e5 square? I've moved my knight away, now I want to play knight e5. And again, these wonderful, wonderful attacking games that I soared to with Michael Tal and many, many others, these isolated queen pawn positions, I really love them. It's what I would call the bread and butter of the profession. You really have to know these positions. Let's just jump to the game of Sam Sevian and Alshan. Okay, we have a Queen's Indian opening with bishop b4 check, all very standard fare so far. Bishop d2 is by far, I think, the main move, although knight d2 has also been tried. The game we started with was
Wesley So.
Yeah,
yes. And I actually wanted to mention that this 4 knights opening, right? I mean, this is what you can play against the player and hope for a quite good result, right?
Good result.
Yes, for a draw, for example. So this
it transposes very quickly to a Scotch with this d5, bishop d2, bishop d2.
Yes.
Okay, so probably the latest wrinkle we'll actually have to ask Cristian. I just know that this specific position has been played hundreds of times. Millions.
Yes,
hundreds
sure.
For sure. But bishop d2, what's that? The latest wrinkle in the Scotch?
Yes,
Bishop to d2 has been played many, many times.
Also many times.
Yes, many, many times. Bishop to d2, bishop to d2, bishop takes c3 26 times, in fact, and most recently between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen. Once again, we have Magnus playing this, defending it with the black side, but this is not Wesley's first rodeo. And perhaps he actually learned this idea of bishop to d2, which Wander is trying to essay against him in his game against Magnus Carlsen from the white side. Wesley was white. Now, Wesley is black and probably knows what he needs to do in order to equalize this position. And it does seem like the players are, well, speeding through a very forced line. What do we have right now on the board?
Well, rook b1, obviously skewering the rook on b8. Queen cannot move, otherwise we'll just drop the rook. Nothing to be done, but somehow
This is the end
like,
game, yes.
like modern chess where you somehow go from opening and go
directly to the ending.
You pass middle game, you don't even stop for any middle game look, and right into the ending. Is this the ending that you were mentioning?
There are 7 games in this position that have been played, and all 7 have finished in a draw.
Yes, actually we don't have draw offers, so they
No draw offers.
still have to play this position. And I think, I mean, Wesley didn't look really happy when they showed him on the screen.
Wow.
Yes.
I'm just, still, for me, just this, transition from immediately the opening to the end game and a drawn end game at that. Well, that's just rather remarkable.
Yasser, what do you think from psychological point of view? I mean, like when you come to play, you really want to have a fight, and then your opponent chooses this type of opening where the best thing you can do is equalize, actually.
Exactly.
With black pieces, yes, but still you're playing with underdog. Like, how does it feel?
Frustrating. Just absolutely, absolutely frustrating. And I can understand that a lot of white players who start with 1, E2, E4, when they meet, say, a Petrov, or they meet a Berlin, and they're like, like I wanted an open Sicilian. I had this great novelty prepared for you. So it can be very, very frustrating indeed. From Wesley's point of view, draw with black, okay, fine. But as Cristian mentioned, Wonder is not the highest rated player in the field. So is he giving up something? I don't know. We'll see who's in form. Let's jump to the junior game between Christopher and Hans Niemann. This looks like a London, which, no, knight c3.
The Veresov.
What's this knight c3 line
Veresov?
called? The
Veresov,
Veresov?
yes.
Veresov?
Okay, somehow I associated it with, no, I think, what's one knight c3 called?
That's the Romanian opening.
What?
I think it's the Romanian opening. I'm
Really?
not joking. I think it's called Romanian
Did you
opening.
ever have it in your repertoire?
Of course not. Who plays one knight c3? Come on, guys.
Apparently, a lot of
the Vienna,
Romanians.
though. I used to play the Vienna, e4, e5, and then knight c3.
Yes,
Right.
okay.
I think that's
but I think,
definitely an opening you
the
take
classical
in your
is-
youth years.
with f3, no? Like knight c3 and then you play f3, e4, something like that, right? At
So
the
something
beginning.
like knight c3,
Like-
yeah.
I know, you first moved knight c3.
Knight c3, and how did?
No.
So usually, I remember there was some line that went like this, and as a kid, I really got into it. But
Yes, yes.
never mind. It looks like a pretty decent London from White's perspective, because the knight is offside on a6. What's the theoretical
But, okay,
status?
it is offside, but at some point, I will play the move c6.
Okay.
You will have to retreat with the knight back to c3, and most likely I will follow it up maybe immediately or after developing my pieces with bishop to d7 with the move c5. And then I will be able to challenge your center just like that. If you do take on c5 as white, then my knight finally gets back in the game. Knight takes c5. So I wouldn't be too worried about that. Now, I also have the avenue, after I cleared out this square c6, to reroute my knight to b4, and then get it back to c6. That's his, let's say, natural position in this sort of situations. So, sure, the knight on a6, but the general type of position right now is not a very dynamic one, right? It's quite static, it's very maneuvering dependent. So I do have time, it feels like, to just improve the position of that knight on a6.
Fair enough. Close position. You get a lot of tempi to maneuver around. I'm just thinking that from White's point of view, sometimes this bishop on f4 gets harassed by knight on h5, and I kind of just feel like White, for the moment, has a decent London system. We'll see. Jeffrey versus Darush. I noticed that in this line of the Queen's Indian, by the way, was very recently played. In fact, the first round of the European Team Championships are currently taking place. World champion Magnus Carlsen is on the black side playing a lower-rated player, and the lower-rated player with White had no problems making a very easy draw against the world champion. World champion was frustrated with the black pieces. b2, b3 was not the approach of the opponent of Magnus. Magnus actually ended up facing something with a very quick and bishop f4 and rook c1. b2, b3, again, very standard approach. White looking to play bishop b2. Knight will come out to c3, rooks to the center, play for e2, e4. Now this is a game. This is an opening where I think thousands of games in the database have been played. Sam Shankland versus Ray Robson, and this is a real clash of the Olympians. These guys are top players, and give us a breakdown of the position between Sam and Ray. I think they're
it
on the
Relo-
cutting
Lopez?
edge, Christian, of the latest and greatest. What's
It
happening
does
here?
seem like there was one game actually played in this position. They are following the game between one Kuba Piotr and Sikora Yosef from 2013. My assumption is that this is a correspondence game. Very interesting position. It does feel like black is taking some risks by choosing to castle long side and not short side, the typical way. But it does seem like the way white arrange their pieces, he's ready to go f4. He's ready to go king to h1 and then just try to take advantage of the fact that I have a clear way of changing the structure in the position and potentially infusing some dynamic play in the game with the move f4. So I'm definitely looking at that typical idea for white. Knight to c4, king to h1, followed by f4. The question is, how are you going to tackle that? Are you actually going to try to stop me with a move such as g5? I can definitely see that happening in the future. But right now, with the rook on a1, you have to be careful because I have a clear threat, and that is to take on b6. I don't think you want to take with the a-pawn. For example, if you play a move such as g5, take on b6, you have to take with the a-pawn. If you take with the c or the knight, then I'm just simply going to pick up the pawn on a7. Right. If you do take with the a-pawn, rook to a8, knight to b8, it just doesn't look right. First of all, that's one of the problems, but also I can just simply continue with queen to g4, bishop to e3, queen to a1, queen to a7. At some point, I will create some very, very critical difficulties on the queen side for your king. It's not looking good. So you have to do something about that. First, after knight to c4, you have this problem to address. How are you going to address it? Either with king to b8, which defends the entry square as well as the pawn on a7. So for example, king to b8, if you do take on b6, now I have options. I don't have to take with the a-pawn, and probably I will not, because then once again, I will get killed on the a-file. We don't want to see that on the board. But what I can do is take with the c-pawn or take with the knight on b6. Definitely looking much healthier for black, or you can just simply go with the move a6. Very intriguing position. Once again, we have one of those positions that is going to develop slowly. White is going to try, first of all, black will probably defend against this immediate threat. White is going to try to go king to h1, f4, and create some more weaknesses on the king side and in the center.
But coach, hasn't Sam violated our cardinal rules of never moving the same piece twice in the opening?
It's
that
a slow
knight
position.
took a journey to g5.
It did.
And then all the way back to c4. What's up with all those loss of tempi?
It's a slow type maneuvering position. Also, if you look at what black did, he played the move bishop to c5, then bishop to b6, then knight to f6, knight to d7. So you did spend some time as well, losing a lot of tempis. It's just one of those typical maneuvering positions. And knight to g5 had a clear idea behind it. You want to address that bishop on e6, right? So force black to do something. And in this case, black decided to just give up the two-bishop advantage in the position with bishop takes b3. Still a very complex and a very tense middle game ahead of us. And a6 was his choice to defend on the a-file.
So, real masterclass going on here. And
I have a question,
yes,
actually.
please.
I try to understand, I mean, is it a good idea now to take this bishop? Or let's say the bishop can run away to a7.
Absolutely. I do want to take it.
You want to take it,
yes.
yes.
For all of the reasons that Christian was saying. Most importantly, I want to say it's associated with this move f2, f4. If I let that bishop live, the bishop will go back, and maybe if I wait too long, also g7, g5 will stop f4. No, it's not like I play f4, thank you, I win the game, please sign my score sheet. It's just that this is actually a very nice break for white to get in. You may follow it up with queen check and captures.
So he played a move. I don't think he took on b6.
Yes,
Pardon me? Should I take with the pawn on b6?
He did not take on b6.
He didn't take, yes.
Oh, he did not.
So this knight made all
I
this
think he played
way?
king h1, perhaps.
King h1.
Do we? Well,
Yes, king
Really?
h1 is on the
King
board.
h1.
So
So the argument is this knight is better than this bishop?
I like
That's
this
what I was
decision.
thinking.
You like the decision?
Yes, actually the engines do agree with you. Do say that knight takes b6 is maybe the better option, but I do like leaving more pieces on the board. Why am I saying that? Because that knight on c4, not only that it taps the bishop on b6 on the shoulder, but also the pawn on e5. So I'm going to follow it up with f4. That's my clear idea in the position. And I'm going to have an extra attacker on the pawn on e5. I'm going to put more and more pressure through the presence of the knight on c4. So I definitely prefer leaving that knight there.
Actually, it's really difficult to get rid of this knight on c4.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, it's like
You're
b5,
never
you
going
will
b5.
never play b5, yes.
It's kind of awkward, to be sure. Okay, but I'll play the devil's advocate for just a moment, and I'll say I respect your idea of f4 so much, I'm going to shut it down. I want to play g5, even at the cost of potentially, having a very weak square.
Well, now that you
outpost.
mentioned it, let's go bishop e3.
Bishop e3, yes,
Bishop
maybe. I thought
E3.
about it. Let's say to
And
change.
I'll just kind
Let's
of
take with the bishop on b6.
take with the bishop.
Yes.
Okay.
Then knight e3,
And
yes.
then knight e3.
So let's say I take with the pawn. I'm going to make a little cocoon, like a
Yes.
cave for my king. And then knight e3. I agree. You've got a knight on a good square. But and you don't have to rush. Apologies if I make moves for you. You put your knight on f5. Okay. I mean, it's not that, again,
Yeah,
it's not
yes.
the end of the world. You've got,
Yes.
I remember Victor Korchnoi saying to me, you've got a beautiful piece. What about the rest? Like the rook on f1 is kind of saying, okay, rook on a1 is okay, but I think you're going to have to do more to win the game with white. I don't know exactly what that is. b4, b5, win brilliantly. g2, g3. Okay, well, that exposes your king a little bit. But big fight going on here. We'll definitely keep our eye on this one. And finally, for me, the marquee matchup, between Fabi and Lanier. These two heavyweights, boy, do they know one another. And in fact, Cristian, you can talk to this. Lanier helped Fabi in his World Championship campaign.
He did indeed, yes. He helped Fabi, and then Lanier started playing the Petrov defense with the black pieces the year following those training camps. So they definitely fed off each other's knowledge in those training camps. They know each other very well, and we've seen in the recently concluded Sinquefield Cup, actually it was Fabiano who decided to start also with a move e4, and Lanier decided to go with the Petrov defense, but he got in big trouble in that game. He was completely losing twice in that game, and it was only the fact that Fabiano was unable to confirm his edge and did not find the best moves at the critical moment and allowed Lanier to escape. But definitely it felt like there was some pressure boiling in that Petrov defense. Lanier decides to sidestep that with the Berlin in this one. And the Berlin, of course, we know most e4 players that quit playing e4, such as myself, they did it because of the Berlin. The Berlin is such a difficult nut to crack, and this is exactly what we're seeing right now. But Fabiano comes with a very interesting idea. This castle, knight takes e4, d4, knight d6, and d takes e5, not bishop takes c6. That's the main line, which leads to the endgame that we all know so well, and we also know that it's extremely difficult to find the advantage there. So he decides on a very interesting, new, novel approach, at least at the elite level. I haven't seen this being played in a very long time. In general, it's considered to be quite equal, but he plays this not knight takes d4 and then d5. That's an option as well. And by the way, this is very typical. We've seen this so many times. d5, e takes d6, queen takes d6, queen to e4, queen to e6, queen to d4, queen to d6. We all know this line so well, right? There has been countless of draws at the elite level in this particular instance. But after d5, what knight takes c6 was played, not e takes d6, which allows knight takes d4 and then queen takes d4, queen to d6. But knight takes d6 and queen d3, a very interesting wrinkle in the position essayed by Fabiano Caruana, and that actually allowed him to gain quite a significant edge on his clock. Let's take a look at the clocks, guys.
Interesting.
1 hour and 28 minutes for Fabiano right now, 1 hour and 12 minutes for Lanier. And Fabiano is still blitzing out his moves.
Yes, he's playing
A la tempo, absolutely. A5, big threat, of course. You want to go bishop a6, win in exchange. You have to sidestep that diagonal with the move queen to e3. He played it so fast, he's definitely ready for it. And this is going to be a very double-edged game, because as black, if you try to go bishop e7 and then go long castle and things of that nature, well, that's going to allow me to go f4, f5. If I manage to get that pawn to f5 and then be ready to push it all the way to f6, well, you're going to start shaking in your boots, because, I mean, with the queen coming to g3, putting a lot of pressure on the g file, it's not such an easy game. And you know Fabiano, this is probably the beginning of his preparation.
Right.
But same maybe for Lanier, you know, we know him also as a really great theoretician.
But he's out of his theoretical
Yes,
knowledge
no,
right
no.
now, or at least he's trying to remember what he studied maybe 6 months ago. It's not as easy. He wasn't prepared for this particular move, a4, in the opening. Definitely, I have to say, I have to give it to Fabiano in the opening phase. I think he won the opening battle.
Now, having said that, Cristian, I see this move queen e3, and I kind of see the dual purpose. The first, as you say, you want to sidestep the threat. The threat is losing the exchange. You don't want to get skewered. So the move queen e3, the queen kind of hangs out there in the center of the board. Maybe on a very good day, you start to grab some dark squares like the d4 and the c5 square. You also mentioned that f2, f4, f5 is maybe on the agenda. Now, having said all of that, I see the queen on e3, and I'm thinking to myself, my bishop on c8 needs a life. Now, if I could put the bishop on the long diagonal, bishop on b7 and queen g4, why aren't you encouraging me with the move queen e3 to play the move d5, d4? Very committal move,
Yes.
early, I mean, to say, but I look at it and I think to myself, okay, all I need is that 1-2 move. And if you played queen g3, which may be the queen, then I'll think, okay, well, I got
Let's
queen
exchange.
g4, let's trade them off. Why isn't d5, d4 good?
It's a great move. That's
Oh,
why
sorry.
you are 4-time US champion. Yeah, sir, come on. I mean, we know you can see some really good moves. D4 is a good move, and I have to say probably a practical decision as well. It's very nicely coupled with the idea of the last few moves of blacks. We know that in general, you don't want to put the queen in front of the bishop with this move queen to d7. But what you're trying to do is challenge White's plan. And what is White's plan? Well, White's plan is to go queen to g3 and put a lot of pressure on the pawn g7. So for example, if you try to develop your pieces nicely and harmoniously with the move bishop to e7 after queen g3, you're already in some sort of danger, because if you follow it up with castle, well, bishop to h6 comes, you lose the exchange after g6, and you're actually just in a lost position. So you cannot do that. After queen to g3, you're already forced almost to play moves such as king to f8.
Oh,
you don't
you
want to
don't
play
want to
g6.
play.
That's going to allow me to go bishop h6. This is not looking good for the black side. So I really like this move queen to d7. What queen to d7 is trying to get ready for example, if you go something like knight c3, I'm just making a normal move, bishop to e7, and now queen to g3, I have the extra option of challenging your queen with the move queen to g4. In the position, given that I have the two bishops, and my position, despite the fact that I have the double c pawns, is quite healthy. I'm going to be able to go rook to b8, put some pressure on the b file. The endgame definitely favors black. I'm going to have extreme control over the light squares. Bishop to f5 comes back, attacking the pawn on c2, putting a lot of pressure on White's position. White does not want to exchange the queens, and this is why I like queen to d7 so much. It definitely seemed like Lanier knew about this move, queen to d7. Knight to d2, a5, queen to e3. This is what we have, d4, the move that you mentioned, Yasser. I like it, but I also like it because after queen to g3, I'm going to have ideas of queen to g4. I'm always hunting your queen somehow. If you play the move queen to f3,
yes.
I'm going to continue hunting your queen with the move queen to d5. I can do that, or I can just simply play this move, rook to a6.
Wow.
I like this move, guys. I really like this move. Why do I like it? Because I know I'm going to follow it up with the move c5 and try to put the bishop on the long diagonal, as you specified at the beginning of your speech, right? This is why you play the move d4, to open up the long diagonal, get the bishop to b7. Not only that, but after the move c5, I'm also opening up the route for my rook to come to g6 and potentially creating havoc around your king on the g file. So definitely a very intriguing position. What would worry me in the position as black is that Fabiano, once again, knows exactly where he is in the position and knows exactly how to test you in the next few moves. Even if you play the move d4 or c5, you can start with the move c5 as well. This seems to be the computer's recommendation. And in fact, this computer, this engine, gives black a slight advantage. I don't think that's the case. From a practical perspective, I don't think that's the case. Definitely an intriguing and, let's say, risk-taking initiative by Fabiano Caruana in Game 1 against Leonid Dominguez.
Thank you for that, Christian. Even though these are very early moments of the first round, messy is the game between Christopher and Hans. And when we left it exactly in this moment.
I remember what you said.
That bishop on F4.
What about the bishop? Yes.
Yeah, and it's a really nice bishop on F4. Like, you've got this great London system as white. And Hans understood that. He said, no, I'm not going to live with that bishop on F4. Knight H5. And this is a nice little move, bishop E5. It induces black to weaken his king side ever so much. If the bishop had simply just dropped back, then after, for example, not necessarily immediately, there's a capture. I open up the H file, and you think to yourself, gosh, if I had this position as white, you know what I'd really love to see is a really stupid move like F7, F6. I'd like black to play the move F7, F6. How am I going to get him to do that? Well, that's why Christopher played the move bishop G5.
Provoking, yes. F6
Provoking
first.
F6. And as Christian said, this knight on B5 is actually pretty darn bothersome. If you don't get rid of it soon, C2, C4 attacking in the center is going to come. So we did see C7, C6, and C6, C5. Also, because it's kind of so closed, you think that this knight might even make some trip over to the king side. No, said Hans Niemann, C5. And I think, are we still in the databases, Christian, for this position, C6, C5?
No.
No?
No.
This
That
is
was
new
actually
territory?
the novelty, at least according to my database. C5 was the novelty. And I was mentioning this. This is what probably black wants to do. C6, kick the knight away from B5 and then follow it up with C5. Empty that square C6 for the knight because you want to get the knight back to C6 via B4 or B8, even B8 in some instances. C5 seems to be the first new move in the position, still very balanced, 0, 0, 0. Everywhere in the position, you can start off with castle, you can go with the move A3. You have a lot of plans available for white in the position. I have to say, as I look at this game, it does feel like black equalized out of the opening. I don't see any reminiscent of any sort of attack for white in this situation. Definitely feel like Hans equalized in this game.
Well, let me play the devil's advocate here once more. No attack for white, but I'm going to try to force you to open up the H file with a move knight D2 when when I haven't castled. So if we go takes, and I don't know, a knight B4 or a bishop D7, give me a move that you like.
Sure, let's go bishop D7.
Bishop D7. And well, let's go. Bishop to D3, F5, let's go.
Well, I think it's safe to say that, well, we should probably show G6, right? We should probably show what happens after G6.
Okay.
Because you were waiting for this. You were waiting for me to say, I played G6.
The puzzle rush.
Then play rook takes H7.
Right?
Yes, I'm thinking about it. Queen H5. Oh my God.
Yes. By the way, I must say that I love the puzzle rush contest on the chess.com But I know Ray Robson in the field is monstrous in this.
Oh, he's a world champion. I
Rush?
think he's a world champion in puzzle rush or something like that.
My gosh, I mean, he just solves these in record
Seconds,
time.
yes.
And, well, hats off to Ray. But yes, exactly. So bishop d3, f5,
And then what?
queen h5.
H6 now.
Yes, you have
What
to
else?
play h6. And I don't know, I'm just like, again, my heroic style. I
Yes,
can't
yes,
stop
yes.
myself. Probably I have nothing. But
But it looks scary.
but after a move like knight b4, maybe neutralizing. But I like these h-file attacks. By
None
the
of
way,
this will
Christopher
happen.
just said
He
nothing
won castle.
doing. I'm just going to castle after
really?
c5, and you're welcome to take my bishop on g3 without consequence.
And no H file anymore.
No H-file.
No, it's a pity.
Okay, guys, I've got to put you guys on the spot, and this is what it's all about. I mean, we talked about the prize fund for the players, but for the commentators, an extra prize fund for the brilliant decision of who's going to be the 2022 U.S. champions. Anastasia.
You want to start with me?
Ladies first,
Yes.
as we say. Take a look at the field in the ladies. Here, I'll bring it up on my board
so
once
about
more.
ladies.
And you got some tough choices here. Who do you like?
Yes. Of course, it's really tough. Let me choose this time Tata.
Tata.
Yes, because she tried so many times and never managed to do so, and I think it's
Wow.
gonna be interesting.
She will be ever so grateful. Very, very, very grateful.
really love her.
By the way, coming into the competition, which seating number is she?
She is number 7, I see.
Nice.
Or 8.
So you're definitely
Yes.
and Christian, please, I want to give you guys every opportunity.
I usually don't do this,
But?
for this one, I'm going to pick my players, my students, actually. Well, students is a big word, I guess. I'm going to go with Gulruk Begim Tokhirjonova in the ladies section.
who
and
played magnificently in the Olympiad on board 1.
She did, yes. She definitely held her board, no losses, 4 wins, if I'm not mistaken. And actually, that allowed the ladies to get all the way to 4th position in the Olympiad. A great result for the ladies that started as 7th seed in that competition. Begim, I will take her in the ladies section. And in the open section, I will go with my guy, Fabiano Caruana.
Fabi,
Of course,
you're
if
My
you did it-
co-host.
You're
My co-host.
Look,
yes.
I mean, if you're going to have a podcast,
I'll
and
have
if
to
you
pick
didn't
him.
go with Fabi, you know, you're just
it's not possible.
It's not
That's why I
possible.
didn't even try. You know,
Right.
to
I
complete
used to
this
avoid
time.
it. Look, I used to avoid it. I used
Yes.
to say some other names. I would pick
Right.
Lanier or something along those lines. Jeffrey, perhaps.
Right.
But on this one, I will have to go with Fabi. I think he knows that he needs this one, not only for himself, but also for the growth of the podcast.
The all important. And
funny.
of course, we're going to get Varusian and also to throw in his comments. And in the open, who did you like?
In the open, I thought to go with Jeffrey Xiong. If
With-
possible,
with-
yes.
with Jeffrey,
yes.
yeah.
I would like
Good
to go
pick.
with Jeffrey. I think, okay, he really deserves
Yes.
to win the championship. He worked so hard lately, and he showed with his results also that he is one of the top players in US. So I think it's going to be interesting.
Wow. Interestingly, I think Jeffrey is also the 7th seed.
Yes. So
in both cases,
I'm
you like the
looking for
7th?
dark horses of this tournament for sure. And now that Fabiano is taken, what could I do? Last time I took Fabiano, he won the event.
Right.
Okay, enough is enough. Christian learned his lesson, and he
Right.
took him back. Yes.
I am going to go with Jennifer
Okay.
in the, I think, youth, and she's coming full of vim and vigor. But in the open, I'm going to go with Levon. Remember, Levon is his debut, 40 years young. How many opportunities is he going to have in the future of winning? I think he's absolutely motivated in this tournament. And he's about to be a father, by the way.
Exactly.
A
yes.
month
that's
away from
also
the
great
due date.
motivation. yes, for
Exactly.
him.
So Levon, Oh no! I've got VAR. I'm carrying VAR. I'm carrying VAR on my shoulders. As he also.
He also took Levon.
Levon and Jennifer.
Wow.
And Jennifer.
It's interesting that nobody actually chose Irina Krush or
Fantastic.
Anastasiya, but it doesn't mean that we still consider them as one of the main competitors, of course, in this event. It's just we decided to have, let's say, some fun probably and see.
We like the underdogs,
Yes.
right?
Yeah,
Yes.
we like
On
the
this
underdog.
panel, it seems like.
And I see in back of you that Lanier didn't go for the d4 immediately. He
No.
played for c5. I like this move as well. And that move, rook a6. and
Which
rook
stopped,
across.
by the way, Fabi in his tracks.
Ooh.
After c5, right now, Fabiano is thinking. So I don't think he's out of his book just yet, but it definitely start to be looking like a very sharp potential middle game coming in this one, because the way I see, White has to do something. If you allow me to go bishop b7, rook a6, bishop e7, castle, and solve all my problems, not get under a mating attack on the king side, then I'm going to be in trouble as White, because your bishops are going to explode. Once you open up that long diagonal, long a8 to h1 diagonal, and activate the bishop on b7, I'm going to have huge problems. I don't want to see that on the board, so what I have to do is try to take you out on the king side. How do I do that? Just push the pawns with a move f4. So this is what I think we're going to see in this position. Do you have time to play the move rook to a6 and try to go to g6? Probably not. I'm going to continue with the move f5, taking away the squares from your rook, but most importantly, right now after bishop to e7, once again, not only that I took away the squares from your rook, but I also intercepted this diagonal, and queen to g4 doesn't come in the position anymore. So I can just simply go queen to g3, queen to g4 is no longer possible, and if you castle, well, after f6 you can sign the score sheets and go home, because this game is over. So you cannot do that. Now, what are you going to do after f5? Probably you're already in a bad position, so you have to stop me from playing the move f5. With the move g6, not an easy move to make, but definitely something that Lanier will be considering in the position. You're weakening a lot of dark squares around your king, but maybe take advantage of the fact that you haven't committed the bishop to e7 and try to get it to g7 in one move with the move bishop to g7, just fianchetto the bishop. That's one way. Another way is that I was thinking about was to potentially get the queen to f5, but it doesn't seem like this is a correct move, because after the move b3, now the consequences of the move bishop queen to f5 is that your queen is very, very far from the pawn c5. This is the critical weakness right now in your position. So the way I'm going to try to tackle that is via the move b3. b3, bishop to a3, rook to c1. If you dare touch that pawn on c2, which I don't think you will, you're losing too many tempis and you're going to be in deep trouble. So definitely a fiery approach by Fabiano Caruana, and we could potentially see a melee in this one if he does go for this move f4. Very, very intriguing position in this one, guys.
Okay, could you put that position with f4, rook a6 again on your board?
Yes, rook a6 is already a bad move after f5.
Yeah, and after f5, I understand it's a very consequential decision by black, but the move g7, g6, exactly in this moment, it basically means I'm not castling queenside, obviously.
Yes, let's
I'm
go.
not castling kingside, but I'm provoking you to sacrifice a pawn.
I will.
With
yes.
e6.
I will.
And I take it.
You probably take it, right?
Yes.
What,
I
f6?
push.
And
You probably have to stop me, right?
Wow.
With queen
Did
to
you
f7.
consider
The problem
Yes,
is
yes,
I have the
queen.
knight coming in.
And then knight is coming to either e5 or g5.
Are you trying not to stop me with bishop to d6? Allow me to go f7?
You know what I like is a home for my king. Queen c6,
Sure. Okay. f7.
king d7,
Knight f3.
bishop d6 or
Yeah.
g7.
Knight to e5, and then I can
F8.
even go.
Ah.
The f pawn is going to promote in this one.
Somehow I wanted to get the move d5, d4
No,
in.
you
with
don't
a
have time.
tempo.
You don't have time. And even if you do get the move d4 and then bishop to b7,
That's what
I'll
I
just
want.
simply defend with the move rook to f2. I don't think you're going
Rook
to be able
f2.
to continue after that.
Okay, wow.
It looked scary. Yes,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have to
Well,
admit, but you tried at
provoking,
least. Yes,
heroically,
you tried to
heroically,
do it.
please. Yes.
Yes.
Quickly turning to the game of Anna Zatonskih and Jennifer Yu, it reminds me of the Smyslov variation of the Nimzo with this early bishop to d2. Anna is one of those players where I think she feels the most comfortable when the opening is over. Just give her a playable position where she, where she's,
it so well.
where she's not in the bowels of theory and has to know 20 moves of chess, but plays just very natural game. Rook to c1 was her last move, anticipating that knight takes c3 will be answered by rook takes c3. Then she wants to use the c-file to press against the c-pawn. From Jennifer's point of view, a move like knight d7, I seem to remember having studied a lot of Smyslov's games where he ended up preserving the two bishops with this move, bishop c3 to e1 in his career. And where would you like to take us? We've got 7 wonderful ladies' games, Anastasiya. Which game?
Which game we would like to see? Maybe actually Tatev versus Serena. How is it
Well,
going?
now that you've chosen Tatev, you've got skin in the game. And this, to remind everybody, this was the Khan
Yes,
Sicilian
bishop A7,
with
yes.
bishop to a7, knight c3, and this looks all standard. When I see this move d7, d6, by the way, by Arena, I thought, hey, that's a good relief.
Yes.
White is not occupying the square d6, and then she can play either e5 and bishop e6 or b5. Anyway, bishop e3 on the board, b5. Whoa. Tatev make a very challenging
Yes.
decision here, Cristian. I mean, Arena said, look, I'm gonna expand on the queen side, and Tatev, if we say,
Let's
walked
go.
into it.
Let's go.
Challenge. Let's
Yes.
see. Knight e7, f4, b4, knight b1. I'm anticipating that we'll see castles and a5 in the very near future. Are we still in theory, Cristian?
Some sort of obscure theory at this point. I think there's only like
How obscure is it?
4 games being
4.
played in this one, and not between very strong players. I think one of them in 1992 between Ernst and Sunia Nito Jamie. You probably know these players.
Yes.
Yes, I
Thomas
know
Ernst
Ernst.
from
I don't know
Sweden,
the other
and,
one, Sunia.
Jamie Sanya Nato played in my World Junior Championships.
Really?
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
from Brazil. After Henrik Mecking, he was one of the very, very strongest players to emerge out of Brazil.
Well, he was 2,500 in 1992, so that's pretty strong, I have to say.
when that got you to the top 100 or so in the world, it's pretty good.
I'm sure Christian didn't
absolutely.
expect you knew everyone.
But break down the position for us a little bit, Cristian. I'm looking at Tatev's position, and I'm saying, why aren't these knights tailor-made for a pawn storm?
It's not looking good, I have to say. B4, you usually want to answer that with potentially knight to A4. At least stop the pawns in their tracks, right? A5,
Right.
A4 is not going to come. You don't want to see knight to B1. I understand that you have your own attack brewing on the king side as well with the move G4, G5, H4, H5, but it's so far away, right? And both of your knights, and this is a key point that you mentioned, Yasser, both of your knights are not helping the attack. Knight on B3 is not helping the attack.
Right.
Knight on B1 is not helping the attack. In fact, they're not helping your attack. They're helping my attack, right?
Right.
Because I go B4, I gain a tempo. I go A5, I go A4, I gain another tempo. That's 2 moves, and this is, look what she's doing. She just played the move A5. She's not even going to castle. I'm going to leave the king in the center of the board, and I'm just going to say, you're way too far from my king after the move G4. You don't have enough time to do all of those things to open up the position in the center and on the king side. In the meantime, I go A5, I hit your knight away. You probably want to do something because I think you want to return this knight to D4. Unfortunately, if you go G4, A4, knight to D4 is not possible because you don't have enough defenders. So you have to take the passive approach with the move knight to D2. What is this knight doing on B1?
Exactly.
Probably just keeping a defensive stature for the moment, but it's not looking good. All I have to do in the position is focus on the C file, focus on the king left on c1. You have so many moves that you have to make in order to be able to hide the king to b1 or a1. So you're very far away from that. And we're not even talking about developing an attack on the king side. I'm definitely preferring black's position in this one, even from a practical perspective. Not only that after a5 the computer is saying 0-0, maybe a little bit better for a black, but from a practical perspective, it just feels like the attack flows in black's favor.
It's just, you know, when I'm playing in competitive tournament chess, for me, I just always love it when I have clear, natural moves. And a move like a5 and playing a4, these are really natural, whereas Tatev, she has to think, is e5 the first move, f5, g4. Her moves aren't as easy and as simple to play.
And just to stop you in your track, I apologize for that, Yasser.
No.
I do think that we're going to see a result anytime soon because Alex Lenderman right now has the opportunity to go knight to f3 and repeat the position for the third time.
I see.
So knight to f3, knight to a5, knight to e5, knight to c6. This dance of knights has been happening for the last 30 minutes in the position and the last few moves on the board. And right now with the move knight to f3, Lenderman can just stop the clock and say, arbiter, with this move, I repeat the position 3 times. I want to make a draw.
Wow.
All right, interesting.
Which means that basically 2 best players can be stopped like this. You know, they can lose half a point. Let's say
lose half a point. Yeah, you go and beat Lenderman with white. Not so easy. But
No.
It was interesting because when we left it, I thought the move knight a5 was an invitation to step up with knight e5 and then knight c6. And as Cristian has been saying, they've been dancing back and forth with those 2 knights. I suppose, if I can just play it for just a moment, a move like queen d3, you've got a queen takes d5 would walk into knight takes c6. But this particular ending doesn't really impress that much, does it? I mean, like, I don't particularly see why black has anything to worry about there. So a draw, a little disappointing, as you say, maybe a little frustrating.
a little bit frustrating for the player who wants to, you know, from the beginning to show that he is. Yes.
And I think we're getting ready for break. But before we go on break, we've got to find out what our good friends at Q Boutique are offering.
Yeah, today it's time for Q Boutique, and we have the book from Jenny Cairns-Singfield. Yes.
Okay, so let me just tell you the story about this book for just a second. So Jeannie, the wife of Rex, now Jeannie has her interests in music and the Scouts of America. She's at all of these dinners where everybody's going bishop f6, knight f6, queen f6. She's looking at us as we're talking Greek. She says, well, what, you know, like, I want to be a part of the conversation. How can I talk chess? What are these guys talking about? So she decided to write a book.
Yes, so this book is actually called Learn to Read and Write Chess, and it's a perfect, especially for absolute beginners.
Exactly.
Yes.
How do, if your mom or dad and your kid is talking with his best friend or her best friend about chess, and
it's a
then
good point. Yes.
Jeannie exploited all of the people who come to the St. Louis Chess Club. My wife, who's Dutch, she said, could you translate it?
Really?
Yes.
That's great. Yes. So
And
it's
she-
translated to many languages, actually. 61 languages.
61.
I think we need 3 more to have this chess number, yes,
Number
64.
Did she get you, Cristian, to do the Romanian edition?
I did.
You
Yes.
did the Romanian.
I translated
She's
it in
exploited everybody.
So I think it's time for Ukrainian. actually.
Ukrainian.
Yes. In any case, anybody who would like to have this book, you can buy it in our Q Boutique shop. It's definitely recommended for the beginners.
Absolutely. And we'll see you on the other side of the break.
You may have heard about St. Louis's world-class museums. Art, history, science, even magic. But you may not know we have an entire museum dedicated to play, with a 10-story slide and a Ferris wheel on top. Don't let all this family fun slide by you. Whose kids it is? St. Lou is always exploring. Anybody?
We're the Manos! Welcome to our show! Go, go, go! That's our show! Now go plan yours at visitmo.com!
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys!
That is my boy. Look at that kid. You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitmo.com!
St. Louis University is celebrating its 200th anniversary. Offering world-class education in the heart of St. Louis, SLU attracts students and professors from around the globe. In 2015, SLU partnered with the St. Louis Chess Club to start a top-tiered collegiate chess team. On the very first year of the team's inception, SLU obtained second-best university at the Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championships. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
here we are back to St. Louis Chess Club, me and Yasser Seirawan.
Anastasia, it's wonderful to be with you. Hello, everyone. As we resume our coverage of round one, and let's just jump into one of these games. I was speaking earlier about an isolated queen pawn position. I just love these games. The one between Sam Shankland and Ray Robson, where kings are castled on opposite sides of the board. When you see this setup, it's almost like the ringing of the bell. That means I get to attack you on the queen side in this case. Ray Robson's king is over there. And black says, yeah, well, okay, I get to attack you. And we see this pawn storm, g5 and h5 coming down on the king side. And Sam has just initiated his own attack on the queen side with the move b3, b4. And by the way, we do have the first result already, yes, as we see.
It was difficult to avoid repetition, right?
Repetition for both sides. I'm going to say, Christian, that this was all theory that occurred between Levon.
Of the players.
As we see the two players. Yeah, Christian, pick up, if you will. It's all theory?
Absolutely. So these are the players that actually played this game before. It is Tarjan versus Reshevsky. Yes, you should probably know this game from 1976.
Oops.
Wow.
And actually, that I think it was knight to f3 as well in that game. In fact, actually, it wasn't knight f3. It was knight takes c6 that was played in that game, the only knight c6 ever played in this position. Knight takes 6, bishop takes 6, and actually the game continued. It ended up in a draw between these two legends. One of them was inducted into the U.S. Chess Hall of Fame yesterday, actually.
Absolutely, Jim Tarjan. It was a marvelous ceremony yesterday at the opening ceremony as we have these inductees. The World Chess Hall of Fame, which is the FIDE arm of world players, had 3, and that was Judith Polgar, Eugenio Torre,
yes.
and
it was actually so nice to see Torre here, right,
yes.
at the ceremony. Yes,
yes.
And it's a pity Judith couldn't do it this time, but she promised to come back next time. Yes.
And James Tarjan from the American side, John Watson, and Daniel Fisk from the 1857 American Congress. So the first idea of having these Swiss congresses led to Paul Morphy winning the competition, and Paul Morphy went on to become literally the world's first celebrity. And I'm not saying chess celebrity, but celebrity. His name was known throughout the world for his seances. He did these blindfold simultaneouses, and he was exalted. But I'm going to jump over to you, Christian, as we have special guests in studio.
Absolutely. I am here with the executive director of the St. Louis Chess Club, Tony. Tony, please tell us a little bit about the situation that is developing in the chess world with one of the players here at the U.S. Chess Championship, Hans Niemann.
Oh, Hans, that guy. Right, okay.
That's why.
Yeah, so during the Singfield Cup, Magnus Carlsen, as everybody knows, withdrew from the event. Subsequently has accused Hans of cheating in chess. There was a report that came out from chess.com just yesterday, in fact, that details some of that cheating, specifically in online chess play, and draws some questions about some of his over-the-board play as well.
And what is the official position right now of the St. Louis Chess Club related to this drama?
Well, you know, Jonathan Rawson sent out a tweet earlier that I thought kind of sums it up nicely. Has Hans cheated over the board? We don't know for certain. Has he cheated online? Yes, admittedly, he has. Do we still have to assume that he's innocent until he's proven guilty? And the answer to that is yes. So if and until U.S. Chess or FIDE or some other authoritative governing body decides to investigate and take action, it behooves organizers to leave players and let them play their events.
And I think it's worth mentioning that the contracts and the invitations for these U.S. Chess Championships have been sent long time ago. Can you talk about the selection process as well a little bit?
Sure. So the U.S. championship field is really determined by July. That's when the rating lists come out that the event is based on. So from that perspective, you're right. Hans was already signed and ready to go before the Sinquefield Cup started. I can also say that the chess club doesn't, we don't have the authority to select players for the national championships. We submit a bid to the U.S. Chess Federation, and U.S. Chess is responsible for determining how players can make it into the event. Typically, players make it in by rating and through qualifying events. We do have one wild card in the U.S. Championship this year, and that was our pick. That's a Wonder Liang. But Hans qualified to play the U.S. Championship by winning the 2021 U.S. Junior Championship.
And I actually called that tournament as well, and I remember it was an incredible performance by Hans, so definitely deserved to be here in the U.S. Chess Championship. And also we've seen that the measures, the anti-cheating measures, have been strengthened at the St. Louis Chess Club. Talk about that a bit.
Sure. Obviously, we want to ensure that our events are held with the highest integrity possible. We want to ensure fair play across all the tournaments. I want the players to feel comfortable knowing that when they come to play in St. Louis, that we take it very seriously. So, for example, this year we've implemented additional security measures. We've always had the metal detecting wands. We've added to that the radio frequency scanners that check for any signaling that's happening in the room. We've implemented additional scanners that check for any silicon devices. So that would be any electronics on a person, regardless of whether they're powered on or off, regardless of whether they're transmitting a signal or not. These devices would detect that electronic. So physical scanning, we also have the game analysis by Ken Reagan, which he continues to provide for us. And in addition to that, we've implemented a 30-minute delay on this broadcast. All of those things combined, adding to that the fact that no spectators are allowed in the playing hall. The only folks in there right now are the players, the arbiters, the event staff, and select media. Any media that's present in the playing hall is always accompanied by chess club staff. They too must leave their electronic devices out of the playing hall. So I really believe that we've implemented some best of breed practices here in this tournament.
Tony, I think that pretty much clears the air. Thank you very much for joining the show. And well, you have a lot of work to do, so good luck in that.
Thank you.
A quick question for you, Tony, because I get this a lot. A lot of people ask me, how did the organizers of the Sinquefield Cup feel when Magnus withdrew? Did you?
How did I feel?
How did you feel? Yes.
Well, Yasser, you ask all the hard questions. Do I think it was appropriate for Magnus to withdraw from the Sinquefield Cup? No. Do I think the fact that he withdrew from the Sinquefield Cup has drawn attention to a cheating problem that exists in the chess world? Yes.
Did that answer your question, Yasser?
Pretty much. Just wanted, and the feedback also is the St. Louis Chess Club, Rex, everybody's committed to further tournaments, including the Sinquefield Cup. This wasn't like a death blow to the Sinquefield Cup.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony, indeed. And by the way, we've already had one draw in the Open, but it sure looks to me, as I'm studying the game between a Wonder Liang and Wesley So, that this 4 versus 4 rook ending is definitely heading for a draw. Not much to say about the game, except for this nice little move here. Right here, after the move rook takes a7, I really liked this precision, I want to say, by Wesley. I like including this rook c3 check. You could have taken the pawn, of course, but why not take the pawn with a gain of a tempo with a check? And after h5, we're up to date with the players and anticipating a draw. In this one, I see that we've got Sam Shankland and Ray Robson on the board over here. Let me just switch to that.
Very interesting
And
game.
rook g8.
Still.
Yeah.
Yes.
How are, okay, like you look at this position and you know what you've got to do, Anastasiya. You've got to bring the heat to White's king and to Black's king.
Pawns, yes.
Right. You mentioned that this knight on c4, but it's not like you can just go c2, c4. How would you think you're supposed to open up the position? It's not so easy, is it?
Yeah. So, for example, I mean, you don't really want to probably take on b6 and then play c4, right? d3 pawn will be kind of weak.
Backwards, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not sure, but maybe yes, something like this is possible. Also, like, I always think about this option that if Black go too far away with his pawns. Maybe you can at this moment take on b6. The same idea. Remember from Cristian, like take on b6 and then play knight e3 later on. So like always
that.
you have it in the air. This idea.
Right. Okay.
Maybe.
Just to repeat what you've said.
Yes,
So
like,
something like I can trade.
And then go here, stop these pawns for some
and
time,
jump in.
protect your king, and then maybe think about some moves like c4, b5 later on.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know.
With these
Possible.
double pawns, Cristian, it's not easy for white to open up things on the queen side. I'm thinking specifically in the game between Sam Shankland and Ray.
Well, luckily, we actually have one of the top players with us here.
Oh, sorry.
Levon is with us, so maybe he can discuss that position as well. Levon, you finished your first game in the U.S. Chess Championship in a draw, quite a quick draw. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, we got this variation that I've played with white and black, and I think I knew it a bit more than my opponent. And I knew that this knight a5 idea is important. Otherwise, black can be slightly worse.
After a3, bishop e7, bishop to c2, knight to a5.
Yeah.
Describe to us the details of this move, knight to
So the
a5.
point is, if you just like make a pass instead of knight a5,
Rook c8, let's see.
yeah, queen d3 comes, and it's quite unpleasant because you have to commit already with g6, bishop h6, and rook e8, rook ad1. It's playable for black, but I think it's easier for white to play because he has attacking ideas here.
And why does knight a5 change things in the position? Why can white just play queen to d?
Yeah, he can, but then you can take on f3 and take on d4.
So you would pick up the pawn.
And it seems it works because queen on c4 is protected, yeah.
So bishop to e3, queen to c4, or even queen to g4
Yeah.
in this case.
I think it's bishop f4 the move here. Of course, there's a compensation for white, but queen c4, I think it's not too scary for black.
So you definitely felt like you were aware of what to do in the position. You had this in your preparation. Did you feel like your opponent was pondering potentially continuing the game at any point?
I guess, you know, he plays a line that is considered to be a combative line, so I guess he's not willing to make a quick draw or repetition, but I think he understood that I know this position better than him, so that's why maybe he decided to settle for a draw.
You've played so many top elite level events throughout your career, but this is your first US Chess Championships. Do you have any butterflies?
It's wonderful, you know, that this, you know, it's like old-fashioned 14 players. I really love this. And there is this kind of, you know, feeling like, as the French say, esprit du corps, you know, that everybody is here for one purpose, and it's one big family of chess players. I really love that.
It's well, national title on the line, so definitely a big event. Now let's talk about this game. You guys were mentioning this one between Sam and Ray Robson. How do you assess this one?
This is a well-known line, and this is the old-fashioned way of playing with black. I think Kramnik played like this with black, but he tried to play knight f8, knight e6 early on. I think on move 10, the line is f6, knight f3. And then I think knight f8, something like this. But the general consensus of this variation is that although the computer is fine, he thinks black is okay, but it's much easier to play with white. I mean, at least that's what I think, and that's what I think some of my colleagues think.
What are the plans for both sides?
I think white normally puts the queen on c3 early on, maybe even before, maybe here, something like that. And then you try to play c4, you know, rook a4, rook a1, and queen a3 eventually, and take on a6 and checkmate.
Sacrifice and checkmate. That's pretty straightforward. Yeah. Yeah. Just to exemplify, let's put a couple of moves because it's quite picturesque. And of course, I'm making very bad moves for black, obviously. But this is quite nice. Rook takes a6, take on a6, queen takes a6, and there's
yeah, you know, in this position, you want to intimidate black into taking on e3. And then once you take f take e, then
Let's say here, bishop takes e3,
yeah,
f takes
yeah, you can take. I mean, maybe not here because the pawn is not on b4 yet. Maybe here you'll capture with the knight. But if you were to have
let's
the pawn on
g8, b4,
yeah,
and now bishop takes e3.
yeah, I think you can take f take e, and knight a5 is coming. I mean,
There's always some sacrifices.
yeah, you're trying to get this. Even knight a5, knight b3, knight c5, this type of ideas you can
And
have.
it doesn't seem like black can break through on the king side at all.
It's a rather passive position for black. So I think Ray maybe didn't expect this opening, so he tries to play something very solid. But it's not the type of solid that I like myself.
And how would black go along and try to defend this position? Or at least try to create, let's say, his counter chances on the king side?
I think he has to, at some point, go for f5. I mean, he has to play some rook g8, g4,
Rook g8 is on the board.
h4, and then try to play f5 and kind of, use this h3, g3, try
e4
to...
and try to get the queen involved
Yes.
in the game. Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Levon. And just to, not to interrupt you, but this game has finished in a draw between a Wonder and Wesley So. Levon, congratulations on a successful start to the US Championship. You still have plenty of games left. We'll see you in the future rounds.
Thank you.
And Levon, I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but you are my choice to win the event. So just
You are
keep that
Yasser's
in my
choice to
mind.
win the event.
And Varushan also.
He's not trying to put too much pressure on you.
Yes.
Too much.
I will not disappoint you, yes, sir.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. That's what I wanted to hear. Turning our attention quickly to the game between Fabi and Lanier for a moment. We left it just at this moment, Queen e3. We were thinking about d4. c5 was an intriguing idea. Boom. Fabi said, knight to b3. I'm attacking both the b6 and the c5 pawn. What are you going to do about it? Lanier said, well, I'm going to protect my pawn, and I'm going to follow up with the move d4. And Fabi said, just not so fast. I'm going to put a little pressure on this pawn on a5 as well.
And also if d4, knight d4, yes, it's possible.
The tactics.
Small tactics, yes.
Nice catch there, Anastasiya, as the pin means you can't capture the knight. So queen b6 and no give me the pawns, but let me protect the pawns as bishop e6, bishop e7. Black just wants to complete his development. And again, a lot of things might be happening with f4, f5, but let's turn to Cristian as we have more guests in studio. Cristian.
Thank you, Yasser. We are indeed with the 2021 US Open champion, Alex Lenderman. Alex, welcome back to St. Louis. We did analyze your game with Levon, but tell us what you saw from your perspective in this game.
Yeah, so as you could see with the opening choice, I sort of went for a pretty interesting fight. Like I played an Isolani. Usually when you play an Isolani, it's like going to be a 3-result game. So obviously I feel very bad that the game ended the way it did. Like that was certainly not my intention to do it like that because, it's like I don't remember the last time I had a game like this where I had to make a draw, where I ended up making a draw by repetition as early as, like before move 20.
How did you make that decision to stop the game at that point and go knight f3? And
yeah, so if we go back to bishop c2, knight a5. So when I played, so first of all, if we go back to the position after 12 a3, if I remember correctly, Levon had a game with black after bishop takes c3.
He did?
Against Peralta.
Peralta, yes.
B takes c3, rook c8, and he won that game, and it was a fight. And I think I had an improvement there. So I was going to hopefully try to play that position.
So you had this position in your preparation this morning?
Yes.
Excellent. But he surprised you with this move.
He surprised me with bishop e7. Now, I believe I had that in my notes, and I believe I analyzed this, but the thing is the position is so unusual. There are like many setups for black. It's just like one of these positions that's hard to completely analyze till the end. But I still thought I had reasonable enough knowledge, and it's like a relatively rare line that I thought maybe Levon wouldn't be quite as familiar with. I mean, I don't remember if bishop c2 exactly was in my notes, but I thought it's a pretty logical move. And then here he played knight a5, and I don't really recall this exact position in my notes, but I thought knight e5 is the most logical move. But then I saw he can play knight c6, and I was like, okay, at the worst case scenario, I can play knight f3 and, you know, then look for something better later on. Not necessarily make a draw just yet, but at least see what he does. Maybe he'll want to play for a win also, because certainly Black, I didn't think Black absolutely had to play knight a5. I thought he can also consider taking a risk.
And there's so many moves.
Yeah, play another move.
Rook c8, rook e8.
Exactly, and it's not clear that they're like, you know, that much worse for Black or anything like that. So I thought, okay, knight a5, knight e5 seemed like the most logical move, and I played it relatively quickly, maybe about 5 minutes. And then he played knight c6 quite quickly, so I thought, well, I wasn't sure if it's preparation or not. During the game, I thought like maybe he just thinks it's the most logical move, but I thought it's possible it's preparation, but I wasn't sure. So here I really had a pretty deep think. I tried to see if I can... I think originally I wanted to play something like bishop e3, maybe. But then I just didn't like it so much. I thought rook c8, and I didn't really see what my next move is. I also considered if we go back instead of bishop e3, I considered taking, and then ideas like queen d3 or rook e3. But in none of the positions I thought I'm better. I thought if anyone is better, it's Black, because you got a chance to exchange pair of minor pieces in IQP, and normally that's something that favors the side playing against IQP. So I thought, well, and at this point I was also burning time. So I thought at this point I'm playing a slightly worse position, unclear position. Maybe my opponent is in prep, and I have to make, I'm the one who has to make tough decisions. And I'm not even sure what move I'm supposed to play. So it's like, you know, whether I have a draw in hand or not, I would be thinking about this position a lot anyway. So at this point, I'm falling behind the clock 10, 20 minutes. And, you know, so I decided to play knight f3.
Definitely feels like a practical decision.
Yeah, and then, so I repeated once, right? And then I thought, well, also it wouldn't be, okay, so he repeated once, knight f3, knight a5, right?
Knight
and then, yeah, and then here, of course, I thought, well, what other options I had in this position? I thought maybe bishop g5. I thought maybe bishop f4. But yeah, none of the lines I really liked all that much. And again, I was already 20 minutes behind on the clock. So I thought, well, okay, I have to make a move, because at this point, what if he decides, like if I can't go down like an hour on the clock. Because
even if you go knight e5, knight c6, then he can go rook c8 or
yeah, exactly, or not rook c8 right away, exactly. So I can't be irresponsible and fall behind too much on the clock, so I have to make a move relatively quickly. So I played knight e5, and I was hoping maybe I'll give myself one last attempt to really go deep and try to find something there, like if maybe something opens up, a miracle happens. But, you know, then, you know, if we go back to...
Knight c6.
Yeah, so here I was considering all sorts of ideas, right? Again, knight c6. I was trying to calculate queen f3. You know, I was trying to look at all sorts... Queen f3, you can put it on the board. But I thought rook c8, you know, or queen c8 maybe.
Which is the best move in the position. And
yeah,
actually, it seems like Black is starting to take over.
Yeah, and like every try I was looking at, like at the best, I thought the position is unclear. And keep in mind, there's a chance he's in prep, and he's ahead on the clock. So I thought, okay, at this point, it would just be irresponsible for me to actually play the game on, because, yeah, at this point, I'm just playing clearly in not equal terms. I'm pretty sure at this point, against any GM, I will just make a draw here, because it's, yeah, it's just one of these positions where it's clear that I have to take a pretty big risk if I want to play on. So, I mean, I feel very bad. I feel very sorry for the fans that they had to see a game like that. But, yeah, at this point, I thought it just... You know, it would be very irresponsible for me to keep playing the game.
It's a long event, and I do believe that this was the practical decision. Alex, we'll see you in the next games.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Alex, big surprise after Levon came on and very authoritatively Anastasiya explained to us that in such positions, Sam Shankland will go rook a4 and queen c3 and rook a1 and checkmate brilliantly.
Yes, it was actually a nice line. Yes.
Very nice sacrifice on
yes.
a6. And what does Sam do?
No,
Yes.
Rook D1.
Commentator's curse. Thank you, Levon. I mean, rescued us. Rook D1. Well, that pretty much says I have one idea in mind, and that is to make a central break with D4, whether that's prepared by knight takes B6 or queen C3. Rook A1 to D1.
If you give me
Transferring-
10 options, I would never guess this one.
Right,
Really.
I mean, and furthermore, if I gave you the exact position right now on the board, and if you decided to play the move Rook A1,
Maybe.
I could understand why you did it.
Yes,
You know, we did that. We had these mixed doubles competitions where sometimes the two players were in opposition to one another. They sabotaged their own ideas. But Rook D1, quite remarkable. And once more, we have a guest in studio with Cristian.
We do indeed. We are with the defending champion, the 2021 champion, Wesley. So, Wesley, welcome back to the studio. Tell us a bit, how did you leave this first round at the US Chess Championships?
Well, I'm slightly disappointed, obviously, not to get a game. But at the same time, it's a long tournament. Also, I remember, I think this is my 7th US Championship, if I'm correct. Played one online. Also, like, it's always a tough tournament. And like last year, I remember I had a difficult game with Black against Jeffrey. Made a solid draw, and then things went well in the tournament.
You actually started thinking after move 1, after his move E4. And Yasser was a bit confused why you took like a minute and a half to play E5. Why'd you do that?
Oh, yeah. Well, good question. Well, actually, I was just looking at some of the boards because there was a long line today on the scanners. So, like, Fabi was a few minutes late because he was in line. I think some other players. So
it had nothing to do with chess?
Yeah, it had nothing to do with chess. I just also wanted to see, like, other openings, like Darius Swiercz playing the Slav against Jeffrey Xiong when he normally doesn't. And also the Niemann game with the knight c3, bishop f4. So I was just waiting to see. Also, I thought we'd get another Petrov theoretical battle in the linear game.
Fabi versus linear. Yeah.
But yeah, it's a good question because actually Awander told me he's studying in the University of Chicago right now, so he's missed 3 weeks of school. And he told me he's a bit rusty, but I didn't know this before the game. So in hindsight, maybe I should have considered playing other openings, such as the Sicilian. But Awander is a predominantly E4 player, and I played my usual opening. But obviously, when you're playing a lower-rated player, I mean, very strong, but lower-rated, it could happen that they would be happy to get a draw. And you know, getting a draw with Black, for me, is also not such a bad deal, but
did you feel that was the case in this game, given the opening?
Okay, in hindsight, maybe I should have played another opening because Awander hasn't played a lot of chess recently.
You know how being a college student feels like. You've been a college student once.
Yeah, you can't be a professional player and a college student. You miss too much classes, and your professors don't know anything about chess. Maybe nowadays they do, but back then, you know.
So you guys went into this super long line. Bishop to d2, you played it as white. Did not surprise you, right?
Yeah, I played this white a couple times against Magnus. Also, well, the problem is Awander is very good in the opening. Like, obviously, today he came extremely well prepared. So when he played Bishop d2, I started thinking, like, to play something else or to go for this known line with Bishop takes c3. Yeah. And decided it's the first round, you know, of course, I didn't predict that he would go for this line before the game, but I had such a narrow opening repertoire that, you know, it's not a surprise when someone plays something new. The funny part was I played this position twice with white against Magnus, and in both games I got the worst position.
With white?
With white. So, but this game is a well-known draw. But in any case, it's just the first round, and this US Championship is extremely long. It's almost as long as, or it's actually as long as Paikidze.
Speak to me about that for a second. You mentioned at the beginning of the interview that this new format with 14 players instead of 12 players is going to be different. What do you mean by that?
Well, there's 2 more days. Huh?
Right.
There's 2 more games. Normally these days, I think an average classical tournament is around 10 days long. I think 13 games is a bit too long. Also, now you have more lower-rated players than last year. I mean, it's fine, but you have to like preserve your energy, because people question why make early draws and stuff, but you have to realize that we play every single day, and you also prepare beforehand. So I think like 11 games is long enough for the youth championship, but this year is an exception. I was actually talking to James Tarjan yesterday, who's one of the inductees in the Hall of Fame, and he told me in the old days, U.S. championships last 16 games,
Yeah.
last almost a month.
Old school, yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't have to prepare with a computer in those days, and looking at electronics before a game can be very tiring.
Wesley, congratulations. A smooth start for you. Still plenty of games to go. We'll let you rest.
Yeah, thank you. Also, like, I played online a couple days ago against Jeffrey Xiong. So.
Oh yeah, that was a big battle.
Yeah, that was also very nervy.
In the tie breaks, yeah, in the playoffs.
Yeah, I got very lucky, but yeah, one day at a time.
One day at a time. Thank you very much, Wesley.
Thank you.
Wesley, just a quick comment, and maybe you could follow up with a comment of your own. Yesterday at the opening ceremony, I saw you taking pictures with an inductee, Eugenio Torre. You look like you were really enjoying being with Eugenio and honoring him, and as he was inducted to the World Chess Hall of Fame. Your thoughts about Eugenio getting into the World Chess Hall of Fame?
Eugene Torre is a good friend of mine. I mean, obviously we haven't talked to each other in a long time, but he was one of the few people who supported me a lot when I switched federations. Mm-hmm. And he's one of my, not officially my chess coach, but he's one of my very early coaches. He was the official team coach in the 2003 World Youth, and also I think in 2004 and 2005. So he was one of the players that I really look up to on learning chess, and he's helped me a lot. He's given me plenty of advice and given me chess books when I was young. So I'm really thankful. He's one of the most decent man in chess that you could look up to. And he's also played 22 Olympiads, if I'm correct, which is an insane amount. I think he's a very talented player, and I think he could have gone farther if he maybe switch federations like I did. But yeah, I've known him and his wife for a long time now, and they're gonna be here they're gonna be touring the United States for a few days, and I think we're planning to have dinner with them one night, maybe tonight because I finished very early. But certainly he's a legend, first Asian Grandmaster. And he's also one of the seconds of Bobby Fischer in the 1992 match. So he's overall a great guy, and I think he still plays chess very well. His rating's around 2450.
Thank you for those kind words. Absolutely, Eugenio, really, really a chess legend, and I've known him since the 80s, and always a good guy to be around.
Exactly, and I think for our followers who missed the opening ceremony, it would be nice if you will go to St. Louis Chess Club YouTube channel and check the opening ceremony, and you can see the speech of Torre, and actually he addressed at one point to Wesley, so he reminded everyone that he became a 9LX champion, 960 world champion, yes, and something he couldn't achieve.
Exactly.
So it was interesting speech, and
heartfelt speech by Eugenio, very much. I wanted to turn our attention to this game between Ashrita and Alice Lee.
Wow.
And if you like chaos, well, check out these next few moves. As G6, well, once we saw Rook G1, we can anticipate that Ashrita is ready to put her king either on the queen side or in the center, and so it's just like, let's blow up the king side.
That positions. Yes.
Exactly. It takes and knight G5. That's really throwing down the gauntlet as ideas of knight takes h7, for example, in the air, takes on g6, and just this looks really promising attack for white. Before Ashrita played the move g6, I had it in mind, again, you know, the heroic side of me, you know, like I can sacrifice other people's pieces better than they can. Bishop takes h7 check. Knight takes h7, g6. Don't forget that there's a bishop lurking on this long diagonal. So something like this, takes, bishop here, you're almost instinctively, your eye should be drawn.
Like 95
exactly,
or something like this.
Exactly. And again, bang, 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 and let's go. It seems to me that Alice Lee has got to come up with some really good stuff here, Christian, as she's under a lot of pressure.
Oh, absolutely. And actually, she missed a golden opportunity, Ashrita. That is the line that you were just showing with
bravo.
Bishop takes h7. That was the key move. Congratulations, Yasser. That's why you were the US chess champion for so many years. After Bishop takes h7, Knight takes h7, once again, you have to sacrifice another piece. Knight takes b5. Ooh. You identified the factors that need to be playing an important role and an active role in the position in order for your attack as white to be successful. Knight takes b5, a takes b5, and now finally that you have so much pressure after this move g6 on the g file is going to be extremely difficult for black to react successfully and defend this position. First of all, if you just take on g6 after queen takes g6, there's no way you will be able to defend this pawn on g7. You can go.
Queen f6 is not possible, maybe.
Queen f6 is no longer
Yes,
possible, and actually that's why you start with knight takes b5. You can go g6 if you don't give the knight first. g6, f takes g6, and now queen takes g6. This is actually bad because queen to f6 finishes white's attack in one move. And actually right now you're much worse as white. You're just a piece down. I'm going to be able to close this diagonal after the move e5 in the future. You don't have time to put enough pressure on my position. You have to start by giving up another piece with knight takes b5. I think this is what Ashrita missed. She probably saw bishop takes h7, she saw g6, but she did not consider this idea of sacrificing another piece with knight takes b5. Once again, it's easy when it's not your pieces, but when you are facing these opportunities and these decisions, it's not as easy to make the precise choice. She missed it, and right now actually Alice is in a pretty decent position after g6, f takes g6, knight to g5. The attack still looks visually vicious, but is not as powerful in the position.
Why?
What do you play here?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I'm all ears. It looks scary.
Oh, absolutely. But what if I go h6?
Just challenging.
Just challenging this knight on g5 with a move. And again, this is not an easy move to make. What I'm trying to make is create a cocoon around my king, right? If you go backwards, then I go g5, I close things up, and then the position is fine for black, right?
Sure.
You're not going to do that. If you're challenged with the move h6, right now you just have to sacrifice something. You have to sacrifice something either with knight to f7 or even take on g6 and open up the h-file and hope that you're going to be able to deliver the checkmate. It's not going to be as easy. Big decision right now coming for Alice Lee. Will she find h6? Because if she doesn't, well, the position, it does look extremely scary.
Knight f7.
Can we go down the rabbit hole for just a moment?
Yes.
Knight f7. King takes f7.
Bishop takes g6.
Bishop takes g6.
You don't want to take on g6. That's a checkmate in 2 moves. Queen takes g6, king g7, queen g7, that's a checkmate. You don't want to do that. What you do want is not king to g8, because after bishop takes e8, queen takes e8, I'm going to once again open up the diagonal with knight takes b5. That's over, right? Knight takes b5 or knight to e4, even stronger than knight takes b5. But what you can do is go king to e7.
Okay.
I only need a couple of moves to hide my king, right? So what do you do next? If you do take on e8, I'm going to take back with a queen.
Right.
And that's going to open up, after rook takes g7, the escape square on d8. I'm still alive. And black's position, in fact, is quite good right now. Two pieces for the rook. Your attack is not going anywhere anymore, and it's so much more difficult to open up the position on the queen side. right? I have such a nice structure of pawns that's defending my king. So the king on d8 right now, pre-safe.
But it's still playable, I think.
Playable,
Though, yes.
absolutely, absolutely playable. This is going to be a game if we end up in this situation. I don't think we will. Of course, h6, just the start of it is so scary, right? Because you're seeing so many pieces swarming around your king. So many things that you could miss in the position and just get checkmated.
Right.
So it's a scary situation for young Alice Lee, the youngest competitor in all of the U.S. chess championships. She's only 12 years of age.
Only 12.
And you play in U.S. championship. I mean, what an honor.
Exactly.
Wow.
No, I mean, my goodness, at 12 years old, I started to play chess. Never mind being invited to the Washington State Championship. The U.S. Championship? No way.
Yasser, you played in '86, the first one, the first U.S. championship. I just wonder which one
it
was the
was
first.
1979.
17. How old were you at that time?
19.
19.
19,
Okay.
yeah.
86, you won.
Yes.
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 Yes, he won that.
The first time I won it, I was 80. Yeah, 1980, I think it's the first time. I tied with Walter Brown. But knight f7, I mean, again, this position, it's one of those things. I mean, you're looking at it, you're just salivating, you're ready to capture on g6, you're ready to capture on h7, and it's kind of a moment where you just kind of get frozen because it's, you want to believe you can defend the position after h7, h6, but it's really easy to convince yourself that your king's not going to escape.
Yes.
Like, mentally, if you see this position.
It's not possible.
And she didn't play h6, right?
She played b takes c4.
Takes c4. So, ooh, okay, so this, okay, wait a minute. Now we start, holy smokes.
It doesn't change as much. You can still do the same thing. So b takes c4, b takes c4, most likely is going to be the move, right? And now, once again, h6 is a possibility.
Okay, but in this case, then, you mentioned that Black's king got to d8 and that two pieces versus rook. You've actually maybe opened up the queen side.
You did, you did. And that's why probably is slightly worse than the version with the pawns on b5 and b3.
I see. Wow. Okay, we'll keep our eye on this. I wanted to quickly go to a marquee matchup between Tatev and Irina Krush because to my eyes, when we left it, I thought Irina was getting her attack in there first. And, well, with this move a4, a5, a4, that seems to be the case. For some reason, I really wanted Black to include the move queen c7, maybe not only to get off the d file, but just, in principle, the queen on c7 is a great square. You're just kind of covering the c file, knight c6 ideas. She went a4 right away, a3, and we're up to date with the play here. The fact that Tatev is having to react on the queen side so early, not a good sign. I would assume moves like, well, frankly, takes on a3.
Then you take with the knight, probably, right?
Yeah, it kind of helps a little bit, but queen a5, or maybe just even ignoring this. How big a threat is AB? Probably it's a big threat. It feels like Irina's in the driver's seat here, just not too sure by how much. Cristian, back over to you. What do you think about this position?
Very complex battle in this one. It does feel practically and visually in the position that perhaps Black is ahead. But despite of all of that, your pawn on a4 is still quite a weakness. So if I manage as white to exchange some pieces, for example, b takes a3, knight takes a3, let's say bishop takes d4, rook takes d4, and you go bishop to d7, right? Slowly but surely, it does feel like I'm exchanging some pieces in the position and potentially getting closer and closer to an endgame. This is what I want to see from the player with the white pieces. I want to see her direct the game towards an endgame, because if we do get there, you have so many things to worry about as Black. You have the pawn on d6, which is surely going to be a very difficult weakness to defend. You have the pawn on a4, which is a bit overextended. This is the other side of the coin. You push your pawns, you try to checkmate the white king, but if I manage to tame the position as white, well, unfortunately, your pawns are going to be overextended, and I'm going to be able to pick them up, especially in the endgame, when I can activate my pieces easily with a move such as rook to d4, swinging the rook around. And basically, once we reach that point, is going to be the differentiator. The big differentiator in the position is going to be who's going to have the more active pieces. And the way I see it, this rook on d4 is definitely, if you compare it with a rook on a8 in a potential endgame, is going to be much more active, with the other rook swinging to d1 and putting a lot of pressure on d6. Right. This is the dream, right, for white. So this is what I'm seeing right now. Black does have to find a way to keep the pieces on the board, defend the pawn on d6, because you know the pressure is coming. So I don't know. Sure, from a practical perspective, maybe you're close to opening at the king's position on the queen's side. The engine is saying 0, 0, 0. I don't know who to give it to, this one. I have to say, still a very complex battle. I'm also looking at the time. 49 minutes for Irina, only 32 minutes for Tatev. And if she does fall under an attack on the queen's side, that time difference potentially will be deadly. So she has to keep an eye on her clock management.
Thank you, Cristian, for that. And of course, we want to send a big shout out to our audience. Of course, thank you so much for joining us. But also, I want to give our audience an opportunity to join the conversation. Send us tweets. How can they do that, Anastasiya?
Yeah, you can always follow, first of all, our social media accounts. You can
and
go
do it.
Yes, of course.
Subscribe, hit that button.
Yes, St. Louis Chess Club, also in Instagram and in Twitter and in Facebook. And please ask the questions in our Twitter account, St. Louis Chess Club. Use the hashtag #ChessChamps, right? And then you will get to us and we'll be able to ask questions. Wonderful. The best ones will be picked up by the team and we will see them on the screen.
Sounds good. Turning our attention to Begim's position against Sophie, this is a very typical looking open Sicilian. Almost a Kara's attack, you might say, with the pawn on g4, except for one detail which is rather confounding, and that detail is this bishop on g6. If you put the bishop on c8, everybody says, well, this is absolutely normal. And this last move by Begim right here, queen back to d2, to my eyes, that's a very clear signal. I want to play f4 and f5, trapping the bishop. Why did she retreat the queen and not play f4 right away? Well, she was probably worried that after e5 takes, not only is the bishop not trapped, but the knight has a nice square on e5. I mean, there are other considerations going on here, but that was why Begim played queen back to d2, pardon me.
Nice, prophylactic move, actually, yes, with
prepping
some ideas.
f4, f5. That bishop could suddenly, which is a great defensive piece, find itself trapped. We'll keep an eye on that one. And Cristian, what positions in this round one have caught your eye?
Well, I was actually checking the Fabiano versus Lenier game, the big matchup in the open section, because I have to say, and actually Wesley, when he came in, he saw me analyzing this position and he immediately said, oh, black is better, right? And yes, black in this position, actually, it's better. Not only that, but after king to h1, the move played by Fabiano, the engine is giving black a decisive advantage.
Wow.
Decisive advantage, guys, minus 1.8 with a simple move, bishop to e7. The thing is, it's going to be very difficult to get your attack going. What it says is that after f4, I'm just simply going to block you on the light squares with the move bishop to f5. There's no way. Your knight is already a bit too far away from the action. You would love to get it, let's say, to f3 and then h4 or g5, try to put some pressure. You cannot do that anymore. Your knight is on b3, far away from the action. You can pick up a pawn if you want, but that's not going to help you much because I'm just simply going to go castle. And once again, once your dynamic play gets infused in the position with the move d4, queen to c4, and now rook to b8, I have so much compensation for your extra pawn. And once I manage to get this queen off the c4 rank, off the c4 square, I'm going to be able to push c4 myself, kick the knight away, everything is just going to be kicked backwards. And at some point, I'm just simply going to start picking up pawns. b2 is going to fall. Your a pawn is going to be in grave danger. And after that, once I get to the pawn on b2, your c2 pawn is also going to be in grave danger. Not only that, but you don't have a lot of squares for your pieces. This is what I'm worried about for white's position. This is the situation right now that we have. King to h1. We're waiting for Lenier to make a decision. Fabiano only with a 5-minute advantage on the clock. So definitely after the opening phase phased out, right now we're seeing Lenier picking up the pace and putting some pressure with the black pieces in this game against Fabiano Caruana.
Intriguing, and also very intriguing is the game we were following just a moment ago between Ashritha and Alice. After b5 takes c4, b takes c4, guess what? Alice picked up the gauntlet and said, what are you going to do? And she played the move h7, h6. And, well, Ashritha understood that she just makes a simple retreat. Well, after g6, g5, the king side gets shut down, and black gets the tempi she needs to cover her king. So in for a penny, in for a pound, knight f7, king takes f7, bishop takes g6, check on the board, and the players are likely to follow that variation, which went king e7, bishop takes, the king gets on its sneakers and goes for a run. And what happens from here?
Different position, no pawns on b5 and b3, right? So probably better for white. Maybe we can do something here. Queen b3, maybe sometimes.
Yeah.
Not immediately, knight c5 is coming, so
right.
Something, we'll have to do something first.
Exactly, but
Yes.
the idea that because the pawns, the b pawns are gone, putting a rook on b1 or something like that, and well, it was the signature line. Only time will tell as to what is going to happen in this position. But what other games have caught your attention, Christian?
Trademark that, Yasser.
Trademark
my name, please.
Hey, the patent's pending.
On my name, please. Jeffrey versus Darius. This one is very interesting. I'm looking at the position and I see a big difference in this case, and that is not only the fact that white has tremendous space advantage on the queen side, but also this weakness, the pawn on a5. This is a big problem in the position, and I don't actually see a good way for black to hold on to that. You're going to have to swing this bishop back to d8, this rook to a8, and basically cement and confirm all your pieces to the defense of the pawn on a5. Once you do that, as white, I'm going to have the option of potentially breaking in the center with the move e4. I see this position as one for two results, either a draw if I don't manage to break through with the white pieces, or just a win for white. There's just too much passivity in black's position to give him any big chances of potentially winning this one. So Jeffrey Xiong, Anastasia's pick, definitely in favorable situation right now.
Let's see.
Well, just our results so far. No results in the ladies. The ladies are fighters, but
Yes.
we've got two draws in the open section as defending champion Wesley So
Yes,
made an easy
made a
draw.
draw.
And
And
Lavon Aronian.
Yes, against Alex.
Those are the two draws that we're discussing. A lot of chaos going on in the other games, especially those marquee matchups between Shankland, Ray Robson, Fabi, and Lanier. And we're just going to take a commercial break and reset ourselves, and we'll see you on the other side.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope and health and strength. It's the sound of compassion of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you. We are Ascension.
Championships. Here we are with Yasser Seirawan in St. Louis Chess Club following the action.
I was about to say, here we are with Anastasiya following all the action. But yes, indeed, we are at the opening round of round one of the U.S. Championships, and we're going to do a quick trip around the horn. We're going to start with the Women's Championships and just bringing up the game between Anna and Jennifer. Jennifer, by the way, is my choice along with Varusian. I got a great support behind me. As unfortunately, the game is rather balanced. I'm seeing 4 versus 4, bishop and knight, maybe slightly better for Anna. She has the first chance to
take this open file.
Open file with rook c1, but I do feel a balance. This is one of those imbalanced games between Arena and Tatev. Heavyweight matchup between these two veterans who have played so many U.S. championships together, with Arena winning so many of them.
8. I mean, can you imagine? Yes, sir. I mean, you can actually imagine, but still.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
D65, it looks like Arena is the first to get in an attack, but on the other hand, this pawn on a4, if the attack misses its mark, Tatev could potentially round up this pawn and, well, take it to an advantage.
I like this d5 move, actually. Remember, we were talking that d6 is a little bit, it's a weak pawn, so Arena decided just to get rid of it and play d5, which is typical idea. And, I mean, now it's interesting what white will do. I mean, you don't want to take it, probably, or?
Exactly, you don't want to take it because, I would think that something like this is more or less a dream for black in the sense that a lot of lines have been opened up against white's king, whereas, well, you're light years away from generating a threat against black's king. It is a pawn, and we'll keep an eye on this one. The game between Sabina and Nagy, this is kind of funny for me because both players conspired to trade nothing.
No, we're playing with all the armies.
Everything is still on the board, the pawns, the pieces, everything. The only difference, though, is the clock times.
Yes.
That's a huge difference on the clock times.
Half an hour, actually.
I'll spot you 30 minutes on the clock if you give me space. I'm not sure that's a good deal.
I see queen f7 threat. That's the only thing I can understand in this position. So black needs to
Let's say we defend
yes,
it.
We defend, yes.
Just choosing one of 2 moves, maybe, well, maybe even 3 moves. Rook f8, rook e7, queen e7. And, well, it is a kind of a King's Indian check Benoni. I like white space, but
what to do with it,
exactly.
right? I mean, you created this one threat, and what is next? Like g4, you cannot play. Knight will go to f4.
That would be what we would call a positional howler. Yeah, that knight on f4 is very good. So it will take you a while. Maybe you'll have to bring the bishop back to c1 if you want to play g4. Intriguing game. Megan, pardon me, versus Rochelle. Even in terms of pawns and material, but I do like the 2 bishops for Rochelle.
Open position, right? I mean, 2 bishops, maybe it can play some role later on in the game.
No question about it. Okay, this is the players have followed our main line of play. Alice had to get on her running shoes with the king, and the king has jettisoned to the queen side 2 pieces for a rook. This is really double-edged. I kind of like the 2 pieces. The king looks pretty darn safe once I get to c7. I understand this rook on the 7th is powerful, but there's a pawn hanging on h5, right? Alice has got her pluses. And then this open Sicilian between Begum and Sophie. This last move by Begum, a5, I'd be reluctant to just remove the knight for a moment. Maybe something like queen c7. If I can get away with that without losing material, I'd much rather play a move like queen c7 in this position. Keep an eye on this one. Fights all across the board, I want to say.
Good for us, good for the followers.
Exactly.
It's great. Fights.
We have finally Telia versus Liang. I always like these positions for black. I was playing Queen's Gambit Decline most of my career. These threats of bishop takes h3, but most especially simply the move rook to e5, followed by rook to e8, and just this idea that I get to attack without having sacrificed anything, maybe will induce white to play a move not what you really want to do,
Yes.
f2, f4.
Giving up the c4, right?
Exactly.
Forever.
But these attacks can be really dangerous. Like if you just kind of make a move like this, you better be ready to analyze the ramifications of a bishop takes. Probably you have f2, f4 here, so I'm being a little bit too
aggressive.
Heroic. Heroic. That's the word of the day. Heroic. But rook e8, and again, I can play these kind of games in my sleep. Rook to g5, and let's go going. I've just got to go over to the open section. We'll start with the fact that we have two draws. And actually, let me just bring up the game of Sam and Elshan. Bishops of opposite colors.
Yes, means that the one who will find the way to create some attack on the king can have an upper hand, but I'm not sure it's easy to do or not in this position.
I must say, it looks very, very balanced.
For now. And c3 is hanging.
c3 is hanging. Maybe it's time just to make a trade. Invite queen takes c3, take this f7 pawn. Okay, looks balanced. Let's jump to this game. Actually, is a very nice game between Christopher and Hans. It felt like, thanks to the two bishops especially, but also to the fact that there's just space that Hans was to be preferred, and I think these last few moves bear that out. It's Black who is
actually pushing. Yes, he tries to create some attack. Right?
Exactly.
Like a rook h8, now maybe h4. It can become really unpleasant for white. And this knight on f1, knight c2, they look all passive, right?
Right. If you just look at white's pieces, they're on the first three ranks. Okay, it's not like black's pieces are on e4 and d3 and everything else, but just the fact that black is more flexible. Black is the one who has opportunities with g5 and h4 makes me think that Hans is for choice. Jeffrey, Sean, well, let me see here. Who picked Jeffrey? Oh, Anastasiya. You got some skin in this one. This was the game that Cristian was talking about with just this idea that the pawn on a5 was a kind of a sore weakness, and that white is going to attack this with as many pieces as he possibly can.
Gun, I don't know if you call it the same way, Alekhine's gun.
Alekhine's gun, yeah. How am I supposed to say Alekhine?
In Russian.
In Russian.
Yes, I mean, we say Alekhin, but I think recently everybody kind of goes to Alechin. Yes, so I heard that this is the correct way, but we still can discuss it.
Okay,
privately.
Sam, ooh, wow. Okay, Sam Shankland, Ray Robson, what a game we've got here. This pawn on h3. Edward Bufeld would call this pawn as like being a snake wrapped around your neck. It's always there, these back rank checkmate threats. I think Ray has done well to get this position. I would say 3 results. And finally, another marquee matchup, Fabi versus Lanier. When we left it, Cristian was saying Lanier all the way, that Lanier with his 2 bishops has advantage. Is that still the case, Cristian?
Absolutely. And you guys gave an amazing rundown. And you started off with this game, if I'm not mistaken, Sam versus Elshan, and you said it's complex. Actually, Sam is completely winning.
Wow.
Yes, with the white pieces.
Yes.
It's all about this square f7. And you guys were pointing out that square f7 quite frequently. After queen to a4, you're pretty much busted at this point. You're going to lose at least a pawn. You cannot take on c3. You don't have time to do that because after rook takes d7, there's so much pressure on f7, and it's all about the back rank checkmates. If you take the bishop, you cannot take the bishop because of queen to e8 or queen to c8, which are going to deliver the checkmate. So that's not possible. What I think he wanted after queen to a4 is to go d5. The problem is, when you look at the position, now you start realizing that you still have some back rank problems after queen takes a5. You cannot take the bishop on c8 because queen takes d8, bishop takes d8, rook takes d8, and that's going to be game over as well. Queen to e8, rook takes e8, that's a checkmate. So you cannot do that. Queen to a4 has been played on the board. What shocks me, I have to say, is the fact that Elshan has 47 minutes, a losing position, against 12 minutes for Sam Sevian. We know Sam can get into time trouble situations, but right now, the way I see this position is a bit too easy to play for
Cristian.
white. I have a clear plan. That is to focus on your weaknesses, and you have a lot of them. Pawn on f7, pawn on a5, pawn on d7, pawn on c5, all of them can be considered weaknesses. Also, if you go something like queen to c7, queen to b3, d6, let's say there's another weakness in the position, and that is the b file. And with your last couple of moves, especially this one, after rook to d1, rook to d8, now you finally give me the opportunity to take advantage of the fact that I can double my pieces with tempo on the b file. Queen to b3, you have to defend f7 with d6. Now I can go rook to b1. Take advantage of the fact that your rook is no longer on b8, and this might be problematic. And this is what we're seeing right now in the position, queen to c7, and Sam has the opportunity to not only have the advantage of playing against all the weaknesses that black has in the position, but also control the only open file in the position, the b file.
Wow, boy, that's that's a cold shock. When I was thinking the opposite color bishops, that the worst had passed, there was a weakness on c3.
But you remember I said that the one who will try to attack or create something maybe it will be possible, but I literally I didn't know all this.
Right.
I just noticed that after move d5, which Cristian proposed, maybe even bishop d5 was possible. Bishop takes d5, but never mind. Maybe we can check it together. Yes. Remember,
right
instead
here?
of queen c7, he said move d5.
Queen
and I
takes
thought,
a5.
Yes, maybe now bishop d5
That
instead
is
of queen
definitely
a5.
a move. That is
Yes.
definitely a move.
Bishop takes d5. Crossed
that's
my
nasty.
mind. Yes.
Why I don't think it works as well is because I can take on c3, right?
Now you can take on c3.
I think so, because now you don't have
Bishop
rook
f7
takes
is not
d7
possible.
with an attack on f7.
Interesting, yes. So I
Anymore.
just wanted to check it, like, it
it-
seemed tempting.
No,
It's
absolutely.
very tempting.
Yes.
Very tempting.
Bishop takes d5. Once you realize that e8, there's an X-ray threat on the e8 square. Bishop takes d5 is the first thing that
Yes.
pops into your mind.
Yes.
Checkmate on the back rank. But,
But queen a5 is good enough. Yes, you don't
queen
need it.
a5.
Yes, this was good.
Well, unfortunately for Elshan found himself having this drop back passively with the queen. Rook d3, this is a kind of a nice move, although there was something to recommend, as Cristian was saying, with queen b3. But rook d3, I find these rook lifts really nice. Defends the pawn on c3, it preps rook f3, and after the move g6, Elshan playing quickly, probably hoping to take advantage of Sam's clock.
There's a clear strategy related to that, right?
But
coming from Elshan.
Yeah, exactly. But rook f3, I'm assuming king g7 has to, and something like bishop d3. And I'm looking at this queen, eyeballing along the lines here.
Like it. Looks
That,
great.
well, this almost is play on one goal, actually. It's not going to be, Elshan is going to be playing the role of defender.
Well, bishop d5 is on the board, guys.
For quite the while here, as he did, Sam Sevian did play the move bishop to d5, and usually these types of positions, you'd love to get in as h4, h5.
Yes.
So definitely an awkward position for black. And again, Elshan, he's a very, very popular grandmaster in residence here at St. Louis Chess Club, transferred from the Iranian Chess Federation, qualified by winning the U.S. Open. Was it held in Palm Springs this year? Where was it held, the U.S. Open? Palm Springs, California. So welcome, Elshan. And our own Varusian made it there as well.
And
Again,
if I'm not
two
mistaken,
draws
he
in the
actually
Open.
won a tie breaks against Ilya Nishnik.
Yes, he knocked Ilya out.
But at the same time, I think at that point he was already the winner of the U.S. Championship spot because Ilya does not play for the U.S. Federation.
Yeah, he's
so he qualified even without winning that one. But he did win the U.S. Open in that one. Quite an interesting situation. Now, guys, let's take a look at this game between Christopher and Hans because this one is really heating up. You were mentioning that it does feel like you have more space with black. You have the opportunity to potentially open up the situation on the king side with a move h4. This is exactly what we're seeing from Hans. Rook to h8, h5, f5. This is a bit of a puzzling move to my eyes because you do allow me the opportunity to go rook to e5. And this is a very typical sacrifice.
Yes.
We see this rook to e5 land in a lot of situations. A lot of strategy books have showed this exchange sacrifice with the move rook to e5. You're inviting black to take on e5. You would love black to take on e5. Bishop takes e5, d takes e5, and finally my knight has a beautiful landing square on d4, knight to d4. That's going to be putting a lot of pressure. I have to say I'm liking white's position. Nevertheless, black is not forced to take. After rook to e5, you can start focusing on other avenues of attack. Either b4 and open things up on the queen side, or even the move h4 and try to open up things on the king side. Very complex situation. You're going to try to open things up fast on one of the sides. What I'm going to be focusing on is putting a lot of pressure on the e-file and at some point find the right moment to sacrifice the exchange. After with rook takes e6, after rook to e1, and then put a lot of pressure on d5, or potentially just rook takes d5 after knight to e3. There's a lot of ways in which I can find a way to sacrifice that exchange. Now, what I'm seeing after the move f5, big discrepancy on the clock. 43 minutes for Christopher Yu, only 11 minutes, and a lot of moves to go until we reach the time control at move 40 for Hans Niemann. Only 11 minutes, and right now 15 moves to go for Hans. This is going to be a wild one.
A quick question for you, Christian, because to my eyes, the move f6, f5 is a move I'd really resist playing, not only because I lose a tempo, forget about that, but because I do weaken the e5 square. And even more, I kind of lock in my own light squared bishop. Why didn't he play h4? h4 looks like a very good move.
It's a good move, and I'm not 100% sure why he did not play that move h4.
Was f5 a mistake?
A slight inaccuracy, yes.
Okay.
Yes. h4 would have
like
led
G4,
to a very good position for black.
G4,
right.
So
But isn't this like a forcing way of maybe just opening up the h-file? Not necessarily...
Not completely devastating by any means.
Yeah, it's not devastating.
Right?
The bishop is protecting, the knight is protecting the business squares of h1 and h2, but the open file.
Absolutely.
Can I maybe
Please,
have
Anastasiya.
one idea? Like maybe f5 has maybe the idea to place the knight on f6 and then e4. I mean, that's the only
Yes, yes,
trip I
yes.
found for the knight. Maybe he
So,
wants to
for
improve
example,
his knight.
rook e5,
For example,
say knight
yes, you
e8,
go there, yes.
rook e1,
Now
please
we don't
take.
have time. Now we don't have time. Yes, so we have to go bishop f7.
But also
yes.
you don't have time because the bishop takes d5.
But at some moment, the
Okay.
d5 pawn is...
Even before that. Bishop
Yeah.
takes
Can
d5
fall,
after knight
yes,
d8.
okay, yes, it's not really possible. Yes, if rook a5, you don't have this move. No, I just
Right.
thought that maybe he tries to bring his knight there, but it seems like it's not easy.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But Christopher has to play rook e5.
Yeah, it's another
Because if he
thing,
doesn't,
yes.
that's exactly what's going to happen. Knight
For
e8,
example,
knight
rook
f6.
e2, for example.
Yeah,
rook
okay,
e2.
rook e2
Yes.
looks like a reasonable
Yes,
move.
like now knight e8,
Knight e8,
rook
but-
e1, and bishop f7.
and bishop f7.
Yes.
And as you say,
Now I want
Anastasiya,
to go to f6 and then e4.
if
Rook
you
to
get
e2 is on the
that-
board, guys.
Rook e2.
Rook e2.
Look at this. Like, yeah, if you don't play rook
Okay.
e5, you play rook e2.
So maybe this idea of f5 making the f square available for the knight, and
But don't you make it to e4 right now after knight
yes,
e8?
yes,
maybe.
Well, it was like a psychological moment that Hans offered Christopher. Do you want to sacrifice an exchange? It's probably a good idea, and it's probably something you have to do, because if you don't do it, a knight swing to e4 is just going to be dominating Christopher declined sacrificing the exchange, and after rook e1, bishop f7, I think we're agreed. There's just simply no way to stop knight e4, knight d5. Clear advantage black. Ooh, this could be interesting. Okay, Jeffrey. Okay, not too much going on there. Sam Shankland, Ray Robson.
Yes.
Take us away on that game, Christian, because I'm thinking that Ray did wonderfully well securing the pawn on h3.
He did. No, absolutely. Not only that he secured the pawn on h3, but where is White's attack on the queen side? There's no attack. You're not going to play b5. You're not going to play c4 because there's so much tension after you play this move d4. You cannot relieve that by playing the move c4. You cannot support your attack on the queen side. So it does feel like this is just play on one goal. Black is potentially trying to improve the position. Sure, White is still very, very safe in his position due to the fact that all the major central files are closed right now. If we open those, then you might get in trouble if this queen starts landing around the king on h1. So still safe for White. Nevertheless, it does feel like Black has the initiative, and Black is the only one that can potentially win this game. I have to say, mightily impressed with what Ray Robson has done so far. 14 minutes for him, 38 minutes for Sam Shankland. And I have to say, Sam doesn't look very confident. I think he realizes that he's no longer in a better position. He hoped that he's going to be able to potentially squeeze water out of stone in this type of structures. But right now, he is the one on the receiving end of that squeeze.
Should Ray be trying to improve the position with b7, b6, king b7? Or should he be leaving the queen side
But how do you
alone?
continue even after that?
I don't know. I was thinking that b6, king b7 might end up, let's just say b6, king g1.
Let's just say yes.
And I don't know if the king is better on f2 than h1. I was thinking
A5.
maybe you play for a5 with
You do have to be careful, right? Because whenever you go rook a8, maybe I get ideas of d5 or d takes e5.
Start getting excited by the open d file.
Open file, yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't, I mean, it looks like they're kind of in a standoff.
Exactly.
No progress for any side, something like this. Yes.
Exactly, and how do I make a progress with Black? If I feel that I'm better, sure, I can just wait with the move queen e8, but if I was concretely saying, you know, this is the last round and I have to qualify for a world championship match, how do I win with Black? Well, do you play b6 and king b7? And away you go. Let's just jump to the ladies section for a second because, whoa, did I get this right? Did Liang play like, or no? We have a, we do have f4. Oops. Remember I was saying that the rook, rover,
G5 is coming, yes.
Provoked f4, so I assume we're going to draw back. And now there is a drawback. The move f2, f4 does mean that there's a backward pawn on e3. So Telia maybe just on the slightly worse position here. And I wanted to, actually I really wanted to jump to the game of Tatev for a second because I thought that this held the most excitement. And let's see what happened after the move d5. We left it here. She took the pawn.
She took the pawn, yes.
Take the pawn.
She plays.
Take the pawn.
Yes.
Rook takes bishop to a6. Queen f3, queen b4. Well, that's a straight double attack.
Exactly. E4, pawn and bishop are
Where's
in danger.
This looks promising for White here. If I have to make a move like bishop b3, first of all, I'm not particularly
for White or for Black.
But suddenly this knight has got gorgeous squares. Tatev did something wrong.
Yes, maybe she missed.
So it's promising for Black, this one.
Yeah,
Yes, for Black,
absolutely.
yes.
Oh my gosh, no, I'm saying that queen f3, just the position on the board that I'm seeing, and is that updated move, bishop b3?
Bishop to b3 is on the board.
Maybe, bishop b3, yes. I thought maybe she could trade the queens, try. Not like, I mean, but okay, it looks like artificial. Even queen e4 is possible, yes.
Agreed, I like
G3,
that. It looks to me like not only has Irina won her pawn back after d5 takes e4. She's won it with interest.
No, absolutely, and that's exactly how the engines evaluate this position as well. We were discussing many minutes ago, maybe half an hour to an hour ago, that white should probably try to exchange the queens. The problem is right now in the final position, if you go queen to c3, I'm going to take on c3, I can do that. And after b takes c3, you have the double pawns. That's not a good structure. Also, if you try to support the push of those pawns with the move c4, where is the knight on a3 going? Probably nowhere. In the meantime, that e pawn is so strong, right? I can even go e3, e2 at times. I can support it with a knight jumping to f5. I have a lot of options to improve my positions as black. So this one, not looking good for Tatev. I have to say, Irina is showing her might. But another one that I've been looking at is the one between Gulrukh Begim Tokhirjonova versus Sophie Morris-Suzuki, because I have to say, Begim is making the right moves in this one, taking more and more space with each and every move and putting a lot of pressure on Sophie's clock as we are getting ready to enter that time trouble situation in pretty much all of the games. 9 minutes and 50 seconds and counting for Sophie, and I have to say, c4 is coming. Right. I'm gaining more and more space with every move. c4, I'm going to gain more space on this side. I will follow that up with f4. I'm going to gain more space on the king side as well. How are you going to respond to all of that pressure? I don't have any weaknesses. This pawn on a5 is nicely protected by the queen on d2. I'm ready to jump to b6 at any time. You have to keep the knight on d7. You cannot go and search for your own counterplay because knight to b6 is going to come. And if I manage to get this knight from a4 to c4, increase the pressure on the pawn on d6, well, that's going to be problematic for black's position. I really like what white is doing in this one in the game between Gulrukh Begim Tokhirjonova and Sophie Morris-Suzuki. And Ashrita versus Alice, well, yes. This one is crazy. And by the way, guys,
she took a pawn.
Yes. This last move, bishop to a3.
Uh-oh.
The engine is jumping all over the place. It's saying minus 5.4. So black
Alice has a winning move.
No, but because it's
after
a
c5.
Rook. Yes.
Queen h1 check.
Queen h1
is coming.
Yes, later.
How do you defend against it?
What do you mean? Like you cannot do the castling.
You cannot do exactly. You cannot do the castling. The queen on h5 is stopping that castling.
We have 3 arbiters to convince us that castling.
So you have to go backwards, right? Right. But guess what? This knight is coming, and I'm going. I have a checkmate threat somewhere. I don't see it yet, but knight. Well, first of all, knight to f3 is going to win material in Big one time. Move. Knight to d3, it looks extremely promising as well. Okay. This is bad, guys. This is bad for Ashrita.
The 2 pieces, yeah.
Minus 5.4. If Alice finds this move, crucial move, c5, queen to h1 also wins.
Yeah, let's see queen
c5
h1,
is
white's not winning.
So controlling, right? Queen to h1, let's see, king to e2. You want to take that? You probably don't.
We should try it.
No, but if you take, I take on d6. It seems like I'm getting so close. There's a checkmate threat, right?
Yes.
So that might be problematic. Yeah, this is not good. She has to go c5, save the bishop on d6, keep control around her king, and you don't have enough pieces as white to create any problems, any mating attack, while on the other side, your king on e1 is in big, big danger after knight jumps to e5. Yeah, deep waters, I have to say, for Ashrita in this one, if Alice finds c5.
It's c5 is what. By the way,
on
c5 on the board.
On the board.
On the board.
I mean, that's one of those things where you have a game, you're on the back foot. In fact, you're in great danger, but you keep your nerve, you hold it, and then when opportunity comes, you're there to find it. Queen takes h5 and c5 by Alice really is turning this game around in her favor. Do we have a move after c5?
I don't know. I think she played, yes, she made a move. But what
Rook b1 she played.
Rook to b1. Yes. Okay, that's a good move because it does defend against queen h1 check threats now that the rook is protected. By the way, does it with a gain of tempo. Give me the bishop, but I suspect there's a really, really big problem with this move.
The next move is so beautiful.
I think it might be d4.
Wait a second. There is a beautiful move. We should try to find it.
That's right, Yasser. You found it. He found it.
Geometry.
Guys,
if you go rook takes b1, there's a check.
That's a piece down.
What a way to defend the bishop.
Beautiful.
Yeah, nice.
Puzzle rush.
Puzzle.
Champion.
Yeah, Ray Robson. Rook b1, d4.
D4 is a big move. Big
Nice.
money move,
No.
like Maurice likes to say.
What is it?
Big money.
Big money move.
The money move.
That's the money move.
That's right.
No, but you're 12 and you have to defend your position and then to find the way actually to attack. I mean, it's really impressive so far. I mean, don't want to say anything until the game is finished, but so far it was really good play. By
It's
Ellis.
clear chess is a young lady's game. 12 years old. Look at this.
Yeah.
And by the way,
And let's try to defend. Okay, so what if I
Yes.
what if I take on d4? I know
You take
you're giving
on
me some
d4.
very dangerous checks.
Yes.
Where's the checkmate though? What do you do?
Well, shall we start?
Yes, I was thinking about that. Rook to g1.
Oops.
Rook to g1.
The
Yeah,
only
I-
move, yes. Queen h1 was a threat.
Maybe king f7 now?
Come on.
I
Maybe king
introduce.
f7.
Remember to invite everybody to the party. That rook on
that's
e8.
nasty.
Wow.
Wow.
No, but
is
it's
nasty.
beautiful move, king f7. This king went all the way to d8 and then goes back to give a checkmate. It's
Pretty
unbelievable.
nice. Pretty nice. Wow.
If she wins this game like that, it's gonna be really, really big
She-
victory.
Guest of honor for
Yes.
today. Wow, welcome
Yes.
to. And by the way, when we did the money prizes, we forgot to mention there is a special Bobby Fischer bonus prize. Bobby Fischer famously won the U.S. Championship with a perfect score.
Yeah.
Anybody who goes 13 and 0 will pick up $64,000. There's one small tiny detail.
Yes,
Going
it's-
13 and 0.
Not that easy to
Even Bobby
achieve, yes.
didn't do that. He didn't go 13 and 0 in his U.S. Championship. All right. Well, Alice Lee, we'll keep an eye on Anna, Jennifer. Well, once again, that game still looks very, very balanced. Tatev. Well, look at this. She did. Arena did capture on E4 with the gain of tempo. Queen F2, and Black just has so many nice moves. Nicest appears to my eyes to be knight f5 and e3. Again, this knight on a3 is terrible.
Yes.
Even if you were to bring it to c3, I would prefer Black's position. But on a3, it's simply offsides. Big advantage, Arena, as well in this game. Sabina, Nagy, they managed to trade a pawn. They managed.
Yes.
The position is
finally.
opening up. Let's see what happened.
Yes.
Well, both players got in their respective breaks, f5 and f4, and we're up to date with the players. I don't know what's going on. I'd have to really take a more deeper look into this game.
Yes.
First impressions, though, are better white. Like, this knight is really awkward. Like, how do we deal with this knight?
Like queen e8, I don't know what.
Queen e8,
Then
kind
what?
of.
Nah, I don't like it. Yes.
I know, walking into a little danger zone over here.
And also like queen f3, maybe even asking questions as well.
Also, queen f3.
But knight f6, oh, I don't know. It's like
Take, maybe?
take.
it? Ideas of maybe bishop takes and knight f4.
Yes.
Looks like, well, we'll keep an eye on that. What has caught your attention in the open, Christian?
I am back in the open section because this one is exploding. The game between Christopher Yu and Hans Niemann. And actually, Hans with only 4 minutes right now on the clock. So definitely getting close to that time trouble situation. This is what we have on the board. Rook A1, bishop to F7, goes back. Rook to E5. Why didn't you play rook E5 in one move?
Yes.
You lost one tempo. There's no reason for that. Knight to F6, knight Fe3, and now we have H4 from Hans. A very committal move because this, what allows White to do is to include his queen into the attack with the move queen to F2. Let's see if he finds this. Christopher Yu, that is. For example, if you take on G3, queen takes G3, now already this king is starting to feel a little bit of heat because knight takes F5 is coming. Knight to E4 unfortunately doesn't work. Take, knight takes F5, and the game is over, taking advantage of the pin on the G file. You cannot do that. If you put in your sneakers, as Yasser likes to say, Well, check this out. I have some other ideas on the other side as well, softening your structure up. If you do take knight takes e4, taking advantage of this pin. Very nice, right? You did not get off the pin, so unfortunately, b takes a4 is not possible. h4, big moment right now. If you do play queen to f2, you're going to start putting a lot of pressure on black's position. According to the engine, black is still fine. In fact, black is still better, but with very unnatural moves. The way I see it, knight to h5, it's not a very natural move.
No.
You spend so much time trying to get that knight to e4. That's the dream square. And finally, you're going to go to the other side. You came from a6, a6, c7, e8, f6, all the way to the other rim. It doesn't make a lot of sense, right?
No, but still you want to take on f4 if he takes on h4.
Of course, and if you take, then you take on g3 first. You don't take on h4 because you just simply, on h5 because you lose a pawn after g takes h4. So you take on g3, rook takes h5, and it does seem like you have some pressure on the h file. This rook is staying on e5. Please take it. Yes, that's what I want as white. I want to include this knight into the attack via d4. I would love for you to take on e5. You're probably not going to do that. You're probably just going to leave it here. And once again, what I'm envisioning is some sort of a stalemate, because I'm going to go knight to d1 followed by knight to f2 to defend against your potential attack and invasion over the h file. And then what you're going to do is just wait, not take on e5, not allow this knight to get to d4. This is just going to be a stalemate, in my opinion. Nevertheless, queen to f2, by the way, is on the board, guys.
On the board.
Maybe we can see right now Hans's reaction, because he's dropping down to his last 4 minutes. This is a big moment. If he plays knight h5, and that's an important move in the position, guys. Otherwise, he might be in trouble.
By the way, just from Hans's body posture, I see a little bit of suffering going on in
There are some nerves there.
Because that move, queen f2, was not on the script.
No.
I mean, that the queen, with the white queen, much like the knight on c2, was supposed to be passive. It really looks like Christopher's the one who seems to be in time trouble.
Yes, actually 10 moves
10
only.
moves?
Yes, to go.
So
I mean, not
That's
only.
a lot, though.
A lot,
That's a lot.
But that 30-second bonus, how important is that? With each move, you get the increment of time. Thank you, Bobby Fischer, for that one. I
Really,
mean,
thank you. For those who like to think, like me.
Yes.
But will he find the move knight h5?
Is knight h5 the... You're saying it's the best move?
It's by far the best move.
Or the alternative being?
Well, h3.
He played. Whoa.
Wow. Okay, but logical move in the way that, you don't want to take on g3, let's push the pawn. But what's happening here?
Okay.
I'm afraid that after you take rook h3, queen g2, or like what's going on?
It feels like that move really raised the ante for just a moment here. What's going on after that move, Christian?
Well, what if I take on d5?
Say what?
Yes,
What if I take on d5?
Cannot
Bishop
take
takes
on
d5.
yes.
Bishop takes or knight
How
takes?
do we feel? Bishop takes. Actually, let's go knight takes d5. How do we
Let's check
feel
all
about
of
the
it.
calculation after that one?
Knight takes d5. Well, wow. There's... Just a second. What's going on? Knight takes d5.
Knight takes d5, yeah. I don't think you can take on e5.
Because?
And there's actually a very nice reason why you cannot. Knight to b6 now. And the queen on f2, after I take on e5 with the d pawn, is going to protect that knight.
Oops, that's not...
Oh no, I couldn't
Probably
see
not
all
there.
this, but okay, looks nice.
Queen a7.
Or say queen
c7.
d8.
I
And
take
this
on
is
e5.
the point. This is the point. I capture with a tempo, that knight is being attacked with a check, as is this rook on a8. So, oh my gosh, so knight takes d5.
So perhaps you have to take, right?
Right?
Knight
Let's
takes d5. I take back with the bishop.
Exactly.
If you take on e5, I continue taking on a8.
And say...
How is this position?
This is a dream for white. First of all, at the moment, I'm a pawn up. I recognize you can play bishop f4, but this knight on c2 is waiting to play a big role in the game. Wow, wow, wow. Knight takes d5. Looks
an
like
option.
opportunity.
It's an opportunity, yes. Yes, absolutely.
Oh my goodness. So knight takes d5. Once again, this is This is the nice move right here. You have to see knight b6. Christopher, whoa, whoa, whoa. This could really turn the game around.
Knight g4, okay, interesting.
Knight g4, I will take on g4.
No, not immediately,
Not
but after all.
Oh, he didn't, he missed it. He's missed it.
The second time he plays rook e2, which is like, which
he
misses
said
something.
rook e2.
Another mistake, but
like you
this
say, it's a
position is so
standoff.
difficult. No, it's so difficult from a human's perspective, right? Because how are you going to follow it up with black? Where is your attack? How do you continue?
You mean after the move h3?
After rook e2. No, after rook e2, after the last move that he just played. How do you continue? Do you open up the h file? You
I
take
think
on
that
G2?
was what h3 was all about, right?
Yes, to take, yes.
To take on g2?
But then I take back. Let's say maybe with a knight. Maybe I want to go to
with the
h4.
knight.
Improve the position of my knight. Clog the h file.
Well, truth be told, I always
Yes.
wanted to drop my knight in on
Finally.
e4.
And what if I take that?
Exactly. Maybe opening up a new avenue?
Yeah, this is getting dicey, I have to say, because you will at some point take on e5.
Indeed, I will. But for the moment, pressing on the h file with the doubled rooks or the queen.
Maybe just 94 right away. Is it possible?
Even
or
without,
95?
even
Without it, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
okay, let's have a
check.
look.
Rook
What he
a8 was played.
He played rook a8. Let's not forget also that Hans has only like a couple of minutes left. So rook e2 is also like, okay, I give you the move. Well, please think about it. Maybe for 3 minutes.
Wow, yeah, please. By the way, the move rook d8, that's a little confounding as well. I mean,
Yes.
I understand that you want to open up the h file, so why did we put the rook on d?
I think he's trying to indirectly protect d5. No? Like if
Yeah,
you take on
makes
d5,
sense.
sometimes bishop e5.
So
But
if
I'm
we go for that old line before, obviously the rook is now vacated the action, but
And perhaps I can start with bishop takes d4 now.
bishop takes d4 now.
Wow. Tricky.
Very.
It's not
but
as
that's
easy anymore.
important because if you had just allowed me that one moment to play d takes e4, get my knight, well, that does it. So unfortunately, the opportunity to take on d5 has passed, and now I have to come up with something clever. What's clever? Queen e1? Like maybe on a good day I can offer a trade of rooks? I'm confused. I admit, I'm confused.
In any case, like this position is really complicated, and it's really hard for Hans to play with a couple of minutes on his clock.
By the way,
So,
the time is ticking down.
yes,
It's,
but it's white to play now.
Christopher
after
still
rook
has 32 minutes on the clock.
Yes,
32
so he can think for another 20.
Very nice.
But we have to keep an eye on this game, definitely.
Absolutely. Jeffrey versus Darish. Again, that was that whole clog position with the a5. I think for me, this is unique. I'm used to an Alekhine gun for a single player, not for both.
Yes, you are right. It's for both. Yes, sir.
I mean, I've been around, but I
Yes.
must admit this is a unique.
You have it in your
unique
book
one.
even, yes. Sir.
I do.
Yes.
I do.
But again, for one player.
For
yes.
one player, not for both. Sam Shankland versus Ray Robson. Also a bit of a standoff. The king has come
Guys,
to
we have to go to the Alice League game.
Yes.
Let's go. Let's run.
Let's
do
move
it.
to that one, and maybe we can see the cameras.
Uh-oh.
Because this one
last
is
move
pretty
check.
much over.
Alice is feeling really, really good here. Where's this king going?
Well,
Okay,
that's a good question.
let's
Now
let's
I have
go
bishop
to d3.
e4, right?
Bishop e4 with the idea
Boom.
that knight cannot protect both.
Yes.
Yes, and if you take queen b1, beautiful.
Oh, that's a geometry.
Nice.
There's so much geometry in this position.
And the king would be runs.
Okay, and if I do it on the e3 square?
She went to d3. But if you go to e3, now
take on
finally I
d4.
include my last piece into the attack. I take on d4, you take back,
Yes,
and then knight e6.
Oh.
Bishop e4 is on the board, guys.
Bishop e4. Oh,
Alice.
nice. What a game.
Wow.
Wow.
That is really nice. Bishop E4, getting a knight E6 check. That one is actually easier.
Yes. Yes.
The knight
No,
coming to
bishop
E6.
E4, yes.
That's. But this one, King D3, Bishop E4. Can I keep running?
Let's try.
Where do you go?
I don't know where I'm heading to. Just heading for the hills.
Okay, I'll just take your rook.
Take the rook now.
It's time to take your rook. Take the material. I mean,
That's
I'm 2 pieces
mean.
up, and you're nowhere close to delivering any checks, actually.
Yes.
You're making a good point.
Oh, you're by the way, your king is also on C4.
You're 2 pieces up. My king's on C4, and I don't even have a threat. Yeah. Okay. I think we're going to see a handshake.
This is the game you want to play in U.S. Championship. I mean, when you play for the first time and you're 12, I mean, it's like you can remember this day for a long time.
It's a good way to start a campaign, that's for sure.
By the way, I always like it to call tournaments that feature Alice Lee because as a very young lady, she started her own TV show on the internet called Alice Pawn Palace.
Wow.
Yes.
I didn't know that. Yes.
Chesskids.com. She had Alice Chess Palace, and very, very popular amongst kids. 12 years young. Wow.
That's really cool.
Very, very.
If I was kid at this period of time, so many opportunities now. Yes, you can start your Twitch channel, you can start your YouTube channel.
I'm jealous of all of these opportunities that are existing in the world of chess today. And in the game of Begum and Sophie.
By the way, guys, I just want to pinpoint the fact that Ashrita is a third-rated player in this event.
Right.
She's close to 2,400, so victory against the third-rated player in the event with the black pieces in this fashion, that's a boost of confidence.
Wow. Absolutely. That's making a statement to everybody in the competition. I just wanted to say that Begum, here we have that standings coming in. Irina, the highest-rated player, 2432, but as you were saying, Ashrita, third.
Sure.
2365.
Where is actually
Alice? I wanted let's see if we could go back, producers, to that. Where is Alice Lee? All the way down there. Looks like in 9th place.
She's on the on the 10th place. Yes, if I remember, it's with her 14.
2263 master.
Not such a big difference still in rating. Only 100 points. So let's say in this age, it's not that important.
With K40, I mean,
when did
you can get that
the
in one
master
tournament.
class? What age were you when you broke the master class? For me, that was a huge barrier, that 2200.
Actually, I started with this. You know, the first event I ever played, I was 14, and immediately I got the rating 2,200.
Producer, we need to do. You were immediately started with a master?
No, but it was different times. You know, at that time, Yasser, you remember, like you go to international event and you immediately get the rating.
Okay,
so
there was an assumption.
You didn't have this kind of thing like.
The assumption was you were so good.
1,800, for example, you are from the beginning, let's say, and then you play the tournament. I played it well the first event. I think I scored like 5.5 out of 9. It was in Hungary, and immediately I got 2,240, I think, and I never went too far away from that rating.
My goodness, first rating. I think my first rating, and I was massively overrated at 1,100.
I just didn't play in the tournaments, you know. It's just like we were playing in Ukraine, let's say, and then suddenly I played in some youth events, and this was like my first open tournament I ever played. So this is what happened.
It sounds to me like you were born a master. Get out of here. This is terrible. I mean, how about you, Cristian? When you broke that, for me, the expert to master was just, it was a bridge too far. I just, wow, it was so hard. When did you become a master?
I think I went from 1,800 in one tournament. That's because the K was 40. I think all the way to like close to 2,200.
Yes.
And I think at that point, the lists were coming out every 3 months. not every month. So I had a lot of time to pick up the pace and gain those 300 rating points or something along those lines. And with that, I also got the FIDE Master title. So for me, that was big. And I think that was a big breakthrough. And this one, by the way, is over between Sam Shankland and Ray Robson. And we were talking about the stalemate in that position. The pawn on h3 is beautiful, but there is no way, unless white cooperates with you and opens up the d file, to make any progress.
Great. And by the way, just going back to the... So how old were you again, Cristian? Just how old were you when you...
I want to say I was around 12. Which is Alice's age. That's when I made that jump.
Competition?
But she's been 2250 since she was 10, or something along those lines, right?
I mean, this is
it's
crazy.
Incredible.
Yeah. Ashritha versus Alice. We did see after bishop e4, knight takes e4, queen takes b1, check. These were the moves that we were discussing. Our road to chess mastery. Born. And I wanted to ask,
that one is over.
Queen e1 check.
Why not taking on d4?
I think bishop d4 and then knight d6. The variation.
But take on d4.
You take on d4 is the simplest.
Same variation which Cristian showed us.
If you go king f3, I go queen d3. That finishes the game. I'm picking up all of your pieces.
Oh gosh, that's terrible. Yep, that makes sense.
And if you take on d4, knight d6, I'm picking up the rook.
Or even... Yeah, even bishop.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay.
This is ugly.
Too many wonderful.
And how much time does she have? Because she does seem a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
I don't see the timing right now.
She took on d4. I mean,
captured.
Why not?
Right.
With 30 seconds, normally you can make it.
6 minutes. Okay, that's plenty of time for Alice. She knows she has this one in the bag.
Absolutely.
Guys, a lot of things are happening.
Please.
In the Christopher Yu versus Hans Niemann, so maybe we can jump to that one.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Lots of things have happened.
Again, 3 draws in the open section, and we're jumping to the game between Christopher Yu and Hans Niemann.
Hans finally took the exchange.
By the way, I mean, he couldn't resist. He resisted for a long while.
He did.
I think G3, G4 was more or less the siren call that said, okay, in this position, F5 is crumbling. I don't want to see a double capture on F5. I have to take the rook. Christopher recaptured. Pawn is on G2. There is this very nasty threat of rook H1, but doesn't rook takes G2?
Let's take it,
opportunity, right?
Let's take it. How do we assess this position?
Well, now, I would say 3-result game. My first instinct is like, wait a minute. If I get my knight to D4, like if it was my turn, and obviously taking on F5 is a huge threat at the moment.
So I have to do something fast.
But if I already had my knight on D4, I would think white's winning.
Let's go rook H3.
Rook H3.
Rook H3, rook H8, try to mate you and attack the bishop at the same time.
Makes a lot of sense, of course.
But maybe you can take on F5, no? Something.
Immediately?
I don't know. I mean, so I started to see some moves, but I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's too much. Yes, I don't know.
Let's see. We see him hovering over the rook.
Knight F5.
And that's your favorite thing to
Knight
do?
F5, yes.
I guess.
Oops.
And we do have rook takes G2 on the board. Will we? Again, rook H3.
Yes, he played it.
He's done it.
He played it, so knight f5 is really tempting, especially when your opponent has like 1 minute maybe at the moment.
Okay, so with this check, by the way, where is the king going?
Yes,
I mean,
no, he played e6.
E6, and quickly too. It went bing bang.
What is this move?
I think it's...
No,
I feel it cannot be
Can that really be a good move?
No, knight f5 was definitely something was there. I don't know what, but...
I don't think so, guys. What if I just simply take with the bishop?
Yeah, and protect f5, yes. This is what you want. I want to protect this pawn, please.
Okay, but for sure his idea is that he's got a bishop g4. So bishop takes f5. He's got knight takes f5 in mind with bishop g4 to follow in case you go down this pathway. But it strikes me that, well, I have a lot of options here.
Maybe rook f3? No, rook g6 then, yes?
Well,
no, just to check.
Where am I moving my king? Not sure.
Yes, no.
It still looks so dangerous, though, right?
Okay.
Yes, it's
By
crazy.
the way, sorry, anything to be said for queen takes e6, pawn takes f5?
Whoa, 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 I don't take on f5. I think I'm going knight d4 first. I see a queen, I'm going to attack it.
I was about to play queen to b6 in some cases, but knight to d, maybe knight takes f5 check?
Oh, that's a nice one.
Also nice, yes.
Okay, that was a...
All right, bishop takes c6 is on the
Good
board,
morning,
guys.
St. Louis.
Absolutely, yes. Good morning, many times.
He's taken with the bishop.
Yes.
Yes.
So once more, we take on f5, and we're hoping for a bishop g4
and we pray.
shot.
The problem is after bishop takes f5, do you have bishop to g4?
Yes. This is what we discussed, yes.
What do you mean?
Let's
Take,
see. You want to take first and then
yes,
bishop
first
to g4.
and then bishop g4.
But now, isn't rook h8 a problem?
Ah,
Nice,
nice.
thank
Bishop
you.
f5, rook h1, nice.
We've got a mate on the board.
So let's see.
This is what's
takes on
happening
f5.
right now. Yes, so
Yes,
took
that intermezzo move, rook h8, is
maybe
fabulous.
he missed it, yes. Interesting, let's see.
After bishop g4, rook h8.
Wow.
Great find, Christian.
Well, thank you.
Maybe now, immediately rook h8. No, then rook g6. No.
In this
don't
moment.
we don't like it.
Bishop takes f5 is on the board.
No, it's on the board already,
Already?
so bishop f5, yes.
But he's burned his bridges, has White. White, pardon me, he could play knight d4. Knight d4 is actually a fairly decent move. I defend the bishop, and I'm ready to pick up this one with check.
One thing that right now, Christopher, you has to be aware of is the fact that we're 3 moves away from making the time control.
Right.
And if he does that and Hans gets enough time to think about the position, I have a feeling this one might be in the bag for Hans. So Christopher has to find something, and he has to find it quick. Do not allow Hans to safely get to the second time control.
Exactly. So
And it's not easy. It's easier said than done because the position actually objectively is winning for Hans right now.
Exactly, but
how?
knight d4. What is the main?
Just get out of dodge.
King
Just
f6.
king f7.
Just
Yes,
king
king
f6.
to f7.
f7, okay.
Just getting out.
And actually,
of
that
the
king
pin.
is extremely safe on f7 right now.
It definitely feels that way to me as well. The problem, of course, is this knight on e4 is just so strong, but I can't get rid of it by playing bishop takes. And if I take on f5, like something like this, I'm just not getting sufficient compensation anymore.
So perhaps a more practical approach is to take on f5 and then go knight to d4 and try to break with f5.
Okay, fair.
Interesting, yes, and then knight d4 now.
Okay, he
But
goes
then
for
queen,
it. Queen takes.
Whoops.
No, you cannot do that.
Whoops. Whoops.
Nice fork.
That's the family fork.
Knight to d4.
Family, yes.
All right.
He
Big
played it
moment
without
right now.
taking, or he did take on f5?
He took on f5.
He
He
did
took on
take on
f5.
f5, and we do have this position. So knight d4, so, well...
Move
if I stay-
39, guys. This is move 39.
so...
Extreme precision required by Hans for the next couple of moves to maintain his advantage. Let's see if he finds it. Queen to f6 is a big one.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
like... you
And
can
after
find
f5, king h8.
No.
King h8. Oh, I
Yes.
love that move. I was about to suggest that knight g5,
But then-
rook takes g5 in order to play knight e6. Check.
That's
Check.
a nice check.
But rook takes... sorry, so you don't do that. But king h8, stepping out of dodge, rook takes, rook g8 perhaps, is
Yeah.
one way.
Yeah.
Nice.
And
Wow.
the attack actually finishes after king h8.
No, but it's just not
big.
possible.
By the
Yes.
way, guys, 1
Yes.
minute for Hans. 2 more moves to make. Will
Okay,
he
queen
find
f-
the
queen
right
f6
sequence?
is more or less the only move. Or what? Or queen d7 you can also think of. Not really, yes, because
Queen
I think-
d7 is lost after
Yes.
bishop to g4.
Oh,
yes,
yes,
of course.
bishop
Yes.
d4.
So yeah, you have to go on f6. Yes.
Queen d7, bishop g4, knight e6. Never mind this rook. Definitely. So queen f6 is actually box.
The only move.
Yes.
More or less.
Big moment, guys.
Yes, exactly.
Big moment right now. Will he find queen f?
Yes.
He finds it. Wow.
A little bit nervous, a little uncertainty as he held.
How much time?
He held the queen for just.
He made it with 17 seconds on the clock.
Yes.
So right now he has 47 seconds.
For one move.
One more move for Hans.
Well,
and Christopher has to speed things up. He has to play f5.
f5 with the ideas of knight e6 check, bishop takes, and the more obvious rook takes g6 is met by this incredibly counterintuitive move. But you just step away from the knight.
But he has to find it, guys.
You,
Yeah,
you step away from the knight, you step away from the rook, and you say, do your worst. And there's not a lot of worst to be done.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
nice.
king h8, really hard to find.
I love that move.
Oh, yes. Really.
Visually, once you see it, you
for
go...
books. The move
yeah,
for books.
right? Yeah, once you visually
Prophylactic.
see it, you go, oh, that's so nice. You're stepping away from all of White's threats. And after a move like rook takes g6, you're introducing the idea that it's White's king, actually far more vulnerable than Black's king. Nice, nice, nice. Wow. As we're getting lost in this game, and I'm not going to move away from it, I'm just going to take a look on my analysis board. We'll keep the live board. I'm just going to take a quick look at Fabi's position. Love Lanier's position. I think he's got a big advantage going on over there between Jeffrey and Darush. Things have been stabilized for quite some time. Sam Sevian versus Elshan. Looks like Sam has a huge advantage, maybe even a checkmating advantage with g5 and rook g8.
Wow.
So let me just come back to the game.
Does he though?
What?
Does he though?
Does he?
Does he know?
Can I go g5, rook takes f2?
Can you go g5, rook?
Are you catching that pawn?
Oh.
Yeah. There is a pawn on a5. I noticed it, but...
What?
Yes.
G5.
He might have
need
missed
to-
that, actually. G5, I think rook takes f2 works. You don't have the f5 square for the bishop to come back in time.
That's funny. So maybe I have to play f4 and g5 so you can't trade rooks.
Yes.
Something of that nature. That's kind of funny. And again, this is the game between Christopher and Hans Niemann.
Yes, it's 47 seconds on his clock. You can
And
see
we're
that.
expecting the move f5, and Hans plays king h8. He'll have a winning position. Lots of ways still for Hans to go wrong, though, right, Christian?
Absolutely, but he has, Chris, for you, that is, to play the move f5.
Actually, like what computer says after move f5, any other move except king h8 leads us to which
but
results?
they're not as conclusive.
Yeah, but I mean, like...
So you
second
lose a
one.
lot of your advantage if you
Yes.
don't play king h8.
But still, you can hold it, yes? Because it
Hold
feels
it,
like...
but unclear if you're still winning.
Okay.
If you don't find king to h8. Rook to g8 is a move after that. But f5, it does seem like, at least from a practical perspective, has to be played.
Yeah.
By the way, now that you mention it, after f5, rook g8 also looks like a very tricky but good idea, because
does.
rook takes g6
Same,
check
king
will
h8.
be the same,
Yes.
and knight e6 check, king goes back is still the same.
It does. So then I can probably just take on e4 and then take on e4 back with the queen and just play for a compensation in that fashion.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. And if I played king h8 right away, I release my queen into the attack.
Yeah, not so. It's a really difficult moment. I mean, everyone was in time trouble, right? Yes, I mean, it's like a very, very tense moment. Like your opponent is thinking, and you know that you have only 40 seconds left.
Right.
So you're under huge pressure at this time.
Yeah, and it felt like a little bit of a roller coaster game there, where Christopher definitely had his opportunity to play the move knight takes d5.
And rook e5 right away. So
Yes.
let's say it's like he lost a little bit of time during that game.
Yeah, he rushed some decisions, did Christopher. And again, I feel like make your move, make the move so we can see the rest of the games. F5. What else is there beside F5, by the way?
Maybe just take on E4 and try to play it like that, but that doesn't feel right.
Because that invites rook to H8.
Yes.
And also this type of move, which is too simple. Ah, no, he takes. Now this is... Like you also give your opponent a chance to play the simplest move in the position, right? You don't really cause any problem when you have so less time left.
The other problem is maybe bishop takes E4, rook E8. Am I missing anything?
No, you're not. That's
Rook E8 just looks like I could recapture with the rook, and that's a dream come true.
No, if he finds it, the game is pretty much over.
Rook E8.
Rook E8 is a big one.
Okay, 30 seconds, 20 seconds.
Rook E8, and the engine is giving Hans a tremendous advantage. Rook E8 is on the board, guys.
Yeah, 38
he
seconds.
made it, yes. He spent 30 seconds, but he made this move. Rook E8.
Yeah, Christopher is not surviving this one.
Yeah, that looks like game over. Let me just switch to the ladies. Any time trouble issues? Uh-oh.
Well, Alice just won her game.
Alice has just won.
Yes, expectedly. She won this game. Yes, beautiful, beautiful, great game.
Oh, boy. The very end position, it looks like she's up a box load of material. Takes on D4. This is where we left it. We saw this move knight E6, and we thought that was curtains. Knight E6, bishop F4, and not, oh my gosh. Oof, oof, oof.
Yeah,
oof.
she took all the pieces.
She took all the pieces.
Not bad.
Oof, oof, oof. Jack.
And
Queen
very,
Susan.
very practical decision.
Put your faith in absolute pins. Not just pins, but pins where, you know, the king is involved. These absolute pins. Alice up a few extra pieces. Ashritha threw in the towel. We have our first decisive game from the 2022 U.S. Championships.
A lot of time trouble
game.
situations, guys, and one of them in particular, that game between Begim and Sophie Morris-Suzuki. Sophie with only 1 minute left on her clock right now and 15 moves to go.
But I think that this actually is a position, Sophie found this move D5, and this was a great shot, a great move, because now, in the current position, F4, F5 for white is no longer on tap. Knight takes D5. Why isn't this position just better for black?
Well, you have to find something to do right now, because it does feel like with both rooks on the central files, there's something hanging in the air, right? Some bishop H6 move, for example.
Oops.
That might be a problem, right?
Okay.
Yes, and rook is 7
So
and
if
knight f6.
How do you defend?
well, where do I... The problem is I don't know where I'm supposed to put this bishop.
Still bishop H...
Still bishop H6.
Probably bishop H4, because if you go to D6, I go bishop H6 still.
If I go bishop to F... Pardon me,
D6,
bishop to
I go
D6,
bishop
bishop
H6.
H6.
Yes.
What?
15 seconds left, guys.
seconds?
Will she find bishop H4?
Bishop
F6.
Bishop F6. Okay. So
Well, that invites an endgame. How good is this endgame?
color? I would assume it's good for white, because the problem is the bishop on H6 is, again, one of these monstrous bishops that always keeps the king in these back-rank checkmating patterns. I would assume that this is better.
But what if I keep the queens on the board and take advantage of the fact that there's still those cannons on the D and E file, looking at your queen? So queen F4.
Queen F4.
Sure, or queen B4. Both of them seem to be very, very
so
decent.
you're thinking, try to exploit the possibility of a double discover check.
And bishop to
like
B6
G5
as well.
Sorry?
Bishop to B6, I feel like it's a big
Also.
threat. Because then you lose a pawn, at least.
No, I mean, as you're becoming an experienced master, taking advantage of your opponent's time troubles by keeping the position complex.
Queen F4 is on the board.
Very important skill to
maintain
have.
the pressure,
Yes,
like, which I don't have at all.
There's patience to
Yes.
to maintain the pressure. Exactly. Queen F4 on the board. And now I think that clarifies matters a lot.
What if we take on
white.
A5? Queen takes a5. 15 seconds for
and counting.
Sophie.
Queen takes a5, knight takes f6, and queen takes f6. Ideas of bishop d4.
Oof.
Bishop h6, like really
5
crazy.
seconds.
Oh,
Bishop h4. In the nick of time, but can you go g5?
Exactly. That was the move I was afraid of initially when the queen was on d4.
Is that bishop not trapped on h4?
It looks like, but
and there's
and
no
also
way
knight
to...
f6 is a threat,
Oh,
right?
that's a nice one.
Not only,
Very nice.
not only queen h4.
Oh, g5, I think it's over, guys.
Yes,
Yeah.
and knight f6.
I can see, Anastasia, that you're warming to the position. You're seeing these very nice. And g5, by the way, that move is so, like visual. Like you want to play this move and cut the connection between the queen and the bishop so you can pick up the bishop for free. And as you're saying, knight f6, discovered attack. And well, we know the time is a big factor for Sophie. How is it for Begum?
I'm sure she has some more time, right? I mean, like 15 minutes or something.
15 minutes? Oh, then I'm sure she'll find g5 and probably.
Yes,
you were
even
mentioning
not
bishop b6. There might be other bishop b6.
But g5 just
G5
screams to be
No,
played.
you want to
Right.
play.
I mean, probably the best thing black can do after g5 is to go into the endgame after bishop takes g5 and be a piece down.
Okay, yes,
That's
it shows a lot.
Not
It shows
survivable,
that
right?
Yeah,
It's not
not what
possible.
you want to do.
And also the exact same thing
And-
you mentioned, Anastasia. Knight f6 is also a threat.
She played
Yeah,
it,
it's
g5.
g5.
Yes,
on the
g5.
board.
Is that 1 minute 42
No, it's actually
or 4
1 minute 42. Yes.
Yes, one.
1 minute and 42
Ah.
I'm
seconds.
sorry. I thought it's 15, but it's actually
14.
1.5.
Yeah. 1.4.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes, I'm sorry for the mistake.
No.
Queen
And
takes
queen
a5.
takes a5. Okay.
Well, that invites a lot of things, including just picking up your piece.
Yes.
Well, knight e7 check and knight
And
takes
just-
g6
That's
check.
nice as well, yes.
Yeah, you get to pick up the bishop
no,
on
with
h4 with
check.
check.
So no, it's just
And then-
game over.
I have to take with the h pawn.
Right.
Do I even want to do that? I think I want to keep the knight on the board. It's such a nice knight. So I would take on h4. Just give me the piece.
Take first, ask questions later.
Precisely. Precisely.
Nice. That's asking too much. I even started considering knight e7 check, king h8, and something like bishop here, so that I could play bishop takes. But of course, I've overlooked queen takes g5. So
And the problem
much
is,
like a good student, she took your advice and took the
practical.
bishop.
Very
And
practical.
rook e8 on the board.
and I think did you see how shakily she made that move, rook to e8?
No,
I
I
think
missed it.
perhaps she wanted to go to d8, but realized that bishop to b6
It's coming.
is a potential move.
Yes.
Right. These time troubles, by the way, very,
What
very
about bishop
nervy
d2 now?
affairs. Bishop d2.
I don't know. I mean, I started to see some ghosts, like some checkmates here, there.
No, I love this.
Anastasia,
move
you've
because
been doing
got-
your tactics. I
You've
see.
got back
I'm onto
rank,
you. I'm onto you.
checkmate. And also very nice is that it continues, the back rank
Yes.
checkmate. And by
You
the
have
way,
to
the
go queen
queen.
d8, which
And
is
then-
very ugly.
And then you've got all
Wow,
kinds
bishop
of...
a5 also looks beautiful, actually.
Right.
Like, you wanted to escape? No, bishop a5.
She's looking at that
3
move.
seconds. What I want...
Yes, bishop d2, bravo.
What I wanted to say is, time trouble, it's the strangest thing in chess. Sometimes it just causes you like these brain freezes.
Yes.
People make, myself included, make unbelievable errors that are unrecognizable. And it's almost a kind of a nerves. You get
Yes.
so nervous with less time on your clock. Bishop d2, if she makes the time control, and how many moves does she have to make?
There's plenty of moves. 11 moves still to go.
11.
It's move 29.
Wow.
Wow.
It's
they
only move
slow
29.
played their way to this
No,
moment.
but I think it's going to be over very, very soon. Like
Queen
what to play? Queen
b5.
b5.
b5 defends.
Excuse me, can I go knight? No, knight c7 doesn't work. There's a rook on c2.
Rook on c2. But maybe something like
Well, let's try it once more. Rook takes and rook to e1. And then we've got these, it almost feels like one of those
some puzzles.
Giving up your queen, queen
yes.
a4.
Yes. How deflection we call this, no? This trick.
Yes.
Right? I mean, when you try to actually...
Yeah, queen
takes c8.
Okay, she decided to go for something simple. Well, you have a piece up. You don't need to be too creative at this moment. Like, okay, you exchange one more piece. Time to play very practically.
Exactly. I'm thinking rook e1. Actually,
rook e1 is on the board.
Did it?
And then like knight e7, maybe take on g6, queen e4. I don't know, something like that.
Perfect.
It's all about...
I'm with you 100%
Yes.
all the way on that one, Anastasiya. Just simplify. We've been doing it for 1,400 years. Went ahead, trade everything down, and
don't be creative.
win with your extra piece. It works very, very well.
Stick to the basics. Rook to e1, then queen to d4, centralize your pieces. Bishop to c3 is coming as well.
Yes.
You're in
Queen
trouble.
d4, bishop c3, love it.
And at some point, there's going to be some tactic. Knight to
Yes.
f6 or knight to e7.
Actually, just on that note, I mean, let's just make a move, right?
Yes.
Queen d8, bishop c3.
You cannot take on d5, of course.
Because of the back rank mate, you
Yes.
can't take on c3 because of the knight, and we just make him a move,
For
and
example?
then suddenly, thump, right?
Oops.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Is
I don't think it
winning?
works.
Oh.
No, I just take and queen h6, king h8 back.
Thump is not winning.
Yeah, but still.
But okay.
So then
We have an extra
to do
piece, we
it.
can do whatever we want.
So then we do it the other way.
Oh, this is beautiful. Like, you cannot take on d4 now.
Queen takes
Back
g5.
rank mate, and if you go
Queen takes g5, that's the only problem.
Oh, that's nice.
That's great.
nice.
Yeah, sir.
No, I have
Thanks.
to get it in. Again,
So queen d7 is on the board. Queen to d4 just centralizing, seems to be finishing the job. And by the way,
Queen to d6.
Hans is also about to win his game.
Yes.
Queen d7 on the board.
Queen to
after rook
d7 is
e1?
on the board, yes.
Okay,
So you can
so
play as queen d4. Yeah, exactly, with knight f6 idea, yes.
Queen to d4
Or
just seems to
d4.
be decisive.
I like
to
this
d4.
deflection, queen g4 move.
Yes.
Ooh, where is she going with that knight? Knight to e7, okay.
Knight e7 check. Well, no choice here. King
Yes,
h8,
of course.
quickly played, very practical by Sophie.
Okay, now you can indeed take on g6.
Just take on g6. Remember, like I said, like exchange everything and just, use the fact that you have.
And now your plan. Yeah, so
Queen d4.
Yes.
I
Shall
love it.
we see it?
Up. Nice. Queen d4.
And there's no checks. That's the nice thing about White's position, right?
The king is remarkably safe. Yeah, even though the pawn's on g5. and
Yes.
Rather open king shield. Queen g4,
d4 followed by bishop to c3 seems to be
Maybe
doing the
queen.
job.
A4. Wow, queen d4, great.
On the
I
board.
like it.
She's playing very, very well for this time trouble. And again, the nervousness, it's inescapable. I think everybody, even Anatoly Karpov, the great Anatoly Karpov, when he would get into time trouble, also, would show nerves.
It still feels different when you play blitz game, right? And you have no time. And when you play classical game and then suddenly you're in time trouble. I don't know why, but it's somehow different.
I have 30 seconds in a classical game and I'm nervous as all get out. I have 10 seconds in a blitz game and I'm thinking I have plenty of time to finish the game. Queen
I don't know
c8 on the
why.
board. And again, I think the players are going to make the time trouble. I'll just say that White is comfortably winning. What other games are decisive?
Wait a second.
Oh,
Bishop c3 here, huh?
Yes.
Yes.
Bishop c3 seems like a good move.
that will be a visual.
Rook e7 is also an
And
option.
also, if queen g8, then rook e8.
No, queen takes g7.
Or queen takes g7. Okay, I agree with you. There are two options.
With bishop c3.
But I
rook
left
takes
it for,
c3.
so it was his variation.
Oh,
queen
thank you,
g7.
thank you. Queen takes c3, rook takes c3, queen c3. So we're about to see
Yes.
bishop c3. But I did want to ask you, Christian, because as we're getting into this time trouble phase, did Hans put the finishing touch?
Hasn't finished the game yet, but he's definitely winning, yes.
definitely winning.
Definitely winning. And right now,
Sam Sevian versus Elshon?
That one is still going. Still going, still very complex. He played the move f4. He did not miss rook takes f2 in that one. Oh, queen to f8. There is a checkmate in 2 moves. Let's see if we're getting into your position, Yasser.
Let's see, rook e8 or queen g7. Which one?
You have to go for queen g7. Actually, if she goes for rook to e8, I will be very upset at her.
Why?
Yeah,
during
we'll
our
make her
training
do
session,
laps.
I will be like, look, you have to get the checkmate in 2.
Right.
With checks.
Yes.
Queen takes
With
g7. That's the visual.
What
Yes,
okay,
of course. I know my student.
Very good.
What a tough trainer.
I
you
know, exactly.
Both ways are winning. Come on. What's the problem?
Oh, but
Yes.
it looks like pizza night. Pizza for everybody. Bravo, bravo, Begum. As we have 2 decisive games in the ladies. In the Open, we have 3 draws. And let's see what else is going on. Anna Zatonskih, Jennifer. Whoa, 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 whoa. Jennifer won a pawn. What? Am I looking at this right? Jennifer just a pawn up. I mean, it was 4 versus 5
Yes,
versus
exactly.
5.
You're right, and we don't have minor pieces.
This is just winning for winning.
For black.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, what did she do? She
don't
has
know.
overlooked something.
Maybe.
Okay,
Overpressed.
so the knight went to c6, and the pawn was more vulnerable there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And
here we are, the ending.
winning.
Maybe she
Winning.
hopes to still keep it, but very hard.
I'm not quite sure about king d7. I think just king b7, and you kind of nursemaid your pawn up the board. And after check, king d7, rook a1, king d6. Okay, what is doing? And Cristian, let's jump over to you. We have guest in studio.
We are indeed with Alice Lee. Alice, a tremendous victory for you to start off your first US Chess Championship with the black pieces against the 3rd highest rated player in the event. How does that feel?
Well, I still haven't really registered it yet because this game was really chaotic. I wasn't even sure about the result near the very end. But obviously this is a great result for me to begin the tournament with. And I definitely wasn't expecting this because, she's very strong and I'm black.
And you were under tremendous pressure early on. She played this idea, rook to g1, g4, g5. She was really coming at you, pushing the pawns and trying to destroy your castle. How did you strategize your defense at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really sure about the opening because I think on move 1 she usually plays e4 or more recently knight of 3.
She started off with c4.
She started with c4, so I was sort of surprised from move 1. And then usually in these c4, c6 sort of structures, I think usually she plays d4 and transposes into a Marin. But after rook g1, I didn't really know what to do. So I just sort of played safe, but it was a bit passive with rook e8, knight f8, knight d7. And I think my play was a little bit too slow, but here it's not too bad. I think I want to do bishop b7 and then possibly e5. That was my plan. But then she started going down an attack, so...
she played this move, g6 after bishop to d3. This was the moment. Did you see this move, bishop takes h7? Did you consider it?
No. Wow, so knight takes h7.
And now the key is that she has to open up this diagonal as well,
yeah.
so she needs to sacrifice another piece.
That actually makes sense because then she wants to play g6 and then the bishop on b2 and the rook on g1 are very strong.
Exactly, yes. And it does seem like this one might be winning for her. But she did not spot that. She played the move g6. Did she play this move fast?
I don't exactly remember. I don't think she spent that much time on it. Oh, she spent 8 minutes.
Actually,
but
yes.
Here, yeah, I thought that this was good because after f takes g6, if she does h takes g6, I should be able to do h6 and close the position. I thought that this should be fine for me since I don't see how she can really attack me.
It doesn't seem like there's a way to break. And if she does open up the b2 bishop, you can close it with e5.
Yeah, that was my plan, I think. But she played knight g5, which I definitely wasn't expecting. So here, at first I saw like h6 should just be good for me. But then I saw that she has this knight f7 idea, or also bishop takes g6. And if knight takes g6, knight f7, I think. And then that would be pretty annoying.
That's winning for her.
Yeah. So, so I was planning to do h takes g5. I think in the game I did b takes c4 first.
You took on c4 first. Yeah. How did you came up to that conclusion that you have to eliminate these two pawns?
Well, later on, I wasn't really sure whether it was good because my king was more open. But here I thought that like maybe at some point I might play some knight e5 ideas. So not right now, although it does seem that it's okay. But I thought h6.
I think h6 were very well calculated, and
bishop takes.
this was more or less forced at this point.
So actually, after bishop takes g6 check earlier, I was considering move 18. King g8, but she can take on e8.
Correct.
And then I thought like maybe I could do knight e5, but after castles queenside, queen takes e8 and then f4, it looks like she has some of those same bishop on b2, rook on g1, pawn on g7 ideas.
Seems to be winning for her. Yeah. No, you made the right decision. You went towards the center with king e7. And actually, this seems to have been the decisive mistake. After queen to a4, already things are starting to look good for you because your queen is getting close to her king, and this was the big one.
Yeah.
Bishop to a3.
Yeah, and now it seems like her queen is sort of completely out of play on a5. I mean, especially since my king is on e8, I think that's better placed than on c8, where there might be some, I don't know, knight a4 ideas. So after c5, then now I have like many ideas. Like,
and you found this move, d4, to defend the bishop on b7 indirectly. Yeah, because the rook takes b7, queen h1. Alice, I have to say, after this, you play the best moves, according to the engines as well. Just brilliant play by you, defended nicely. How does it feel to win this one? And what does that mean for your chances to potentially become US Women's Champion?
Well, of course it's great to be able to win this one and just get it over with, like black pieces against such a top seed. As for winning the championship, I don't really think I can think about that right now, especially since there's like 12 more games to go. And I think tomorrow will be white against Begum, and that would be a very tough game.
Take it one day at a time. Congratulations, Alice. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Our congratulations to you as well, Alice. It always feels like great when you're a debut and you make a win. But let's take a look at our results thus far. Just 2 games.
Yes, Ashwita lost against Alice, and then we have also Begum, who won against Sofia. Yes.
That was a really, really nice game. But a lot of topsy-turvy results here going on. Fabi, he was in a terrible, I want to say, dire straits against Lanier. They are now in a dead drawn, bishops of opposite color ending. That game will end in a draw. We'll likely see 4 draws in the open section, and that was just a terrible tournament. Lanier is going to look at this game and say, what am I doing? That was very, very peculiar. King g8, by the way. Yes. An invitation to making a 3-move repetition. And we'll jump back to Cristian.
Yes.
Thank you, Yasser. Begim, first of all, congratulations. A good start for your 2022 campaign. How does this victory feel?
Thank you. I think it's very important because first days are kind of like slow, and it's a good win, good start.
How did you strategize, let's say, the opening phase? You started off with e4, c5, and it did feel like after bishop to d7, you started thinking a little bit.
Yeah, actually, I didn't expect d6 move at all.
Just for 1 second, we're going to interrupt you because Hans has won his game against Christopher Yu and starts his 2022 campaign with a crucial victory.
Yes, he does, as he's the only one thus far to win the Open. Back to you, Cristian.
Begim, back to the position.
Yeah, I didn't expect d6 at all. She never played that. That's why I was like, okay, let's be a little bit creative because main move is d4, which I play, and I have a lot of games there. I was like, probably she's ready, and I just started to create. I knew some ideas, but I'm not sure if I did if I did the right moves. A4, I just saw at some point like A4 exists, so basically that's...
Why not try?
Why not try it, right?
Knight to C6, castle, knight to F6. Where did you feel comfortable with your position? E6, D4.
Actually, I was surprised she played bishop G4 move. I thought this position should be slightly better for me. Maybe she shouldn't be like expanding. That's why after bishop G4, I thought maybe she's going to take on F3 and try something. I wasn't really sure.
Take on F3 instead of bishop to
H5.
H5.
Just after I played G4, bishop G2, knight C3, like I felt like I was better, like slightly better, not much.
And then we got to this position, and you played this nice prophylactic move, queen to D2, which the panel was praising. How did you feel about your chances at this point?
At this point, I thought, okay, I don't have much, but it was like a playable position. I just wanted to play it, and I was just waiting for her to shuffle her pieces more so I can understand the position better. And I think whatever she did is not that great, but my reaction wasn't very precise, in my opinion. She played like knight b6 here, right?
And she also started burning a lot of time.
Yeah, and I was thinking a lot too, but it's understandable. First day, you want to like really go into the game, even though she was spending more time, because after d6, probably she didn't expect bishop b5, and it's a kind of like new position for her too. That's why, and then probably she was a little bit afraid to like to do something very, how to say, very bad, let's say. That's why she was just spending. She was a little bit afraid to play the position, I guess. It was more familiar for me because I'm an e4 player, so it just didn't matter.
And you also have more space. It just feels like it flows easier for you.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe a5 is not that great. Maybe I just had to play rook d1 immediately.
It seems like a good move to my eyes and to the engine's eyes as well. So that's good. A5, knight d7, knight a4 seems like you're building up a nice
I was thinking
advantage.
maybe she was trying to play knight c5, but after d5, I thought that was her idea, but still it's a
difficult position for black.
Yeah, worse position.
And she had to make a decision because she only had 7 minutes at this point.
That's true. Okay, d1.
So I think this was the critical moment, the next critical moment. And she made her move with something along the lines of 5 seconds.
To be honest, I missed bishop h4, and when we got this position, like before we got this position, before I took on d5, before I took on d5, I just realized I missed bishop h4 because my idea was just to take with the bishop, and after knight d5, I thought I was winning, and that's why I was a little bit angry at myself that I missed bishop h4. But I was like, okay, if she finds it, then queen f4 and knight b4 is a threat. That's why I just decided to go. It's not easy.
It's not easy, especially
like
with a few seconds on the clock.
We both at this point had like only a minute, so I was like, okay, if she finds it, it's fine. We'll just keep playing it.
And it does seem like the only way out might be something like rook to e2. Okay, this is not easy. Yeah, this is not easy to find. And if you don't find rook to e2, then you're much worse.
That's why she didn't play bishop h4. She also thought that after queen f4, knight b4 is coming. To be honest, I thought that's the reason why she didn't play. But after bishop f6, queen f4, suddenly she's just losing.
Yeah.
Like there's no way already.
You picked up the piece, and after that you finished in a nice fashion after queen to f8, queen takes g7, and I was saying that we're going to have a big discussion if you play rook to e8 instead of queen takes g7.
I was very happy that she gave me the chance to checkmate her. Usually just people resign earlier, so it's nice to start with a checkmate.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Begim, and we'll see you in the next few rounds.
Thank you.
Our congratulations to you as well. Very nice finish indeed. And again, we are seeing these like topsy-turvy results coming in. As Fabi and Lanier did make a draw, we think that Fabi was really fortunate to dodge a bullet in this game. In the game between Jeffrey and Darush, Jeffrey, I mean, after heavy maneuvering, has finally won the pawn on e4 and a appears to be in the driver's seat, and also in the ladies, a big turnaround in the game between Tatev and Arina, as Tatev is now in the driver's seat, and she was in big trouble,
She was.
Anastasiya,
Long
as we
time.
saw quite some time ago. But just to catch up on some results, Sabina versus Nagy, that game ended in a draw. Talia versus Ru Yang also drawn. So results, and back to Cristian with a guest.
Thank you, Yasser. We are with Hans Niemann after an incredible victory with the black pieces against a fellow junior. For you, Hans, first of all, let's address the elephant in the room. You've been under a lot of pressure. Tell us a bit about that.
Well, I think that this game is a message to everyone, and you know, this entire thing started with me saying chess speaks for itself, and I think that this game spoke for itself and showed the chess player that I am, and it also showed that I'm not going to back down, and I'm going to play my best chess here, regardless of the pressure that I'm under, and that's all I have to say about this game. And you know, chess speaks for itself. You know, that's all I can say.
Let's discuss the game a little bit.
That's it. But you know, you can leave it to your interpretation. But thank you.
That's it. All you want to say.
That's all I'd like
for
to
today.
say. Yes, because
Okay,
it was such a
Hans.
beautiful game. I don't even need to describe it.
Thank you.
What? That's it? Okay. I actually had one question. If we're still in studio, I guess not.
No, I mean, Hans has disappeared. But
I wanted to ask about the knight takes d5 moment.
I don't think he wanted to speak about the game.
Answer the knight takes d5
He
moment.
came into the studio and he said, we're not going to analyze the game. I just want to say something, and that was it.
that was
Okay.
it was a message for the world, and he spoke with his moves today.
He spoke
Yes.
with his moves today. We felt that Christopher, and I have the position in front of my on my analysis board, and the question that I had for Christopher for Hans, pardon me, was right here when the move Rook E2 was played. We thought that Christopher could really put the pressure on Hans with the move knight takes d5, and
Yes,
I
yes.
wanted to ask about that. That's
But
all.
now we can only ask Christian at this moment.
No.
All right. We do have a special about last night's opening ceremony, which was held here in St. Louis at the St. Louis Aquarium, which was a wonderful location, by the way. And we had many, many, many guests all showing up for the induction. And, well, it was a wonderful
Yeah, it was
day.
a wonderful opening ceremony. It was also a wonderful place to visit. Of course, it's an important place for St. Louis Aquarium, right? We could.
Those were the plaques of the new inductees. You see Rochelle and Jennifer, two close friends there.
We have also Anna Zatonskih and Sam Shankland, as well as Rex Sinfield
And Jeannie.
Jeannie, yes.
Getting ready for their speeches.
Yeah, it was
This
a really
was
great one.
our dear friend. Jim and I were roommates back in the late 70s in Hollywood, California. And the legendary Eugenia Torre gave a very heartfelt speech thanking everybody for his induction.
And also we had the drawing of lots, and it was conducted with really nice toys.
Yeah,
girls-
otters and sharks.
And sharks, yes. So you can imagine that in open section they picked up sharks.
Why did the ladies get the otters and in the open section the sharks?
Yeah, try to guess why.
Exactly.
Look,
And
but
his
they were happy.
first U.S. championship upon Aronian.
Yes, Ray Robson as well. We have
And for
also
Ray,
arbiters.
Ray actually is a super veteran. He's played maybe half his life in these U.S. championships, and I'm not joking. He has played so many of them. And just before we go on a break,
Yes, we have only 2 games left, right? Sam Sevian is still playing with Elshan, and Jeffrey Xiong is fighting with Darush Swiercz.
exactly, one win as Hans Niemann will lead the tournament after round 1, unless Jeffrey can catch him, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of 2 unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
back everyone to our studio, and we have some results, and some games are still in the progress. Sam Sevian and Elshan are still playing, Jeffrey and Dariush are still also playing the game. And we have all draws except one game, yes.
That Hans won on the black side against Christopher Yu, a nice victory. At least Hans was very proud of it. And in the ladies, what about the results in the ladies, Anastasia?
Let's check the ladies. Same here, we have two games, I think, no? I think we have 2 games left.
Right, out of the 7.
No, sorry for that. Yes, like we have 3 results already. Like
wait a minute. I think we have a number of draws. Talia also made a draw against Ru Yang, but you were right. They had 3 decisive games.
3 decisive games we have, and still we have
2
some games.
very big games going on. Anna Zatonskih versus Jennifer Yu. In this rook ending that we are about to see, Jennifer has been nursing an extra pawn for quite some time. I thought it was a very easy win. Jennifer is actually making life very difficult for herself. She's moved her king all the way up to the b3 square. What she should have done is simply drop the king back to the corner here.
Yes.
Now she's threatening to make slow but steady progress with a6 and king a7 and nurse her pawn up the board after a move, for example, like rook a1. You can go rook c6, play a6,
and slowly move, yes, all your pieces forward. Yes.
Instead, she didn't go for that. What she did is, oops, that wasn't what I wanted to do, is she's moved her king all the way up the board and currently reached this position, I believe. And at this moment, I'm sure that Jennifer is looking at the consequences of rook check. So the idea is that she wants to advance her pawn up the board, but the rook is, Anna's rook on the a files made it difficult. Now, if you look at this, this is not that easy suddenly. After a move like check, the rook comes down, and thanks to the favorable position of the king, I'm going to say this is a 3-result game.
Yes, then you start
this is not the extra pawn that you
yes.
want. So after this move, rook a5, king to b3, rook a1, I think you have to go all the way back as before, all the way back to a8, and then back to winning. The big king, Tatev, wow, what a turnaround we saw. Arena was in the driver's seat most of this game. Now it's Tatev as equal materials even.
But her pawns are really advanced compared to black pawns, right?
Exactly. Something like rook takes, and wow.
And now it's simple. I mean, what? It happened already? No?
No, this is just my analysis. It's just pretty obvious that white is the one way ahead in any races. And what do you have for us, Christian?
Well, I was looking at the open section and this big game between Sam Sevian and Elshan Moradiabadi. Sam has been piling on the pressure since the early middle game, but it did feel like he allowed Moradiabadi back into the game. And in fact, at this particular point, after the move f5, all Moradiabadi had to do was to give a check, rook to a1, king to g2, continue with checking, rook to g1. This is not easy because it does feel like the king on h1 is a liability for white. Nevertheless, once you get the king to f3, now f takes g6, and this is very difficult to understand from afar, is no longer a threat. So what I can do as black, I can just simply pick up the pawn on g5. If you do take on g6, I give you a check.
Wow.
Now with the king on f3, I give you the check, I take on f7, I exchange the rooks, and that's an easy draw. That's easy. But what if I go to h3, right? King to h3. Well, you cannot take on g5 because f takes g6. That's a mate. And this is what he was always afraid of. This move rook to h7 and trapping the king in the corner. You cannot go rook to g8 because I just give you a check anywhere on the board. Follow it up with g7 or rook to h7, and that's just game over. So big moment and big miss by Elshan, who actually played the move rook to f2. The problem is, after the simple rook to a7, how do you stop me from getting a pawn to g6?
Right.
And once I get the pawn to g6, there's a one-move checkmate threat with rook to h7 that you cannot parry. The only thing you can do is actually take on f5. I go g6, and now you have to sacrifice the bishop, which to my eyes, it's not looking great. King to f3, rook takes g6. I have the move bishop to f7. I'm not going to take on e3 first because you take with a check, but I do go bishop to f7. I'm not taking, by the way, the pawn on f5 because after rook to f6, you don't have time to capture the bishop on e3 without losing the bishop on f5. So you have to put the bishop on a square that is protected by the rook. Follow it up with king takes c3. I don't see a good way to get to my pawn, to my h pawn, without allowing my king to get on f6 and create the checkmating pattern that white so desires in the position. And to my eyes, this is just a losing endgame for black. So a big, big moment missed by Moradiabadi, and all his efforts for the last 3-4 hours try to save this game in a very unpleasant position might go to waste.
A quick question for you, Christian. In that variation that you have on your board,
yes,
rook to g7,
yes,
king takes e3.
Correct.
King h7, of course.
King h7.
Now I want to use my a pawn as a decoy.
Sure.
King f4, h5, of course. King takes f5, threatening bishop g6, king h6. King f6, of course. Just
that's how I defend
my
my bishop. Yeah, and that's actually a nice situation. And Tatev actually made a draw.
And Arena made a draw. When we just came back from our break, we thought that Tatev was enjoying
I would
the
say
position.
that's the fair result because Irina was much better. Nevertheless, you have to take your opportunities, guys.
When
they're presented to you, you should take your opportunities, especially when you have a better position against the 8-time national champion Irina Krush, right? One of the toughest competitor in this field. You have a golden opportunity as white to put some pressure. It's not easy. Even in this position, they repeated the moves, by the way. This is how it finished. After knight to d5, rook to d8, knight to c3, rook to c8, and so on and so forth. Rook takes c4 seems to have given white the advantage. How big of an advantage? Not very clear. Rook to b4, I can go king to e7. Once you go b6, I'm going to drop back to d8 and stop your pawn. But what you can do is try to use all your forces. Go king to b2, king to b3, c4. And it does feel, at least from a practical perspective, that white is better. For example, you cannot easily approach the pawn. For example, if you want to go king to d6 to try to get to c5, that would be an ideal square, right? Unfortunately, after king d6, b6, there's no way to stop the pawn. So you have to put your pieces on a passive square first with rook to d8, and then I can just go king to b3, follow it up with rook to e4, push my pawns. It just feels like you're faster. You already have a pawn on b5. Supported from behind
to lose this
by the rook. You cannot lose. Exactly. That's a very good point, Anastasia. You cannot lose. You have to take your chances. You have to continue putting pressure on your opponent. She did not do that. She accepted. And by the way, let's take a look at how much time did they have at this point. 26 minutes for Irina, only 9 minutes for Tatev. So perhaps her time management started to pile up additional pressure that she did not like and decided to call it a day.
Missed opportunity for sure. Again, I'm looking at the game between Anna and Jennifer, the sole remaining game in this round one of the U.S. ladies. Extra pawn for Jennifer, but seriously, for the last, I'm going to say 15 odd moves, she has made no progress. The pawn remains on a7, and Anna's just waiting for her to come up with something. And in the meanwhile, maybe on a good day, you get the pawn to h5, and you start to feel like, okay, I can expand and maybe make a pawn breakthrough. Jennifer hasn't found the right
plan. Yes,
Yes.
I mean I think that's a problem. But I think it's always an issue. You know, these rook endings. Like, to tell you the truth, it was always not the easiest part for anyone, right?
No, exactly.
So, like, I know that once I asked this question, some top players will not mention the names, like 500 plus women players, and they ask about the rook endings. Girls, at least, do you know the rook endings? And they said, all of them, that they still suffer, and life is not so easy.
Look, no, I'm suffering. So what had happened to me, this is about, let's say, two decades ago, I have visited Viktor Korchnoi in his in Switzerland. And Victor, what have you been doing? He says, well, I've got this position on the board. It was 4 versus 4 and a pass pawn. And he says, I don't know if it's a draw or a win for white, just an extra pawn. And he said, please, teach me. So I sat down, and he won it. He won it. He won it. He won it as white. And then he says, well, now you win it. And draw as white. And it was like he had spent 3 months on one position in a rook and pawn ending. He was writing a book on rook and pawn endings. They are difficult with a double exclamation. Like, I'm a candidate master. Like, I'm playing in the candidates. These rook endings are difficult. Yes. This one, if you didn't know it, from Jennifer's point of view, putting the king on A8 so that you can play rook d6 and a6 and then slowly make a progress, that's not natural.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Your natural inclination is you want to put your king on b4 and you want to play a5 and support the pawn. The problem is whenever you put your king on b4, I'm going to disturb it with this move rook b1 check, and Jennifer spinning her wheels like, how am I supposed to win this? And it's not easy. It really, really isn't. The crazy part, Anastasiya, about endings, no, I mean, it's not a joke, but at least half, maybe 55% of all endings are going to be rook endings.
That's
you
a problem,
might as well learn them as best you can.
Yes, I know. I mean, normally you start with books of Averbach, also Dvoretsky, and all those books. But still, I'm telling you,
and then you get your mind twisted.
Yes, you can
and
kill yourself.
All your joy that you ever had about chess goes out the door. How about you, Cristian? How do you get your students at Columbia and sit them down and pound into them the rook endings?
Do a lot of disproportionately amount of rook endgames with them, because I think they're so important, and they hate it, of course.
Yes.
Right? Everybody hates analyzing rook endgames and solving rook endgame puzzles, and they're so difficult. It's not only calculation, right? But it's technique. You have to give a shady check here and there that doesn't look very, very clear. So they're quite interesting, I have to say. I like doing them as a coach. I hate solving them as a player, but you have to do it, and you have to do it as often as possible, because you made a great point, Yasser. They come in and you end up in rook endgame compared to other endgames so much more often.
Exactly.
Right. So you have to drill those rook endgames. This is what we're seeing. This is an unusual one, I have to say. I haven't seen this pattern in a very long time. How do we do it if you try to get the king back to b7 and to a8, the plan that you were mentioning?
Right. After h4, I think you just start with...
You did lose a lot of tempis, though, right?
Yeah. Well, but from White's point of view, after... Okay, Anna has just played the move h4. If Jennifer starts with king b4, it's actually a pretty easy winning threat. The threat is to play a5 and immediately put the rook behind the a pawn, and you could just resign. It's not even close. So Anna really doesn't have a choice. She has to give a check.
Yes.
And then after we step back, once again, we have a very, very concrete idea of playing a5. So if we stop it and we play king b6, and we stop a5, and we stop it again, now I want to play the move a6 and king a7, bring my rook to b7 and rook to b5 and a5. So we get you all the way back here. And then I go
d6,
rook d6 and a6. So I think but this idea of drawing the king all the way back from this aggressive position on b3 and putting it all the way back on a8, it's not natural.
It's not natural, but you can come to it, yes, after trying your best.
Everything else is frustrating.
Yes.
So let's try to, now that at least
I just want to say one
h4.
other thing that makes it that much more complicated for Jennifer is right back here, is she has a false path that's very attractive. The false path is to put the rook in front of the pawn and to go rook a4. Now your next moves are very easy. You're going to play a5, you're going to move the rook, you're going to go a4 until you get to this position in your mind's eye, and you go, wait. White is ready to harvest the whole king side here suddenly.
And e-pawn becomes really dangerous at the
exactly. And for all of these reasons, by the way, Jennifer has come up with a different idea altogether. I'm just going to refresh my board. She's played e5.
Stopping the king, probably, yes.
Stopping the king, but, well, I'm not so sure I'm a fan of this. It makes a potential weakness. So, for example, if Anna was to play g3 and play for f4, like, let me just put some moves on the board for just a moment. These are not good moves for either side. You can see that suddenly this pawn on e5 might become a potential target. Not saying it's a terrible move or something like that. That's not going to be the case. e5 is reasonable, but maybe not the best technique. Jumping to the open section, the two remaining games, how is Jeffrey doing with this? I was about to say with the Alekhine gun.
But
no,
nothing is...
extra pawn. Just what to say, extra pawn. Jeffrey for choice.
But is it enough?
Is it enough? Knight c3.
Knight c3, knight c7. And how do you break?
Yeah, knight c3, knight c7. Of course, I'm going to take that bishop. Oh, I think it's actually black to move.
Oh, it's black.
It's black to move. So knight c7 first.
I actually think I do want to take that, but then...
That's fine. King e6. Let's see. How do you continue?
You're
take,
generous.
I take with the knight. I'll give you everything you want. I just want to see if you manage to break after.
Well, it's going to be long-winded. We don't have to go through all the variations, but of course I'm going to put the bishop on e2, and I'm going to bring my king as fast as I can to the a4 square to try to get in the break b5. Now, your king may end up on a6. My king may end up on a4. And then when all of that is said and done, I'm going to go for f3 and g4.
In that case, let me ask a different question.
Yes.
I'm going to take with the pawn on b5.
That is what I was afraid of, actually, because at the end of the game, at the end of the day, in this variation, this bishop is all.
It's like a pawn.
This bishop is probably one of the most septic-looking pieces you're ever going to see.
So you have to try something on the king side, right? With bishop d1 followed by f3, things of that nature.
Yes.
But where is the next break? So you get f3, you take on e4. If I take with the f pawn, you get g4 as well.
Right.
Is that enough?
I don't know.
No,
is that still enough?
But if you take on
so
f3,
I'm waiting. I'll just give you everything,
Sure.
right?
yes.
Now f3, and I'm waiting.
I don't know, maybe you can take even on f3, no? And how you will
That's a
break
very
through.
good point.
You
That
just
is
take
actually
it.
a very good point. Yes.
Anastasia, you're making it
Progress.
really, really hard for White to make progress here. I like your move. Seriously, e takes f3, and then the square e4 is fully protected twice, and this looks draw.
Difficult to break through. Learning from the best.
But I like being a pawn up, by the way. I should mention that. Going to the game of Sam, they've gone right down that pathway that you were saying, and you were saying it's not easy for Elshan to go after the h2 pawn.
No.
You played the whole variation.
But even if you get to the h2 pawn, the problem is once you take it, my king invades. And if my king invades and gets closer to the f6 square, then you're in trouble.
Funny you should mention that, because...
He's going there.
Guess what?
Straight towards f6. And by the way, I think we're seeing signatures. I think this is over.
Probably the game is over.
Well, it's the checkmate.
Yeah,
Checkmate.
you get to f6, you control h7 with the bishop, and that's it. You give a check on the f file, I cover with bishop f5, the game is over.
Bingo.
Yes, well played by Sam.
Nicely played.
Yes.
Wow.
Sam.
So Sam joins Hans Niemann as
As
Co-leader.
early co-leaders, yes.
maybe Jeffrey, maybe not, but well done, Sam. That was a very, very awkward.
Like
and-
puzzle type of a game,
Yeah.
right? You have to find all these checkmate ideas and put pressure on your opponent all the time.
It was but this was the crucial moment, as pointed out by Christian, that this is where this is where chess is so cruel. Elshan has been defending for all of these hours, and with the draw just in his grasp, right here, he could have played bishop takes with the idea that he's got the skewer that results in a trade of rooks and an easily drawn ending thereafter.
And the best thing you can do maybe
By
instead
the way,
of
it's
taking
king
on
f2.
g6.
Yes, king f2.
Sorry?
Yes, sorry.
Christian, sorry?
Yeah, at that point, and maybe this is what he missed. And once again, Anastasiya is making a very good point. So
he can read my thoughts already.
What was your very good point?
That's
what
a
was
good point.
it?
So after
rook
king
g1.
f3,
Rook
bishop takes
g1,
g5.
yes. And then king f3.
Yes, bishop g5 and
King
king
f2.
f2.
And now you have rook g4.
Oh my god, rook g4.
And you take on g6, and I still exchange the rooks with rook f4.
Nice.
Wow.
And you can hunt my rook as much as you want, but you're not going to get anywhere. Rook to f4 is coming.
Maybe this is what he missed, you know, that there
think
is this
so.
rook g4 also at the end of the line.
Yeah, because in your
Wow.
mind's eye, if you think for a moment that
Yeah.
your rook has to give up, then it's very easy to see that the
That's the
g-pawn
mate.
is going to make a decisive breakthrough. But let's take a look at our current standings with just a few, one game in each event.
Yes, so remained, right? So we have Jeffrey Xiong still trying to win against Dariusz Swiercz.
And two players tied for first.
Yes.
And in the ladies,
In the ladies section, I think we have also one.
Jennifer's trying to join Alice Lee
Oh,
as well as Megan. Oh my goodness.
And
we didn't see how Megan defeated Rochelle. Because
really?
remember, that was the two bishops. We thought Rochelle stood better, and Begum won a lovely game against Sophia.
Yeah, I think all the games are over. Why we have all results?
No, because
no. Yes, we don't have one game.
Jennifer is still playing.
Yes.
I didn't see this game, so it was super.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me see how Megan, a
Won the
fellow
game.
Washingtonian. I mean, I have to respect that. This is where we thought that black was for choice, just the two bishops.
Yes.
And then somehow she tricked herself. The queenside majority kept going. Okay. Oh, that's the exchange sacrifice.
Yes.
I remember it now that we got here. And again, this reminded me of the ending between Fabi and Hans, where Fabi won against the bishops. Oh, look at that final move. The bishop just got trapped.
Yes, no
Oh,
squares.
no squares. Oh, beautiful finish. Wow. We didn't give Megan the love there. That was a very important victory for her. Again, Anna versus Jennifer. What do the engines, by the way, say about this? Do they realize that the king should go to A8?
Most likely that is the way to make some progress in the position. After e5, though, seems that g4 was in fact the better move in the position.
Whoa.
Try to potentially go f4 later on in the game and break and exchange as many pawns as you can, right? Because if you manage to exchange enough pawns, then you're going to be able to sacrifice at the right time the rook for the a pawn and manage to get a pass pawn on the king side. This is the drawing plan for white in the position. Unfortunately, she played the move h5, and it does seem like, as black, I'm going to be able to stop you from all of that right now. Let's continue. Rook, king to b4, check. King to c5, check. King to b6, check. Check. King b7, check. King a8, rook to a1, right? Rook to d6 or rook to b7? How do you want to start? I can also go rook to b7 and start looking at ideas of giving you a check and kicking the king backwards.
Rook
Maybe that's a
D6
good
is
idea.
by far the most sensible to my mind. Yeah.
Why, though? I actually kind of like rook to b7. This comes out with a clear plan. I kick your king back, but I also make space for my king to go to b7 and actually support the push of the pawn with the king without being interrupted by checks on the b file, right?
Okay.
And that's why you put the rook on b7. So how is this position? Maybe after rook to b7, king to d3, try to, whenever you give a check, go to c4. Create your own counter chances, right? rook to b2, and now we start counting who's going to be first. We don't want that as black. We want to keep things controlled. How do we do that? Let's go rook to b4. Attack the pawn on e4, keep the king more or less in check. And right now, king to b7 is coming. So once again, white has to find a path for some sort of complications in the position. Rook to a5, f6, defend the pawn on e5. And now you have to go to d5 and try to give checks, pick up some pawns. It gets dicey in the position, and even the engines are not really sure whether white is going to be in time with his counterplay on the king side. But definitely, this one is not going to be an easy conversion for Jennifer Yu. And I don't even know if she sees it, but perhaps she does, because after h5, she did play king to b4, rook to b1, and now king is on c5. So she's headed towards a8, the only way to make any progress at this point.
And again, a5 being such a powerful threat, Anna is obliged to play rook c1 and harass black's king back into the corner.
Exactly.
Rook c1 check on the board. I'm anticipating king to b6. By the way, did the engine like the move e6, e5? I wasn't a fan of the move e5.
No, not at all actually. Yeah, just e5 allowed for this move g4, which was very powerful. And then I will be able to hook that pawn. I'm closer to that pawn, to exchanging that one after the move f4. I believe this is why the engines were not in support of this move e5.
I see. All right, we'll keep our eye on that one as we flash back to the game between Jeffrey and Darush. Bishop c4, saying, no, I don't even want you to take that bishop, but again, it's the fact that this bishop on a3 is so powerless. I mean, you would be begging to play the move b4, b3, so your bishop could go to b4 and activate itself through the a5 square. But with this bishop on a3, the knight coming to b5, maybe just recapturing with the pawn, and I don't see any way that Jeffrey could break through. It looks to me in the video that I'm seeing from the playing hall, Jeffrey's like,
not really
I don't see how I'm breaking through on this one.
You know, Yasser, it came to my mind that if we exchange all pieces and keep only the dark square bishops on the board, then, I mean, we come to this theoretical position when, all the pawns are fixed like that, and even black can throw his bishop, like playing maybe bishop g5, saying, okay, take my bishop, but still draw. Like, you cannot improve the position.
Exactly.
It's a typical position to show to students, actually, that bishop, which is blocked, is not really active, is not an advantage.
Exactly.
Even if you have an extra bishop, sometimes it doesn't help at all.
Exactly.
So, okay, just for fun.
I remember, there was this famous story where the bishop got really blocked, just as you said, and the player who was a pawn down offered his opponent to draw. The guy said, I will think about it. He says, what's there to think about? Even if I remove my bishop, you can't break through. It's still a draw. The guy, okay, that's a good point. I'll take the draw. Christian, do you see any chances here?
No,
I don't.
No, there's no chances. And actually, this move knight to b5 kind of puts the kibosh on it, because it does force at least one trade.
Right.
You have to take on b5 with something. What are you going to take with? If you do take with a knight, I take back with the bishop, and there's no way to remove that bishop from b5. Whenever you go f3, I take on f3, and we do exactly what Anastasiya predicted. You're never going to be able to break. So now we might actually just see an easy draw. Knight takes b5 was played on the board. We expect bishop to b5.
Bishop to b5.
Bishop takes b5.
Bishop takes b5. And I don't think you can make any progress there. You have a beautiful c-pawn, but what do you do with it?
Exactly. This bishop is it's terrifyingly bad.
And in fact, right now, even when you go f3, I'm not even looking at that pawn.
Now already? Maybe.
No, not anymore. I'm not looking at that pawn anymore.
Really?
I don't think so.
Like, you wouldn't, I would be taking this pawn like in a nanosecond.
But how do you make any progress if I don't? That's fine.
Isn't
Go king d7,
okay,
king c6.
Yes.
King d7, king c6.
Okay,
I'm just going to
F3,
wait.
king d7.
Yes.
Hold on. Don't you give me a window of opportunity here to play for g4?
Okay,
I don't
here
see.
G4
That's
is
fine.
not-
You get g4. I'll let you get g4, and I'm not even going to take your pawn on h4.
No, but Yasser, at the moment you
Yes.
play g4, I will take on f3 with check. So you have to move maybe. First
Take.
you will do
That's
this.
fine.
Yes.
Now, no. I take with the f pawn. Even though I can take with the e pawn, actually I cannot because you go d5.
Right.
Yes.
You go g4. Keep going.
Well,
I stay. King c6.
You stay?
Yes.
No, but then
Oh,
we.
wow.
Ah.
Can't I walk my king eventually?
First the bishop and then the king.
G5? I think you gave me too much here.
Did I give you too much?
I
Yes.
think so, Christian. I mean, I know you're a generous person.
I might have given you too much. Okay.
But yeah, but I was afraid that if you did take on f3, again,
Yes.
just as
Maybe I have to
Anastasia-
do it. Yes.
And
Yes.
you right here, what Anastasia is saying, you take on f3, you're never getting,
Yeah.
you're never getting an e4 or g4 anymore. And here you got what you wanted,
Yeah.
which is your
Yeah.
fortress.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But okay,
Of
we
course.
decided, Christian decided to check like what you will do if you were passive, let's
Yeah,
say,
you
right?
give me
I wanted to give you
yes.
everything.
Yes, yes, yes.
And see if that's maybe a win or something.
So
Right.
Jeffrey still will try probably and check if his opponent will find the best reaction at this
He
moment.
takes
maybe.
f3.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And let me just go back to Jennifer for just a second because, again, I've got skin in the game here. I mean, Jennifer was my
Yes.
pick. So let's see what we've got as we'll bring up the game. No, let me just do how do you say,
Yes.
a refresh.
Very fresh.
King d6. She didn't.
I
So she
was
still
thinking
hasn't
about it.
gone back to the corner.
No.
Now she might be thinking, okay, I'm going to be going king e6, and I don't know. I think Jennifer, understandably, is not glommed onto the fact that the king on a8 is the best way of.
Yes.
It's
a little bit
awkward.
hard to.
And Christian, back to you as we have guest in studio.
We are indeed with Sam Sevian, who got a tremendous victory under his belt. Sam, first of all, take us through the game.
All right. Well, he surprised me in the opening with this rare line with bishop b4 check and a5. I think I played relatively well with bishop g5, although there are many ways to get a slight advantage here. Bishop e7. Yeah, this is a critical moment because I have many ideas. I can take this knight on f6 and play knight c3, which either he has to play passive position with d6 or play d5, which is not really an ideal QGD structure. Maybe this is how I actually had to play.
Maybe knight e5.
Yeah, I think I should have played like this because I played queen c2.
Yes.
And he played an interesting move, knight a6, with the idea of knight b4 or c5 somewhere. I'm pretty sure this is wrong. This bishop takes f6, knight g5, but yeah, maybe a3 first, and after c5 I should do it.
Take on f6 now, bishop takes f6.
Yeah, because now I can take his knight on a6 at the end, which is very important.
So
So
you
knight
can go
g5,
bishop, yes.
yeah, take rook a7, take, and d5 I think. Yeah, now this is very nice because he doesn't get Benoni now with ed b5 because the pawn on c5 is hanging. Very important. I have d6, I have a4.
No
and
b5 and you go a4.
Right, beautiful position for white.
Very nice.
Instead, I went for this immediately, and the drawback was that I allowed knight b4 after bishop takes b7. Yeah.
Now there's no more knight
Now I
capture.
can't capture the knight. Yeah, c5.
Still, it feels like you
Still,
have
it should be better
some
for white, yeah.
advantage in the position. d5, bishop f6.
Maybe bishop f6 is a mistake. I think he should play e takes d first, and after c takes d, now he gets a Benoni. Bishop f6, d6, b5.
d6 and b5 next
Right,
move.
yeah.
What if you try not to allow
I
it?
can
with
try
a4?
this, yes, but now he has the knight on b4. I'm actually curious, can he play b5 instead of d6?
Perhaps, yeah. That's a good point. b5, and what if you try to go d6?
Yeah, now I can try
right?
to go d6, very interesting. Or a4 first is also interesting, after b5.
a4 first.
Yeah.
D6 just feels visual, I guess, to try to avoid the Benoni structures. And if you take now D6, is that the point, or?
I'm not sure. It's a very complicated position here.
But it still feels like you're harboring some hopes or an advantage.
Yeah, I think white's a little better here.
At this point. Okay,
here I was very happy because he loves this knight takes d5 idea. And if he takes on b2, which is, let's say, rook b1, bishop goes back, I go e3. And now, now the move a5 is really bad because the pawn on b6 is extremely weak. I can play along the d file, attack the d pawn.
So you're a pawn down, but actually you're better.
You're much better, yeah, because I have a risk-free attack on the king side whenever I want to start. Yeah, I think it's objectively maybe winning here.
Close to winning.
Yeah.
Wow. And he played this move b5, trying to activate his.
This was
position.
correct, yeah. But I think I played correctly. Rook b1 and queen c2. Take.
c3. He was really trying to give the pawn back.
yeah. Queen c7. Maybe, yeah, I'm not super. Bishop c4. Maybe.
No, I think you played well. I think you definitely played well.
There's one moment where I'm not sure about. Yeah, this is fine. I like queen a4.
Yes.
Yeah, bishop rook d3 maybe here.
Right. So what the engine was saying is that you have to take advantage and capture the b file, the control of the b file as fast as possible. Queen b3 and then rook to b1.
Yeah, this is nice. Yeah, definitely.
And now you have everything.
Once I get the b file, it's pretty much over. Yeah.
Go bishop d5, c4, queen b7 if you want.
Queen b3 is nice move.
And just to interrupt you for a second, Jeffrey's game did finish with a draw against Darius Swiercz. Nothing unexpected in that one. Let's continue with the analysis, Sam.
So I played rook d3, and after g6, now I just now noticed that I can attack this, move along the b file, but now it's a bit shaky because of what happened in the game. So I tried bishop g. Also, another reason this is probably worse is because I allowed h5, h4 ideas.
And he was also playing super quick at this point. He was trying to put some pressure on your time.
I think he was trying to play against the clock, yeah.
Did you feel any pressure building up at this point, or did you feel the position is simple enough for you to reach the time control?
Well, based on the rook d3, I definitely did feel some pressure. If I had some extra time, I would probably find queen b3.
Queen b3, rook b1.
Yeah. Now, this is a very nice idea by him. Rook d7, rook b2. I really don't know how to play here. I checked like everything. King f1, bishop d5, bishop e6. Maybe I should go take the pawn on c6, but yeah.
Also, you didn't have that much time to check everything.
Right.
Yeah? Only 8 minutes at this point. You spent 6 of them on this move, bishop to e6.
I realized that I can always get 2 moves with rook f8, rook f7, which is nice. So.
Yes, very nice.
I did this a few times.
Gain some time.
Yeah. I think here he kind of panicked with bishop e1. This is also a draw, but h6 was much safer, in my opinion, because f4, let's say, a4, f5, captures, a3. And now I can't go f6 because bishop takes f6, rook takes and rook b2, let's say. And
the pawn is going. You're not in time to defend.
I do have bishop f5, I didn't see that. But bishop f5, he just stays, yeah.
Yes. No way to make progress, I guess. King g7, king f6, very nice.
So he chose bishop e1, he didn't see f4 idea.
I think this was a cute idea. If you go g5, just
rook takes f3, right. It's again this move c4 that ruined it. And I cannot catch the pawn.
The a pawn is just running. And you played rook to f8, of course you saw that. You gave another check, f4, gained a couple of tempis.
I think everything he did is correct here.
Yes.
Just he didn't see the... by the way, is h5?
h5 here.
h5 is also move h4, rook f2. This might be okay too.
Yes.
Based on the same idea with rook f1, rook g.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. And actually, at this point, he had another opportunity after f5.
Yes, he must play rook a1 check, rook g1 check. I think what he missed was king f3, bishop g5, king f2, and he has rook g4 here. Very important.
Yeah. This is what we thought that he missed as well, probably. Did you speak with him after the game?
Yeah, he did miss this.
And after that, after you pick up...
but his main miss was in the game that I have bishop f7 at the end of the line.
Yeah. Bishop to f7 at this point.
Because the point is rook f2 doesn't actually threaten anything, which is nice. I just move my rook away and there's no rook f1 check anymore.
Yeah. Very nice game, Sam. Congratulations. You start off the US Championship with a bang. How do you feel about your chances? What is your motivation in this event?
Well, I had a really good event last year, and I'm definitely trying to build on that, especially with 2 extra rounds. there are more chances for decisive results. So,
do you feel that helps you, the extra 2 rounds, because of your age, let's say?
I think so. I mean, we'll see how it goes at the end, but I'm happy that there are many rounds in this tournament.
Absolutely. More rounds, more chess. Congratulations, Sam, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Sam, a question for you, if you don't mind. As a competitor in the U.S. Championship, are you annoyed that events, the cheating scandals, are overshadowing the tournament? You're not just concentrating and focused on the beautiful national championships that we have.
I mean, I'm never annoyed by these things in general. It's happened before in open tournaments, and I just kind of block it out and concentrate on the chess.
Fair enough. Great answer. Thank you, Sam, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Whew, and there was one game remaining, Anastasiya, and the ladies are fighting it out still. We have this position on the board. Well, again, I'm seeing progress now by
so now
Jennifer.
King B8?
Yes, exactly. Rook check. I'm expecting that the king will finally be crawling into the corner, and actually,
the rook is already on the b file.
Guys. Yeah, she's done it in a nice way, so that the rook can come. For example, after rook a1, in order to stop a5 and rook a7. After rook, we're now in a very nice way that we get to go king b7, and slowly, like the tortoise. Keep making progress up the board with king b6 and a5. Looks very, very good for Jennifer.
Can we try to create something like rook a5, rook d5 after everything you showed, like rook b3?
Let's say right here.
Yes, like rook king b7, rook a5, f6,
Agreed.
rook d5. I don't know, I'm trying
No,
to get
you're
something.
absolutely right. No.
To eat something.
Hungry.
Yes.
Exactly. No, you're absolutely right. You have to create such counter chances as these. I suppose I could go king c6, right?
Yes.
So that I definitely do want to. Well, in that case, I'm not putting.
I think you have to start with rook c5. So king b8, let's go for it. Rook c5. How do you feel about that?
Immediately, if you will.
Put as much pressure on the structure as soon as possible.
Rook c5 here, yes.
I think this is what she wants.
And f6?
And f4.
F4. Your idea, yes.
Yes.
I just need to create something.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree wholeheartedly with that.
Maybe it's enough counterplay for Anna now.
And she needs to do it fast because Jennifer also is down to her last minute and a half. That's not a lot of time.
And again, in this, there's 2 time controls, 40 moves, first 90 minutes, then 30 minutes for the second, and no extra time. And now they'll be playing on increments.
And I have to say, the rook on c5 also, it attacks the pawn on e5, but also defends against you pushing quickly with the a pawn.
Right.
You cannot go a5. It does exactly the same job as the rook on a1.
Right.
So let's put it on a more active square.
I agree wholeheartedly, and if I was in Jennifer's shoes, I would be playing the move rook e7 in order to recapture any f takes with rook takes e5. I suppose king f3, king g4.
Maybe, yes.
Let's try it out. Let's try it out. Am I in time, the question is?
Exactly. Well, again, it's all about motoring the a pawn up the board, right?
You know what the problem is?
What's that?
Once you put a rook behind the pawn, that rook on the 7th rank protects that g7 square, that g7 pawn. And any time you get to that g6 square with the king, you're not threatening anything. There's no threat in the position.
Right.
And that's a big problem. Maybe I can even start by taking on f4.
Right. Yeah, in fact, that's a very good point. The moment I lose contact with the pawn on e4, so for example, king b7, king g4, you can take on e4 immediately, threatening rook takes. So I'm forced to take back with the king.
Yes.
And by the way, rook to a1 was played. Anna said, rook on c5 a bit too active for my taste, and also there's this problem that we just saw, right? And maybe she was right about it.
Yes, so maybe she wants black to play first rook b6, for example, and then maybe only rook a5 or...
Well, this move, rook b3 check, especially, is really irritating because the king has to
Go back.
Back. And maybe after, for example, king e2, rook to b5 is now very strong.
Wow.
The idea is any f4 could be met by, you know, a shadow attack, X-ray, if you will, on the eighth pawn. In the meantime, if you do, I don't know, something like this. Now I get a5 and my king will come up. And again, slowly, slowly, like the tortoise.
But maybe king d3.
Excuse
maybe.
me?
King d3 after rook b5? Or?
Yeah, rook b5, king
yes,
d3.
King d3, yes, maybe it was the idea king c4. But yeah,
something
king c4.
like this, yeah.
And you have a6, yes, and cannot
always
take.
There's,
Yes.
there's little quiet moves to slowly,
d1.
slowly advance,
Rook
right?
d1, no.
Rook d1, let's say king a7.
Ah, tricky.
Yes, and once again, I'm trying to set up with my rook on the
Yes.
7th
Yes,
and
nice
go
idea.
a5. Again, these very, very torturous rook and pawn games that you have to learn.
Torture is a word I wanted to use many times for rook endings. And you said this finally yourself.
Exactly. I must say that for myself, rook endings played a very important part, and that book by Smyslov and Averbach on those rook endings, that whole group of books, I mean, that's what propelled me, I think, to the master class. I never paid that much attention to endings until I became a strong class player like B and A player. Then I started saying, aha, it's not just about openings or tactics.
Who said that you should study chess from endings?
I think it was Nimzovich, actually. It was the first, but not the last. Definitely, if you learn your endings, Kappa, yeah, learn your endings. And a friend, Mike Frenette from Washington State said, Yasser, learn your endings. It's like cheating on an exam.
Really?
I go, what? He's like cheating because you're going to get these positions in your games. So learn your end games first. It's cheating.
Yes.
I go,
good.
okay. Well, many-time Washington State champion. He proved his words prophetically
That's
wise.
Good advice, and
Yeah,
I have to
exactly.
say, they're also pleasant to actually learn, because there's minute details in simple positions that just create the game and make the whole difference in the position and in the assessment of the position. So it's definitely pleasing, let's say, whenever you find those like little checks to get the king a little bit further away from the action and then go back to whatever you were doing before. Those are the type of details that you have to learn in order to progress in chess and make it to the national master, FIDE master, international master, grandmaster level. This is how you should progress in chess. Focus on your end games, guys.
I've always used this model in my advice for players is if you want to learn an opening, you want to learn to play the Najdorf, well, MVL, he's your guide, you know. You want to learn the Grunfeld, well, Christian, he's your guy. No, sorry. Sorry.
I think we should give it to Peter.
Wrong. I meant Peter.
Peter.
Wrong notes.
Wrong commentator. Yes.
Do you have an endgame guide that you recommend, Christian?
Well, Carsten Mueller was one of the guys that I was following, and his books of endgames, as well as the Dvoretsky endgame manual. I think that was a big one, and probably that was my generation's endgame book, and maybe the before generation as well. What was your generation's endgame?
Anastasia.
Yes.
I don't know what about Yasser, but I mean, let's say also we studied Averbach books and Dvoretsky later, but I can still mention the book Yasser you wrote. I use it also for my students. You wrote the book, I mean, simple endgames, but this is something to start with, definitely. I mean, you always explain it in a very easy way, and it's, I think, very important.
Yeah, but to have the very clear ideas. For me, it was Reuben Fine. The endgame by Ideas. Boy, I got it. Boy. I studied that book so much, I wanted to drop it down the stairs. It turns out that there were many mistakes. Like, really many in the book. And so they would make this errata of, the Rubinstein endgames. Except in this, you got like, the errata started getting as big as the book. It was like very, very frustrating as I was learning these endings. But yes, I was raised on Rubinstein's basic chess endings. That was the name of the book. By the way, F7, F6. Right here, this is where I was thinking, or at least recommending, rook to b5, threatening to play f5, threatening king b7. Jennifer started with king, and rook a5, f6, and
so what happens after rook d5? King c6 maybe?
Yes.
Something what we discussed, yes. And if I go back, then rook b7.
Yes, rook b7, and also, just a second, did it make a difference that our king is on b6? There's going to be a moment when this pawn is actually flying down the board, and the capture of the g7 pawn isn't going to be of a consequence.
Important. Yeah. Also, remember when Anna had 8 minutes and Jennifer 2 minutes?
Yes.
Jennifer still has 2 minutes. Anna has 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Ooh.
Oh, because finally she found the plan, and it's really hard for Anna to defend this position. She understands what's happening now.
Absolutely.
You have to go rook d5.
You have to, yes.
You have to go rook d5 and pray at this point.
And pray.
It's your only chance. The problem is rook d5, I can also go king c6, right? Maybe even king c7. Yes, rook d5, finally on the board.
One of the, I was the captain for the ladies team in Baku. It was really a marvelous Olympiad. And one of the things that I really discovered is what a great fighter Anna Zatonskih was. I mean, she was definitely our all-star. It was really, really a shame at the very end. She was undefeated. She lost the last game against India to Tanya. But boy, at the board, she sits and ferociously defends the most difficult positions. Rook d8.
I know her since 1995, believe it or not, Yasser.
Wow.
Yes, we're from Ukraine, both of us.
Yes.
And she was always considered to be like one of the best players in Ukraine at that time.
Exactly.
And she was always a fighter and a good example for every girl, the way
inspiring
how you... Yes, she
her.
was inspiring, of course.
Yeah.
And very talented a long time ago.
Yeah. I remember I had played her once in a rapid chess tournament that we were set up, and it was like the pairings were just up, and I was just getting seated and waiting for the others to. She says, "Let's go, like let's start." I was like,
"Let's get it over with."
Like, please, take it easy. Let's go. Rook d8, but rook b7 is really begging to be played because
that's
it threatens rook d7 check, and that's going to be awkward for.
But maybe, and this is what what I'm saying when I'm mentioning those little checks. Why don't we start with rook to b2, get the king a little bit closer to the other side, because you have to defend the pawn on f2, I think.
Right.
And then go rook b7.
So you're pushing the king away from the a pawn.
Yes, the action is on the a file, right? You will try to catch that a pawn with your king. Kick your king away a little bit more. Rook to b7 was played.
Yeah, the reason I was actually attracted to the move that Jennifer chose, rook to b7, was just, hey, I've got this humongous threat of a rook d7 check forcing the trade. And if you step out of the check, like a dream come true at long last.
But is it though?
I get to play a5 and...
Now I go rook a8.
Yeah.
King b5.
And now king b3. And
yeah.
finally that's okay. And now I go rook c8.
And then I go a4 check.
Right, and king a3.
King a3.
I try to say that once I got my king on the a file.
By the way, she has followed your advice and put her king on c3. Let me just refresh.
I'm not saying I'm going to survive this.
No. It's all, these positions are all about making your opponent's task
More
as
difficult.
difficult as possible, and forcing them to. And if they find all the right move, well, power to them. But at least not to make it easy. And maybe you're right.
Getting
Christian, pushing the king to e3 might be one of those subtleties that Jennifer will regret.
And getting down to the last 30 seconds
By
for
the way,
Jennifer.
something to be said. I played a5 just because I'm dreaming for the last 30 moves.
To play finally for this pawn.
Like a dream come true. But maybe something to be said for rook d7 as well. And okay,
No,
Jennifer.
A5. She also dreamed about it.
Yes, she's been dreaming. a5 on the board. Is that the move
New
60
score sheets.
new score sheets?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so now I don't know what is the best chance with. I think the one the Christian showed.
I like this idea
Mm-hmm.
of blocking with the king. So you have to start with rook a8 so that the king can cross the b file and get in front of the a pawn. If you wait too long,
I still
you
go
might
a4.
Yeah,
that's
a4
true.
and rook b3 check could really hurt your feelings there.
No, I think she has to go rook a8.
Yes, so rook a8. Now we went king b6, again, with a straightforward idea. Anything to be said for king b5?
Yeah,
I can't
that's
understand
okay.
why.
I'll do the same thing.
You still drop in front of the, so I don't see why. Rook a8, king b6. King b3, yes?
15 seconds for Anna.
Oops, you have to make a move.
She has to
12,
make a decision.
11 seconds, 10. Oh my god.
Oh
Yeah,
my
okay,
God.
F4.
F4.
Okay.
Okay, that's a big surprise.
Mhm.
I
Allowing
didn't
black
accept
to
that.
push even further down
Mhm.
the board with
F4.
I don't like this move.
I don't either.
I don't like this decision.
The problem I see is that any rook b3 check means instantly this pawn on g3 gets lost and it's game over.
Precisely.
A4 looks like Jennifer now has, again, you're trying to make it as difficult for your opponent to win as possible, but the loss of the g3 pawn is just, that's
Yes.
it. You're 2 pawns down and no chance.
She takes on
Takes.
F4 first, okay.
Okay, Anna is going to be relieved with that decision because
Yes.
that just took one potential weakness, and that was a big.
Maybe
Not
she
only
wants to play
that,
rook
guys,
before.
but maybe I can go e5 at the right moment and create,
And create
my
a
own
passer of their own. Jennifer must have had rook b5 as her idea. What do you think about that? Rook b5?
Oh, she tries to play with a king. No, what?
Oh, you're right.
Oh, no, rook e7.
Rook e7. Ah, so her idea is if you play king d4, I've got that nice rook trade waiting. How are you going to defend this?
Is it really
E4 pawn?
working? Yes, it should be, yes.
So perhaps I have to start with rook g8, right?
Rook g8.
The more pawns we exchange, the better it is for me as white at this point.
But a4, Christian?
A4, king b4.
Well, then I
it
take
a
with check.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's keep going.
A4,
king b4.
E5 or E5.
No, A4, king b4.
What?
Even this.
No.
King a3.
No.
You take on f4, I take on g7.
Ah.
You go back. You're a tricky guy. All right. You studied
rook
your endgames.
d4.
I'm
Okay.
preventing move a4, actually. That's the idea. Rook e7 and rook if d4. She stops the pawn for the moment.
Rook e7, so no rook g8.
No. Rook
You're
d4.
trying to be obstinate there for a moment there, Christian. Rook to d7? Then you have to play rook c4 check, then king to b6?
Rook a7 she played.
Okay,
She
get
wants
behind
to
the
push
pawn.
a4.
That makes a lot of sense to my eyes.
Yeah, but then king b3 maybe? A4 then.
But a4, king
Yes.
a3. I'm not forced to take it.
Whoa. Nothing's wrong with this move, rook a7. I was just wondering
Yes,
if
king
rook
b3.
d7 might have been a much more awkward move for Anna to meet. what's the idea? Again, it's those little subtle nuances that after, again, I'm threatening this rook c7,
nice.
these kinds of things. None of that happened. We have rook a.
Is
a7,
Anna relaxing
king b3.
prematurely right now? It does feel like she's much more relaxed.
Clock times?
Doesn't look like that.
55 seconds for Anna and 12 seconds and
Wow.
counting 10 seconds right now
That's
for
a
Jennifer. She
9,
has to make a
8,
move.
Okay.
A4 check, king
A4,
a3.
King a3, and now maybe king b5.
Big
king
pressure.
c5.
Yes.
King c5. That's a tempo against the rook. She's looking to play the move rook e7. If the rook were to go to d8 or say d1, not rook d5 check, rook e7 is Jennifer's idea. That looks like a very strong idea. She's ready to use her a pawn as a decoy.
That's a
How
really good
about
move.
this? How about rook to d1, rook to e7, rook to g1?
King d4.
I want you to.
King d4, even rook d1 was possible, but okay.
Yeah, I want
But
you to
king
play
is yes.
to
By
take
yourself,
my pawn.
yes.
Except you have this very
Yes, king
nice.
s3 is a little bit annoying.
Now that's a
E5?
check, and f4 is hanging as well.
But maybe e5.
And I think the king is just simply too far away at this point. But okay, let me just refresh my board. Apologies, everybody. Just refresh. And we have king c5 on the board.
Nice.
Hate to ask the obvious question, but are we in table-based territory
How many?
here?
I don't think there's any
No, not
table base
yet.
right now. No, there's too many pawns still left on the
Still
board.
too many pawns.
Yeah.
Rook b4. Okay. That's a much better move than my lousy rook d1, rook e7.
That's a great move.
Just asking question, where do you go? Like if rook
What's
moves,
your
you
next
take
turn? Yes.
the pawn.
That is a
if
great move
king
by Anna.
c6, maybe just go back.
Ooh.
How to make a progress?
Exactly. Jennifer's asking herself the
Well,
same
one way
question.
to try to make progress is to give up the pawn with rook d7.
Rook d7, then for example you take the pawn.
But you cannot take it with the king. That's the key, because I have
Yes,
rook
she
d4.
played this move. Wow.
Rook d7, yeah.
Yes, only with the
So don't take with the king, because that
Rook
would lose on the
d4
spot.
is end of story now.
Yes.
Okay, so she will have to take the pawn with the rook.
Let's see. And then what?
Now-
Still rook d4?
Well, we have a check.
Okay,
And
she
she's
took.
done it. Rook takes a4. Okay, Jennifer can also start with rook d4 and take.
Yeah, but rook d4, I go rook a7.
Exactly.
I take on g7, you take on f4, I go rook g6. That's an easy draw.
It's a draw.
That should be an easy draw.
Yep, I would agree with you. And
I think Anna might have saved this one.
wow, that's what we're saying about her tenacity. It's just
It's too early to call, but her
Yes.
chances of surviving have
Increased,
increased
for sure.
significantly.
By the way, Jennifer
Late.
is playing in some kind of a positional fashion where she's saying, look, you're a piece down. Your king
Make a
on
move.
A3, your king on A3 is terrible.
So let's go king a2, improve the piece.
And any rook move will allow the king to go to d4 and then on to a harvest on the king side. So you can't move the rook, can't move the pawns
E5,
really.
No. E5
Oh,
she
she
played.
did.
I mean, I thought about it. Maybe e5. What to do?
She moved her pawn,
You take if king d5, rook a5 check. So I
right?
don't know.
But
Maybe
then
maybe now rook a5. Ah no, rook b5.
rook b5. That's very important too.
Yes.
You're in the
Yes, yes,
square.
yes.
So if you take, and if you recapture, pardon me, then the king is right in time. Like this looks fabulous. Going over here and just winning all the pawns. The move king a2, I think was more challenging than e5. I think e5 kind of helps Jennifer.
No, she took with the pawn. Yes. E5 maybe
so
helps.
king d5.
Yes, they made it.
Now let's
a
get the rook to
clearer
g6,
path.
right? Is that the plan? You want to get the rook to g6 ASAP?
Yes, rook g4 and rook g6 and kind of asking questions like...
Don't allow the king to get to f6. We know that.
Right.
All right. So at some point, I'm going to have to give you, put the king on f4, let's say, and then play the move to b5. Let's put the king to f4.
Yep. And since, well, she's grabbed the pawn and rook g6. Well, wow. Anna's looking at every which kind of fortress she can to make, again, it very difficult for opponent. And now we should be in table-based territory.
We are.
Yes.
It's a draw.
It's a draw.
It's a draw.
It's a draw. She saved it.
Wow.
Okay, but still you have to make it. I mean, what about if you take h-pawn? King is quite far away, but yeah, I mean, are we on time to bring the king?
Well, the problem is king a4. I'm not allowing you to go rook b5.
Yes, rook b5. It's important move, I think.
So you have to lose a couple more tempis, I think. So I keep the king on... Ah, okay, yes.
Like that.
And now let's run.
And then we run. Okay.
Let's run.
Then it's, no, it's draw.
No, let's run to c4, because I don't want to allow you to go to rook d5.
Thank you. Very important point. Running to c4 so that you don't get your king cut.
Yes.
And something...
As few files as possible. I need to be cut.
Yes.
And now what I do, I'm going to go rook to g1, and I'm going to give you checks from the front.
Sorry, you're going to go rook to
g1,
g1
yes.
And give me checks in front of my king. So that you're going to force
rook h1
me.
now. Rook h1 first. No.
Oh,
rook h1.
sorry. Aha. So that, okay, first I definitely...
That's an annoying check. Stop being annoying, Yasser.
Kick me out of class.
Stop being annoying. Okay, king d3, let's go. Am I still in time?
King d3?
King d3, let's try to survive this.
Not so sure.
I like how you take it personally. Now you really like you played the game.
Now,
don't entice him, Anastasiya. Don't entice him.
Are so competitive. I mean,
I can see that.
Right?
Like,
okay,
and it's one of those things, too. We have this wonderful passive aggression.
Yes.
So we say, oh, it must be a draw, it must be a draw. Well, let me try.
Let's go rook h4. Am I still in time?
who cares what's happening on the board? Like,
right?
we have to find out if it's
h4.
draw or not.
And I guess I
Okay,
get
rook h1. Let's go back.
So your king is really, really close.
I'm almost there.
Almost.
King e2.
King e2, yes. It's important.
Oh, but then you go king g2 and there's no more checks. Ah.
And I get to kick you once.
Oh, you kick me again. No, stop kicking.
By the way, there are some absolutely, absolutely marvelous studies of these rook and pawn endgames that thrilled me growing up. King f3. So Jennifer's thinking that one day she's going to drop her rook on the b1 square, followed by rook h1, trading the g7 pawn for the h5 pawn. But she's thinking that her king may be more ideal on f3 than the f4 square.
Maybe.
Such
really difficult
subtlety
to...
is too...
very deep.
Yeah.
Deep.
And look at
understanding, yes.
Anna. Well, it's going to go 5 seconds, Anna. What?
No.
No.
Come
How
on.
much?
Yes,
no,
yes.
it's a minute. She has a minute.
She has a minute, okay, thanks, but...
Sorry, I didn't see the clock
Yes.
so well from this far.
Wow. Okay, so she needs to keep the king there, not to allow maybe for some time this rook b5, as you said, to win a couple of tempos, right?
Exactly. So again, we expect that this rook is going to have to go to h1 one day. She isn't getting a chance to play rook to b5, and rook takes h5, saving a tempo.
Okay, so let's go with it.
Let's see how it would play out.
Let's try it again. All right, because I tried it once. You
But
somehow
I like
got
what
me.
you did last time.
No, Yasser, no.
No?
I didn't like it, no.
Well, you played king c4 so that the rook wasn't allowed.
That seems to be the right direction for the moment.
Rook e?
7. With the idea
Okay,
to
the same idea.
five.
The same idea.
Same ideas. The
Yeah.
king is going to end up on c4. The rook is going to end up on.
In fact, it's a trickier idea because if you go king b4, now I have check and rook g4. So that's a nice little wrinkle.
Oh,
in the
you
position.
are so right.
I like it. Go king b3. You have to go king b3. By the way, king b5 also loses because of rook e5, rook g5.
That's a very important point, right?
Okay,
And she
king
finds it.
b3.
She sees it. King to b3.
And this is the whole point. Rook g5 resigns. That's
Yes.
just end of story. But equally,
But what about rook e3 now? Maybe it's the same.
this
rook e3
also
check.
would be resigned.
Oh, that's
So
a
that
good
is
point.
why king b3. Sorry.
Look now, king b3, rook e3 check. Where do you go?
It's winning.
Yes, it's the same idea. I want to
Rook
play rook e2, rook
e3.
g2.
Lovely.
Wow.
Lovely.
What an idea by young Jennifer.
Fantastic.
What Anna had to do was actually hide the king on the 6th rank.
No. Okay, how to get it?
How to guess that one?
Yes. Yes, rook e3 check and you have
She's
no
done it?
choice. Yes.
Wow.
And then rook e2 wins and rook e4
What a
wins.
turn of events, guys.
Wow.
She
Rook
tricked her,
e3.
unbelievable.
She did. She did. And again,
it's
these
really hard to find
tricky
it.
rook endings, right? And we've been lauding Anna Zatonskih for her tenacity, but Jennifer equally so, up to the task.
I mean, you cannot be U.S. women champion if you are not like that, right? And you
Exactly.
need to be the one who fights until the end. Yeah. So she
Oh.
plays king c4,
C4?
Same idea, like, okay, now rook e4, check, king d5, for example, rook g4.
And that was where we just stopped our analysis completely and said, anytime you're not allowed to grab the pawn on g7, you're going to lose the pawn on h5. And there's no way the rook will be able to save the pawn on h5.
Yeah, most probably is, really hard to hold.
By the way,
now.
rook to e4 played with only 7 seconds on it.
7 seconds. I'm telling you, Jennifer is a thrill seeker. We saw her do this during her run,
But why is
winning
she?
the
She's
championship.
shaking her head because she thinks that after rook to g4, king to e6 might be a problem.
Yes, look at this, king e6.
No.
Rook takes h5, king.
King f7,
Oh my
h4,
God.
king g7, h3, king f7, h2, and I'm in time.
Draw. It's a draw.
It's actually a draw.
It's unbelievable.
It's a draw, guys.
This is like a Shakespearean play.
Oh, king e6, bravo, Anna. Actually, she found it.
Amazing.
The only winning move right now is
What?
rook g5.
Rook g5 was the idea.
Of king? She's reaching for her rook as Jennifer.
Oh, if she finds it.
If she finds rook g5 and king g4,
Oh, that's
it would
so
be
pretty.
fabulous.
That is
Oh,
so pretty.
It's very hard to find it,
Rook
but
g5.
She found
She
it.
done it. Oh.
amazing. What a game.
Wow.
What a move. What
Wow.
a move.
And I think for Anna, that was also a shock.
That was a
because
cold shower.
I think
You could
the
see it
king-
on her face.
I think she was playing for this king e6, thinking that she had a fortress. Rook g5, king f7, king g4,
You take
king takes,
It's
and it's
unbelievable.
embarrassing. You don't have rook h6.
Oh my goodness. This
Oh.
is study-like.
study-like game, yes. No, what a beautiful ending, yeah.
Wow, you almost want to clip this out and put it in your endgame manual, right? That whole rook e3, rook e4, rook g4 concept was very nice.
Oh, it's
And
so
by the
pretty.
way, rook g5, rook takes g5, h takes g5, king f7, we could check, but then again, king g4. Unbelievable.
King g4. Oh, that's the simplest.
Yes.
I was still thinking that we're going to make
Yes,
a queen.
yes, but,
the king g4 is
finishing.
perfect. And king h4.
Yes, we have to check this one as well.
Anastasia, that's just
Amazing.
pretty.
That's a brilliant game, a brilliant endgame by Jennifer. Maybe she missed some
And
chances
king
along the way, but given the time situation and given how she handled it
And those-
after the
Let's-
exchange of these pawns, the A and the F pawn,
Wow.
just incredible.
Absolutely.
The last variation to check again, to take, and king f5, g4, king g6,
Not in
g3
time.
take, not in time,
No.
h6, yes. One tempo.
One tempo.
Only one tempo.
Well,
Like
it's
king
because
f4
I have the
tempo,
king on
5
f3.
5 seconds? Okay, she takes, yeah, but okay.
It's because I have the king on f3 and I'm ready to go king g4. Whenever you put the
Exactly.
king on h8, you go back to g7
checks
and then
king
I
f5.
sidestep, I go king h5 and that's it.
So
I'm
rook-
in time.
Yes.
Rook
Let's check
takes g5, h takes g5. I'm expecting king f7. What else? Oh, king f5.
King f5,
g4.
this is what I will check. It was checking, like king f5,
By the way,
g4.
guys,
Yes.
is the position with the king. So let's go king f7 or king f5. It doesn't really matter.
Yes.
It's the same thing.
King
Actually, no, king f7. Let's go king f7.
She's played king f5.
King f5, yes.
She's played it king f5, g4.
King g6, yes, okay.
King
she's
But
g6.
why wouldn't you play king f7
g3,
first?
king takes g7, g2, but with the pawn only on h6 and not on h7.
Yes,
it's
that's
actually
what
a
I
pretty
meant.
simple win now for
But I think even
Jennifer.
with the pawn on h7,
No, come on. With h7, it's a draw.
is it?
Yes.
How?
After-
Isn't my king close
Ah,
enough?
you mean in this sense, the
Yeah.
king is very near.
Yeah,
yes.
it's. I think it's a draw. I think it's a draw. My king cannot pass. You
Yes.
go to f7.
Yes.
What a game, guys.
She's counting maybe
It
king
was
h8.
worth. It was worth the wait. I mean, definitely. There's always in these U.S. championships one game that goes, let's say, past the midnight hour.
I have to say, I'm pretty stunned.
This
I
one
mean-
was amazing. I think it taught us a lot.
And so many lessons to learn from this endgame.
Truly.
For
Just
anybody that
analyze
watched
King H8,
this
yes,
endgame
she's
from the
trying
beginning,
to-
there are so many things
King
to gather
H8.
from this one.
Check.
By the way, queen check came immediately, but also the idea of king g4 and king g5
King G8,
blocking,
yes, it's-
blocking so that you like
Good
let me-
checkmate, yes. Let's see.
yes,
it.
like something like of this nature, right?
Yes.
Where you can. I just putting this on, right?
Nice.
This is
Okay, she
but queen
resigns, yes.
d4.
And this is it.
Wow.
This one is over.
Beautiful.
What a game. No, that was a beautiful
Hey,
game,
look,
yes.
sometimes
Bravo
you
for
just
both
got
of them.
to tip your hat and say, bravo. Bravo.
Yasser, congratulations, I must admit.
Well,
And Baruch.
funny you should say that, but that's only one round.
Yes.
We've got a marathon ahead of us, Anastasiya.
true.
13 rounds, round robin, 13 opponents. I don't know if the ladies are going to have the energy to come and say something wonderful and insightful, but Christian, sum up our opening round.
I mean, what an incredible opening round, and I have to say a lot of interesting results. Hans winning with the black pieces, Lanier, putting a lot of pressure, I have to say, on Fabiano also with the black pieces after Fabiano, let's say, employed quite a risky opening and allowed black to have those two bishops on the board, that potential attack via c4, d4, opening up the diagonals. That was a very shaky first game for Fabiano, but saved it with the white pieces. Crucial save for Fabiano. In the ladies section, so many interesting results as well. Begim winning with the white pieces. Jennifer, what an incredible grind. I mean, this was just a worthy game, potentially game of the tournament. Who knows what we're going to see in the later rounds, but that end game, king to f3, the perfect placement for the king to have all of those checks. Check on e4, check on e2, check on e3 as well to kick your king away. And I was looking through the lines. The way to equalize the position and actually to make a draw in that endgame was extremely difficult.
Absolutely.
It was out of reach of a lot of super grandmasters with that time situation on the clock, only a few seconds for Anna. So definitely Anna doesn't have anything to beat herself about, because that was such a difficult one. But Jennifer, such a fighter as well.
Absolutely. 4 decisive games in the ladies,
Not bad.
2 decisive games in the Open. We'll just take a look at the current standings after one round of play. Anastasiya.
Yes, we have early co-leaders, Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann. They got full points.
The youths
Yes.
leading against, wow, look at that chasing pack of players. Bobby, Wesley, Lanier, Jeffrey, Sam, Ray, Darush, Levon, Alex and a wonder. And in the ladies, Anastasia?
In the ladies section, yes, we also have this ready. We have, I think, four girls. I mean, they are leading now. So Beggy, Jennifer, Alice, and Megan, all of them, they won their games today. So they actually at the top right now.
Maybe Rina and Tata were both unhappy, but maybe they're both happy. I don't know.
You never know.
They certainly had their chances as well.
Yeah.
And with that, I think it's a good time to say good night, everyone, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you for sharing your day with us.
Thank you.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.